as we enter this training hall, we bring your presence with us. We speak your peace, your grace, and your perfect order into the atmosphere of this room. We acknowledge your lordship over all that will be spoken, taught, decided, and accomplished within this day. Lord Jesus, we thank you for the gifts you have given to each one of us. We do not take them lightly, but we commit in using them responsibly and well. Give us fresh supply of truth and beauty to which we draw our strength in doing our job. Anoint our creativity, our ideas, and our energy, so that even our smallest tasks may bring our honor. Lord, when we're confused, guide us. When we're worried, energize us. Lord, when we're burned out, infuse us with the light of your Holy Spirit. May the work that we do and the way that we do bring hope, life, and courage to all that we come into contact with. And Lord, even this day, most stressful moments, may we find rest in you. In your strong and powerful name, we pray. Amen.
Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome to our second day of seminar, and today our program of activities would be bookkeeping using new technology, and then we have different accounting softwares, and in the morning insert ko na rin sa inyo yung archiving po o yung computerized accounting rules and regulations, no? So, and in the afternoon, we will have yung submission ng electronic records, and then we will have the record retention and management, no? Okay, so, ilan na yung nandyan, Hari?
55 po.
Okay, so tuloy po tayo, no? Okay, so our objectives for today, to learn bookkeeping using new technology, and to know the different accounting softwares, to know the rules and regulations in using computerized accounting system. Kasi yung rules na yan, hanggang ngayon, sinusunod pa rin ng DAR, no? So, to gain knowledge about record retention and management. Okay? So, these are our objectives for this morning, no? I would like to say hi and good morning, no? Shout out po sa lahat ng mga YouTubers natin and sa ating mga participants. House rules, clarification regarding the topics discussed will be entertained during the lecture. Yung clarification lang na konti, no? Pero yung mga questions yung talaga for discussion, after na naman po natin tackle, after 5 o'clock po mamaya, no? So, those who wanted to ask some clarification, you can stay up to after 5 o'clock para ma-discuss po natin yung mga gusto ninyong malinawan, no? So, tuloy lang po tayo, bookkeeping using new technology. Why is it that we have to know kung ano ba yung bookkeeping using new technology? Because the aim of this Philippine School of Taxation and Research Inc. is to have a globally competitive individual. So, since part of the services that you will be given to your client as part of your tax knowledge, kasama po itong bookkeeping and accounting or the proper recording of documentation for tax purposes, then it is a must also na mag-update din tayo ng ating mga knowledge about the computerized accounting system. Why? Kasi instead of doing the manual work, the computer will do it for you, na mas accurate, no? Mas accurate ang recording and processing. But as to the data or the information that would be processed, then it's up to the person in charge or sa may-ari, no? Kasi kung ano yung information na ibigay mo sa computer, yun din yung ipaprocess niya. So, garbage in, garbage out. Kung bibigyan mo siya ng maling information, then mali din yung ipaprocess niya na report. No? So, what are the components of a computerized system? No? So, when you try to computerize, uh, kailangan meron kang hardware, no? Ano po itong hardware? This is an electronic equipment, no, that includes computers, disk, drives, monitors, printers, and the network that connects them. So, yun po yung tawag dyan is hardware, no? So, bibili ka ng computer and you see to it na yung spec mo is mataas kasi may mga computer na kagaya dito, no? Kasi mag-o-online ka. No? So, dapat kaya nung spec nung computer na gagamitin mo. Otherwise, magkakarash siya. May maghahang, hindi siya gagana. No? So, most systems require a network to link different computers sharing the same information. No? Yung mga internet connections, no, na maano na ngayon, advanced na compared nung mga 10 years ago na kakaunti pa lang yung mga service providers natin. Ngayon, nag-i-improve na, no? Tsaka mabibilis na. With a network system, the server stores the program and the data. No? So, kasi may network system, yung mga data, mga information nakastore na po dun sa program. At ano ba yung importante dito? The information. Why? Kasi yung information yung gagamitin natin eh, no? Yun yung gagamitin natin when we do our work. Kagaya halimbawa nung information about your business. So, when you do your report, when you make decisions, yun yung gagamitin mo to help you in your decision making. Okay. Software. Ano po ba yung software? No? Software is a set of programs that drives the computer. No? So, ano itong set of programs that drives the computer? Software. No? Akala ko noon kung ano yung tinatawag na software. Yun pala, program pala yun. No? Hindi mo nakikita. No? Logic siya. So, but it's very powerful. No? Parang sa atin, sa tao, yung katawan natin, yung physical natin, yun ang hardware. Yung software, yun naman yung utak natin. Kasi yun ang gumagana, yun ang nagko-command, yun ang nagsasabi kung ano dapat gawin, yun ang nagpo-process. So software is a set of programs that drives the computer. Accounting software reads, edits, alters, and stores transactions data. It also generates the reports managers use to run the business. No? So, importante pala yung software. Bakit? Kasi you have the information. Kung hindi naman yung process, matagal pa rin pag mano-mano mo. But with the use of accounting software, napakabilis na niya. No? Madali niyang gawin yung basahin, i-edit niya, and then i-store yung mga transactions data. Mabilis lang. No? It also generates the reports managers use to run the business. So many software packages operate independently. Mga software packages, iba-iba na yun, maraming klase. No? Small business may use software for employee payrolls. Mamaya, mag-run tayo ng mga samples, no? Ng mga programs, ng mga computer para makita nyo na actual. No? So small business may use software for employees payroll. No? Kasi ang payroll, isang software po yan. Isang system yan. No? So, other parts of the accounting software for automated. For large enterprises, the accounting software is integrated into the company's database or computerized storehouse of information. Sa mga large enterprises, mga group of companies, mas malaki na yung system nila. So, maraming software na. It's a combination of so many softwares na integrated. No? Nagpo-process na siya ng complete accounting system. No? Magmula sa issuance ng receipts. That's why sa mga large taxpayers natin, they are required to maintain fully computerized accounting system. Hindi yung component lang, hindi yung part lang. Complete talaga. So when we say complete, from the issuance of receipts up to the processing ng information, lahat yan computer na, no? Wala nang manual intervention. Okay. So, company personnel. Ano po ba itong company personnel? Company personnel are good personnel critical to the success ng computerized accounting system. Why? Kasi sila yung tatrabaho, sila yung mag-ooperate ng computer system. No? So, employees must be both competent and honest. No? So, employees must be both competent and honest in order to fit for the job. Kasi, sabi nga natin, very sophisticated ang computerized accounting system. So, yung mga mali, yung mga hindi tama na ipasok dyan, no, kasama din na mapaprocess ng computer. So, it must be that the employees must be both competent and honest. No? So, manual and computerized based system or bookkeeping, a comparison. No? Compare natin yung manual as against the computerized based system. So, for manual, bookkeeping for small businesses began with writing entries into journals. No? What we have discussed kahapon, journals are books of original entry. No? And when we say original entry, the first time that the transactions would be done, dun mo una talaga siya na i-record sa journal. No? Kaya nga, book of original entry siya. No? And then, halimbawa, may sales ka, meron ka rin sales book, wherein doon mo ilalagay naman yung required ng BIR, nandun yung OR number mo, the name of customer, especially pag VAT taxpayers, no? Okay. So, for the computerized based system, the electronic speed of computers and accounting software gives the appearance that many of the bookkeeping and accounting tasks have been eliminated or are occurring simultaneously. Bakit? Kasi pag input mo pa lang ng data, siya na yung mapaprocess. No? Pupunta na yan siya. Pag input mo pa lang ng data, magpo-post na siya doon sa electronic journal. From the electronic journal, yung account na yan, pupunta na sa electronic ledger. No? And pwede ka na mag-generate ka agad ng report na nandoon na yung in-input mo na information. No? So, ganun kabilis ang computer. Sa manual, journals were defined as the books of original entry. So, in order to reduce the amount of writing in a general journal, special journals or daybooks were introduced. Ito na yung for VAT purposes, ito na yung subsidiary sales journal at saka subsidiary purchase journal, and that is mandatory. For non-VAT registered taxpayer naman, ito yung hindi umaabot ng 3 million yung sales niya in a year, no? Yung cash receipt book, mandatory naman po sa kanya, nandoon yung sales niya, no? So, special or specialized journals consisted of a sales journal, purchase journal, cash receipts journal, and cash payment journal. No? So, yan po yung mga libro sa manual. How about sa computerized? The preparation of a sales invoice will automatically update the relevant general ledger accounts. Kasi nga, sabi natin, pagka, halimbawa, complete computerized accounting system, from the issuance of receipts down to the recording of the transactions hanggang sa generation of report, computer na yung gumagawa, no? So, from the sales, accounts receivable, inventory, mapunta na kaagad yan sa inventory, babawasan niya yung inventory pag nagbenta ka, no? Cost of goods sold, so nandun na. Why? Because cost of goods sold, yung sa preparation of financial statement kahapon na tackle natin, na yung cost of goods sold is mandatory if nagpe-prepare po tayo ng income statement, no? Parang kasama yan na schedule. Update the customer's detailed information and store the information for the financial statement as well as other reports. So, napakabilis ng computerized based na system. No? Siya na lahat, gagawin na niya yung dapat gagawin ng sa manual, sa computer dire-diretso na gagawin na niya lahat. Kasi nga, tawag dyan system. So, isa lang yung gagawin mo, ang computer, marami na siyang ipoprocess, marami na siyang gagawin. No? Sa manual, the company's transactions were written in the journals in date order. No? So, gagawin ng manual, sulat mo siya isa-isa according to date. No? Hindi pwede yung hindi according to date. Kailangan sunod-sunod yan. That is a requirement. Yung sabi na it should be sequential. Pati yung OR number, once nag-issue kayo at nag-record, it should be sequential also. So, later, the amounts in the journals would be posted to the designated accounts located in the general ledger. So, from the journal, manual ka, so dadalhin mo pa na naman yan, mapupost ka na naman sa general ledger. No? So, okay lang yun kung maliit lang yung business, pero kung voluminous na yung transactions, kailangan dito maraming tao yung gagawa. No? So, examples of the accounts include sales, rent expense, wages expense, cash, loans payable, and others. No? So, each account balance had to be calculated, and the account balances were used in the company's financial statements. No? So, in addition to the general ledger, company may have had subsidiary ledgers for accounts such as accounts receivable. So, kung meron tayong tinatawag na subsidiary journals, the company may also so hindi siya mandatory, may also maintain a subsidiary ledgers, no? Usually sa mga accounts receivable yan, customers ledgers, no? Inventory ledgers, kasi para meron siyang ready na source of information as to kung kailangan niya ng information about accounts receivable, no? So, may sarili siyang ledger. So, the accounting software has been written sa computerized accounting system naman to, no? So, yung accounting software has been written so that every transaction must have the debit amounts equal to the credit amounts, no? So, ganun ang double entry accounting natin, di ba? Kailangan kung magkano yung debit mo, may corresponding din na credit of the same amount so that at the end of gusto mo nang gumawa ng trial balance, balance po siya. Balance yung credit, balance sa debit, no? The electronic accuracy also eliminates the errors that had occurred when amounts were manually written. Sa computer, doon nga ako, no, nung first time ko nakita yung computer, talagang believe ako, why? Kasi it can done the process accurately as compared sa yung manual mo na ikaw yung mag-isip, mas marami pang mali, no? Pero yung computer, talagang tuloy-tuloy. Sabi ko, napakatalino talaga ng computer. As a result, the debits will always equal the credits and the trial balance will always be in balance. So, no longer will hours be spent looking for errors that occurred in a manual system. Alam nyo yung kumuha ko ng CPA board 1985, no? Yung ginagamit namin, yung yellow pad na columnar, no? And then yung mga ginagamit ng accountants pag gumagawa ng mga financial statements, columnar pa, mano-mano, ginagawa lang, sunusulat sa kamay. Pag may hindi ka magbalanse dyan na piso, sobrang tagal mo siyang hahanapin kasi hindi mo alam saan account siya pumasok, no? Kaya yung iba, ang ginagawa, first balancing, kung saan-saan na lang ilagay. Pero, delikado yun kasi may error talaga dun sa gawa mo, no? So, caution, while the accounting software, ito naman ang word of caution for the accounting software. Kasi, kahit na sabihin natin na yung accounting software is amazingly fast and accurate in processing the information that is entered, the software is unable to detect, no? Kasi wala siyang, ang computer, wala siyang decision making, only processing, no? So, kung bigyan mo siya ng mali, tatanggapin lang niya, no? So, the software is unable to detect whether some transactions have been omitted, have been entered twice, dalawang beses na enter, or if incorrect accounts were used, no? Kaya nandyan pa rin kahit yung mga fraudulent or mali na mga transactions, ipaprocess pa rin ng computer, no? And the amounts could also be entered if a company fails to have internal control, no? Especially yung mga big companies na talaga, no? So, kailangan na doon may internal controls, no? Just a while ago, we will engage also by a big company, no, na multinational companies, distributor ng products dito sa Pilipinas. We were engaged to have a lecture on fraud, no? Yung mga deterrent, no, kung ano yung mga measures, the internal control that should be installed so that ma-deter po yung fraud, no? Saka yung mga cases that should be filed against the employee na nag-commit po ng fraud, no? Yung process, saka yung risk that should be managed. Okay. So sa manual, books of accounts, the adjusting entries were necessary for the following reasons, no? Additional revenues and assets may have been earned but were not recorded, no? So, ganun ang nangyayari sa manual. Okay. So, adjusting entries were necessary for the following reasons. Sa manual po yan, ha. Additional revenues and assets may have been earned but were not recorded, no? So, posible na may nakolekta na pero hindi na record. So, nasaan yun? Tinago o kaya ginamit nung in charge, no? So, additional expenses and liabilities may have been incurred but were not recorded, no? So, para matakpan kung ano man yung nawala, yung mga expenses na incurred na, hindi din nare-record, no? So, kulang. Some of the amounts that had been recorded by the bookkeeper may have been prepayments, which are no longer prepaid, no? So, nasa asset account pa siya, pero dapat expense na, no? Kailan nangyayari yan na prepaid pa rin siya, pero gamit na? Halimbawa, you have supplies, no? Kasi bumili ka ng supplies. Yung supplies mo worth 5,000 pesos. During the month, yung kalahati noon, 2,500, were already used. So, dapat anong gagawin mo doon? Expense mo na yung 2,500. Pero hindi mo in-expense, so nandun pa rin siya sa prepaid na office supplies or unused office supplies na 5,000. Pero hindi na pala totoo yun, no? Why? Kasi gamit na yung kalahati. So, misrepresented na yung error na yung nire-report ng bookkeeper. Why? Kasi, instead na yung 2005 expense na, nandun pa rin sa asset ng company. So, all the while, akala ng company, meron pa siyang 5,000 na office supplies. Pagka tiningnan mo, hindi na pala totoo. No? 2,500 na lang. No? So, those are misrepresentation. Okay. Depreciation and other non-routine adjustment needed to be computed and recorded. Kasi ano itong mga depreciation na to? These are non-cash, no? Na expense na allowed sa company pero wala siyang cash outlay, no? So after all of the adjustments were made, the accountant presented the adjusted account balances in the form of financial statements. Kasi ano ba yung proseso na nakita natin kahapon? You keep the records, then you write it in your books of accounts, no? And then after that, gagawa ka na ngayon ng trial balance mo based on the debit and credit na ginawa mo. I-summarize mo siya ngayon dun sa T accounts, which is the ledger, no? And then kukunin mo yung balance mo doon at the end of the month, and then gagawa ka na ng financial statements mo. Anong gagawin mo doon sa financial statements? Doon sa pinag-aralan nating financial statements kahapon. So we begin with the income, no? So sa income, ano yung unang account doon? The sales or the gross receipts kung services, no? So yung sales, saan manggagaling yan? Total during the month coming from your sales book. Ano ba yung sales book mo? Pagka non-VAT ka, yun yung cash receipt book mo. Pagka naman VAT ka, manggagaling yan doon sa subsidiary sales book mo, no? So, yun yung sabi natin na whatever financial statements or financial reports that you did, dapat manggagaling yan sa books of accounts. Yun yung pagdating na ng tax audit, itong financial statements mo na ibibigay mo or na i-file mo na sa BIR, doon mag-uumpisa yung examiner and then mo backward siya doon sa record mo. No? So, unang titingnan niya, income statement. So, itong sales. Itong sales ba? Ito yung recorded doon sa sales book mo. No? So, it should be accurate. At saka, anong makikita ka agad doon sa sales book mo? The date of record should be sequential or sunod-sunod, chronological. And then, ganun din yung pag-issue ng resibo. It should be also sequential. Na 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No? Sunod-sunod. Hindi pwede yung nag-issue ka ngayon ng 1 and then the following day, yung in-issue mo 100 na. No? So, hindi pwede hahanapin yung series ng resibo sa'yo. No? Kung halimbawa, dun sa record mo, maraming kulang, hahanapin po yun ng examiner during the audit. No? So, after all the adjustments were made, dito na tayo sa computerized, no? Sa computerized accounting system. So, adjusting entries will require a person to determine the amount and the accounts. So, without adjusting entries, accounting software will be producing incomplete, inaccurate, and perhaps misleading financial statements. Bakit? Kasi yun yung example ko sa inyo na adjusting entries na yung supplies, nagamit na yung kalahati, pero hindi pa binawas. So, dapat mag-adjust kayo. Yung 2,500, ilagay nyo sa expense so that ang matitira na lang ngayon na office supplies, 2,500. No? Yung unused. Sa computerized accounting system, after the financial statements for the year are released, the software will transfer the balances, no? Balance from the income statement accounts to the sole proprietor's capital account or to the stockholders written earnings account, no? So, saan ba pag nagawa ka na ng income statement mo, no? Meron kang sales, less cost of sales, no? Yun yung mga cost of goods sold, no? Na gagawan mo ng schedule or ng computation. And then makiklaim ka na ngayon ng allowable deductions sa income tax, no? So, ano ba yung mga operating expenses mo na nandun? And then you have now your taxable income. No? Yung taxable income mo, multiply mo dyan yung tax rate at kung magkano man yung babayad mo na tax, ibawas mo yun dun sa taxable income mo. So, meron ka na ngayon na net income, no? After tax. Itong net income mo after tax or earnings before after tax mo, ito na ngayon yung dadalhin mo doon sa balance sheet, no? Na ilalagay mo doon. So, makikita mo na ngayon, idagdag mo na siya doon sa equity mo. No? So, makikita na ngayon kung ano ba yung naging result ng operation, kumita ba o hindi kumita yung company during the taxable period. No? And dyan sabi ko sa inyo, interesado ang BIR. Why? Kasi yun yung magiging basis ng tax na kukolektahin. No? So, this allows for the following year's income statement accounts to begin with zero balance. Bakit mo siya isi-zero? Kasi ibang taxable year na siya, no? So the balance sheet accounts are not closed as their balances are carried forward to the next accounting year, no? So yun po. Okay. So, yun yung difference ng manual at saka computerized, no? So, anong recommendation natin? Mas maganda ang system kung mag-computerize tayo. Why? We have to cope up with the new, kung baga sa cope up natin yung bagong method of recording, no? Kasi we want to know bookkeeping. So, ito pa yung traditional, ito pa yung luma na pagbubookkeep sa manual, no? Na lahat ikaw susulat. So, we also recommend na gagamit po tayo ng computerized accounting system, no? Kasi mas mapadali, mas mapaayos yung trabaho natin. So, we have discussed kanina, napahapyaw na yung software, no? So, what is an accounting software? No? So, accounting software is a fundamental application that allows an organization to record the flow of money for internal and external review and auditing. No? So, yun po yung accounting software. No? Siya yung nagpo-process, kumbaga siya yung kumikilos sa accounting system. So it is the primary tool for assessing the financial health of the organization and for meeting legal compliance through such core financial tools as general ledger, accounts payable and receivable, purchase order, stock or inventory, and the billing. No? And re-research kasi ako ng mga tips, no, para doon sa isang YouTube channel ko na Tips for Life for Mami Elsa, no? At yung nakita ko doon na mga tips na sinasabi ng iba, involve or employ your minor children to work in your company. Malaki din pala yung deductions mo sa income tax return. Why? Kasi yung mga minor children mo, pwede mo siyang bigyan ng salaries as a deduction mo doon sa iyong net income. No? So, pwede pala na sa, halimbawa, family business, involve mo yung mga minor children mo, and then magre-receive din po sila ng salary. No? So, allowed po siya. Modern implementation of the application expands to payroll, modules, electronic payment, timesheet, and expenses, among others, in order to gain a wider foothold in the market. No? So, actually, ang daming softwares ngayon, ipapakita namin sa inyo isa-isa, no? And it's up to you to appreciate it, and then siguro ma-compare natin yan. So, especially if you are practicing bookkeeper or practicing accountant, so maybe one of the services, one of the variation that you can offer to your client is to tell them to maintain a computerized accounting system. In that case kasi, pati sila na modernize natin at na turuan din natin sila na mapabilis at magiging convenient sa kanila yung recording. No? Kasi ang trabaho naman ng bookkeeper usually external, no? Kaya yung mga posting sa books of accounts ng mga sales na yan, para sa akin, hindi yan trabaho ng external. That should be internal. Assign yan sa isang empleyado na nasa loob. Kasi kung yung external ang asahan mo na hindi naman pumupunta araw-araw sa business, once a month lang during the filing season, tapos siya pa ang magre-record, pag may tax mapping, ma-penalize kayo. No? And there was a time na ako yung in charge dyan, at then nagmamapping. Pagpunta mo ng taxpayer, no? Magdo-door to door kayo, mag-inspect kayo. Sasabihin ng taxpayer, yung books po namin, wala po dito, nasa accountant, nasa bookkeeper, no? Right away, ang sabi ko, dapat pati ang bookkeeper or pati ang accountant ma-penalize. Why? Kasi this has been a long time regulations na yung books of accounts ng taxpayers dapat nasa premises niya, wala doon sa place ng establishment or place ng business ng taxpayer, nandun siya dapat, no? Kaya nga during the mapping, hahanapin siya. So ano ipapakita ng taxpayer kung nasa bookkeeper, no? Kaya nga sabi ko, dapat ang bookkeeper kasama din na ma-penalize, no? Kasi siya yung nagsabi na nandun sa kanya yung libro. So during the mapping, ma-penalize ang taxpayer, no? And there are taxpayers na pag ang violations manggagaling sa bookkeeper, manggagaling sa accountant, hindi sila nagbabayad ng penalty, charge nila sa accountant, no? Na experience ko yan. When I was assigned sa Marikina, I was chief of the assessment po doon ng BIR. Nag-aaway yung kliyente at saka yung accountant. Bakit? Because there was regulations noon na pagka ang isang kliyente, no, nag-hire siya ng hindi accredited na accountant, no? Kaya mahigpit ngayon. Dapat pag nag-hire kayo ng accountant, yung hindi pa expire yung kanyang BOA, yung kanyang accreditation. Why? Kasi pagka hindi yan updated yung mga accreditation niya, dapat hindi siya pipirma ng mga financial statement. So, pag pumirma yan, pinipenalize yan, no? Kasi hindi nga accredited. So, ito na ngayon yung nangyari. Pinadala namin ng sulat yung mga taxpayer na hindi nag-hire o expired na yung mga accreditation ng accountant, no? Kasi it is the obligation of the taxpayer to hire an accredited accountant, hindi yung expired na. Kaya nga, pag nag-hire kayo ng accountant, nagpa-certify kayo, manghingi kayo ng kanyang updated na certificate, especially yung BOA, no? Saka yung BAR, accredited tax agent, no? So, anong nangyari? Since pinadala sila ng sulat, pumunta sila sa BAR, silang dalawa, no? Taxpayer at saka yung accountant, no? Pagdating doon, sabi nila, ba't doon pinadala ng sulat? No? Kasi hindi accredited. So, usap silang dalawa. Sabing ganun, ang penalty is 25,000. So, sabi nung taxpayer, o paano yan? Dahil may babayaran pala na penalty. Ikaw magbabayad yan kasi hindi ka accredited. Sabi naman ng accountant, ba't ako magbabayad ng 25,000? 5,000 lang yung binayad mo sa akin. No? So, nagtuturoan na silang dalawa. So, anong protection ng client? Dapat mag-hire kayo ng accredited tax agent at manghingi kayo ng accreditation niya, yung hindi pa expire. Why? Kasi ngayon, ang validity ng accreditation is only 3 years. No? Before the expiration of the 3 years, 60 days before magpapa-accredit na ulit, magre-renew na ng accreditation ang CPA, no? So be very careful about that. Okay. So why use accounting software, no? Simplification, no? So accounting systems put finance control in the hands of a non-accounting audience, no? So designed to give numbers a meaning while performing automated calculations, no? So with little to no training at all, the business owner can complete all accounting operations and comply with legal standards from a desktop computer or a mobile device and without paying an external party to keep budget in the loop. So, pagka ginamit mo accounting system, simplified, no? Hindi yung all the time tawag ka ng tawag ng accountant mo, no? To explain or kailangan mo ng ganitong reports. So, pagka meron kang computerized accounting system, especially kung internet-based yan, no? Cloud reporting, kahit nasaan ka, dala-dala mo lang yung cellphone mo, pwede ka nang kumuha ng report, no? Available na sa iyo kahit saan or kahit kailan, no? 24/7. So, ganun po ka useful ang computerized accounting system. Cost savings, no? Umpisa, mahal kasi yung mga softwares at saka hardwares na bibilin mo, feeling mo mapapamahal ka, pero after that, meron kang cost savings. Why? Because accounting and finance systems automate core calculations and administrative procedures, no? And also take control of your revenue framework so that you won't have to outsource finance management on external expert, no? So, definitely, ang umpisa, medyo mapamahal ka, pero later on, magkakaroon ka pa ng cost savings, no? So, in parallel, they also reduce cost related to printing and distributing documentation and store sensitive data in secure and monitored locations. So, isa pa na purpose po ng computerization at saka talagang kahit yung mga government offices, noon pa man, they were required to go to be computerized. Bakit? Para paperless na po tayo, paperless society. Why? Kasi nauubos na yung ating mga kahoy, wala na tayong papel. At saka, hindi lang yun. Napaka-tedious din na requirements ng archiving pag puro printed yung gagawin mo na mga files, no? Topstorby na, tapos it costs so much to the environment, no? Kaya we are encouraged to maintain computerized accounting system paperless, no? Ano yung ini-store mo na data diyan sa electronic records mo? Electronic lang, tsaka napakaliit lang ng archiving mo. Bakit? Kasi maliit lang yung software mo na capable siya to store so many information. Samantalang kung printed yan, ilang track na yung ipiprint mo na mga dokumento, pero sa computer, isang hard drive lang yan, no? O isang USB lang yan, no? So, in parallel, they also reduce costs related to printing and distributing, documentation and store sensitive data in secure and monitored locations. Ano yun? Kasi, pag nag-maintain ka kasi ng computerized accounting system, bago ka bigyan ng permit to adopt computerized system, meron mga requirements yung BIR that you are going to comply, just like yung archiving ng information at saka yung backup, no? Ano yung backup? Dapat may recovery ka. Kapag may nangyayari, marirecover mo yung information and then ini-store mo siya doon sa malayo, no? Na hindi siya, halimbawa, masira man yung system mo, mariretrieve mo pa rin, no? Makukuha mo pa rin yung mga information, no? Kaya mas safe siya, mas secured. No, yung ibang mga backup, tatlo, yung iba, dalawa, no? So, yun yung backup system sa computerized accounting system. Para kahit anong mangyari, masunog man, mayroon kang naka-backup doon na ibang source, no? Nasa malayo, wala dito sa place mo ng office or recording, no? Okay, tama lang ba yung facing natin at saka yung audio, paki-feedback? Naiintindihan yung ating explanations, no? Paki-feedback, ha?
Sabihin ko pag Sabihin ko na pag may nag-feedback.
So, wala, okay lang.
Wala naman. Okay na.
O may nakikinig pa, wala na.
Meron pa 63.
Oo. So, naririnig tayo ng maayos, ha? So, you just give us feedback kung medyo mahina o medyo mabilis o wala na kayong naiintindihan sa akin, no?
Nag-comment ba? Okay naman daw po, clear naman.
Okay, so very good. Thank you. Okay, so full financial transparency. So this is another advantage ng computerized accounting system. So from an accountant's or an auditor's point of view, an accountant or an auditor the highlight of good accounting system is that they prevent costly and recurring human errors. So, ano pa yung maiiwasan natin pag computerized accounting system? Recurring na human errors, no? Pabalik-balik na lang na human errors. Kasi, kamali ka ng sulat ng isang figure, so anong gagawin mo? Pagka gumagamit ka ng columnar, gagawa ka na naman ng corrector, no? Yung eraser. Tapos i-correct mo yan. So, napaka-topsy-turvy at saka sa tao, talagang may human error po talaga. So, pabalik-balik lang yan. No? So, maiiwasan yan pag computerized accounting system ka. Calculating inaccurate sums of failing to report data in time can easily lead to a business crisis. Pagka naka-Excel ka kasi o computerized accounting system ka, yung error doon sa pagtototal, wala na yun eh. Kasi yung computer mismo gagawa ng total which is more accurate, no? Okay. So yung inaccurate sums, kulang-kulang, no, and hindi timely, it will lead to a business crisis. Why? especially if the information is important or vital to your decision making, and then hindi siya available o kaya kulang-kulang o hindi tama yung information mo. So, the decision making is also may diferensya, no? So, that's where automating calculation is most useful. No? Kaya yung computerized system is more useful. Accurate forecasting. Anong itong mga forecasting na to? Kasi magpo-forecast tayo sometimes in accounting, allowed yung forecasting. Why? Kasi yung ipo-forecast mo, halimbawa yung sales, in order na makagawa ka na ng mga techniques, makagawa ka na ng mga strategies mo in order to improve your sales, no? So, accurate forecasting, nagagawa po yan ng computer. No? So, it's one of the main advantages of accounting software. No? So, understanding in detail the patterns and trends of your financial performance is something that you would take ages to complete without a solid system. Ano yun? Yung pattern of performance. Ano yun? Yung performance mo 5 years, no? Halimbawa, gusto mo mag-forecast ng maayos. Tingnan mo anong trending ng sales mo. Halimbawa, meron kang sales for the past 5 years, for the past 10 years. So, mapo-forecast mo na, ito pwede to sa this year, no? Pwede ka na rin makapag-forecast ng, halimbawa, for the next 5 years. Why? Why kailangan mo mag-forecast ng sales? So that you can revise your strategies, no? Ma-align mo yan doon sa gusto mong gawin para ma-attain mo yung sales mo. No? And so that's very important for business. No? Okay. Understanding in detail the patterns and trends of your financial performance is something that would take ages to complete without a solid system. So, kung imano-mano mo yun, sobrang tagal mong gagawin. No? At sometimes, pagka ang dokumento mo, halimbawa, kailangan mo ng sales for the past 10 years, no? Saan mo yan kukunin? Doon sa sales mo, halimbawa, na hard copy. Kung saan-saan na yan, iipunin mo lahat yung dokumento mo for 10 years. So, that's very topsy-turvy, no? Accounting software gives numbers a meaning, helping you understand where to cut expenses or where to invest more. No? So, kung mabilis yung report, makita mo na kaagad, bakit dito? Sobrang laki ng expenses ko. No? Pwede mo na agad na i-control. No? With a clear overview of your current financial status, you will find it easier to develop smart strategies and allocate resources the right way. No? So, yun ang importante, how you allocate the resources the right way. The right way, why? Because you have the basis and you have the information, no? Na magiging basis mo. Okay. Productivity. Should a business owner have to choose a single suite of digitized services to improve performance, his first option should definitely be accounting software. No? So, if you want to improve the performance, yung first option mo, yung una mong gawin talaga is for the computerized accounting system. No? Bibili ka ng accounting software. The system drill deep inside the most cumbersome day-to-day task of companies. Why? Kasi yung accounting system mo, yun yung magkikeep track ng day-to-day na activities ng company. No? From the sales, from the operating expenses, no? Siya yung everyday na nakikip track, no? Collect, organize, and analyze their most sensitive data, and what is most important, make smarter use of their money, no? Kaya yung investment daw sa computerized accounting system is a smart use of money. No? Tax compliance, yun. Ito pa yung isa na technique or tip. Pagka kumuha kasi kayo ng accounting system, bibilhin yun eh. No? It should be na one of your consideration or the first and foremost consideration that you are going to have is tax compliant siya. Why? Kasi kung system yan sa Europe ginawa, compliant yan sa tax nila doon. Pagdating dito sa Pilipinas, hindi siya compliant. That's why may mga anong tawag doon? hindi siya ma-approve, no? And if you buy it at very expensive, sayang yung pera nyo, no? Hindi nyo magamit. But sa nakita ko ngayon, may mga system na multi-currency at saka multi-tax rate. So, na-adjust. No? In that case, di kayo mahirapan. No? So, many of today's top accounting systems are dedicated to payroll assistance and reporting and adhere to tax regulations automatically. Ano yung payroll? Ano yung tax compliance dyan? Diba yung payroll, yun yung salaries and wages that we file and claim as an expense sa ating income statement, no? So, anong mga tax compliance required for the salaries and wages? For the salaries, you are required to withhold, no, the amount ng compensation ng employee, no? So, gagawa ka ng payroll. And then also, yung regulatory agency that regulates the payroll is also the DOLE, or the Department of Labor and Employment. So, it's not enough that you are giving salary to your employees. It is also a must that you see to it that the salary that you are giving to the employees conform with the Department of Labor and Employment. So, once you've activated them, they become your number one source of tax and audit information. So they store all the important details for you to maintain in a transparent workflow. Okay. Ano pa yung advantage ng computerized accounting system? Improve relationship with customers. Why improve relationship with customers? Kasi mapapabilis na yung trabaho, no? So, marami kasi akong mga management books. That's why nag-open ako ng YouTube channel na Tips for Life. So many books na ako yung relate ko. And there are so many mga measures, yung mga management styles na alam ko napaka helpful po sa ibang tao. So, compile ko po siya lahat doon sa Tips for Life by Mami Elsa so that worldwide pwede po nila ma-access, no? It is a product of my kumbaga sa yung mga readings ko magmula pa noon, no? Kasi nagko-compile ako ng mga good na mga management books about leaderships, no? Sabi ko sayang naman. That's why nung nakita ko na may YouTube channel, sabi ko so this is the way na itong mga pinagko-compile ko ng matagal ng panahon masishare ko sa iba, no? Hindi lang sa lecture kasi tanda na tayo, yung lectures natin limited na at saka konti lang yung nakaka-access. No? Pero sa YouTube channel, once gumawa ka yung videos mo, nakita ko, no, yung ibang mga videos dyan, more than 10 years na, marami pa rin nanonood at hindi winawala ng YouTube. No? So, napaka-helpful na gagamit ng iba na isi-share mo yung mga learnings that you have accumulated during your lifetime. No? So, thank you again sa YouTube, no? So, most accounting system nowadays, regardless of their main functions, work around effective billing and invoicing and prevent all sorts of delays and miscommunication. Bakit? Ang example lang dun sa mga books na nakita ko na sa new competitive landscape, no? Halimbawa, nasa airline companies ka o nasa financing companies ka, service companies ka, yung mapaprocess ng 1 month, mapaprocess ng 1 week, with the use of the computer, mapaprocess na lang siya ng 1 day, no? Kasi lahat ng information na kailangan mo sa processing ng transactions, nandyan na lahat, no? So, yung approving officer, may basis na siya to approve na kaagad. So, kung halimbawa, loan man yan, na approve yan, na-release yan, nagagamit nung customer within a day. No? So, ganun ka bilis at ganun ka pakipakinabang po yung accounting system, no? Yung computerized system. Okay. They are also easy to personalize on the business behalf and thus make company performance appear more professional and credible. No? Yung mga flight, no? Yun yung nakakainis na isang pa if you are a traveler. yung palaging late yung flight, o kaya yung mga booking nagkamali-mali, no? Yung mga seat number, mag-aawa yung mga pasahero kasi nagka-doble-doble, no? So, naiiwasan yan pagka maganda na yung computerized accounting system. No? Also, another advantage of computerized system is security. Security is very important. Why? Because the security of the financial data, pagka hindi yan maayos, no? Source of problem. Why? Kasi kung hindi secured yung information mo, nahahack, nakukuha ng iba. Especially your competitors. Wala ka na. One day you'll be out of business. Why? Kasi alam na nung mga competitors mo yung mga strategies na gagawin mo. So, ma-out smart ka nila when it comes to making of strategies, no? So, security of the information is very important, no? And it can be provided by your system. No? So, security, financial data is the company's most valuable information and must be presented from falling into the wrong hands or getting lost by mistake, no? So, yun yung issue ng security. That's exactly what accounting and finance system do for their users, no? So, secured. Prevent accounting from being jeopardized in any way and keeping an extra copy in case you need to retrieve them, no? So, in most cases, you will get to build your internal security structure and decide who will have access to sensitive data. Actually, pagdating po sa security, ang daming issues dyan. At ang dami mo rin gagawin in order that you have a secure data. No? So, what are the types of the accounting softwares? So, sa accounting software, merong software na for billing and invoicing system lang. No? So, it's part of the system. So, billing and invoicing system complete company's basic day-to-day tasks, no? So, including check writing and informing customers about their due payments, no? So, it's all done by the computer. They are important to preserve control over the accuracy of accounting figures and make service look more professional and credible to the end recipient, no? So, kung mapapansin ninyo ngayon, may mga communication, no, na reminder, halimbawa, na nakalagay dyan, this is a computer-generated letter, no signature required. No? Kasi nasa system yun, nakikip track yun ng system. Bago yan lumabas, may mga control measures na yan na nangyayari. So, ipiprint na yan, diretso na sa customer. No? O kaya yung mga notices through the email. So, on the company side, billing and invoicing tools help document financial activity and prepare it for authorization and validation. No? So, kasama po yan yung mga authorization, validation, kasama po yan sa good internal control practices ng isang company. No? Another kind of the software is the payroll management system. No? Kasi ang payroll, especially if maraming empleyado ang isang company, hindi pwedeng mano-mano ng isang tao, no? So, payroll management systems, if you are looking to preserve control over your account payables and account receivables, also, you should be looking for payroll management system that will handle it all, no? So, the tools were developed to perform an array of different tasks, including calculating employee salaries, no? Pero usually kasi ang employee salaries, ano yan eh, regular yan eh, especially if regular employees, no? Cutting deductions, depositing the salary directly into staff members' bank accounts, yun yung mga, yung sweldo nila, available na sa banks na po nila wini-withdraw, no? May mga agreement yung employer with the banks, no? Na doon na lang kinukuha yung sweldo o kaya through ATM. Bakit po ginagawa yan ng karamihan ang sweldo ng employee? Through ATM na lang, no? Bakit? Kasi usong-uso po, lalo na dito sa Quezon City, yung natandaan ko pa nung mga late 2000, no? Usong-uso yung hold up ng payroll, no? Ang dami namamatay. Bakit? Kasi halimbawa, pwede na every Friday o kaya every 15 days. Mag-withdraw na ngayon itong cashier sa bangko para doon sa payroll, no? Magsisweldo. Ang daming mga may dala ng payroll money na na-hold up. No? Di lang isa, di lang dalawa. Na-hold up sila. Binabantayan sila pag withdraw pa lang sa bangko. Then paglabas, dala-dala na yung cash na hold up sila. So, with the use of the computer, maiwasan yun. Bakit? Kasi ang paggawa na ng payroll through the computer, and then yung salary, andun na nakadeposit na sa bank. No? Anong gagawin ng employee? Withdraw na lang niya through the ATM. No? Pero matindi pa rin yung dito sa Pilipinas, no? Kasi, di ba, kahit ATM machine na nakalagay sa labas, pati yung ATM machine, ninanakaw, di ba? May instance na yung ATM machine, kinarga sa sasakyan, tapos dinala kung saan-saan na din nilagari. No? So, ganun katindi dito sa Pilipinas. Samantalang sa Japan, there are so many vending machines, ATM machines. Pag naglakad ka sa Shinjuku, yung downtown area nila, andun lang nakahilera. No? Hindi ka napapasok sa mamadali ka. Yung daanan mo papunta sa train, ando doon dami-dami mga vending machines sa mga ATM, no? So the first time na nakita ko 'yun, alam mo, natawa talaga agad ako. Bakit? Naalala ko na, sabi ko pag nasa Pilipinas ito mga vending machines na to, mga ATM machines na pagkadami-dami, sabi ko hinakot na din ito at nilagari na, no? So ganun katindi sa atin. Okay, so cutting deductions, depositing the salary directly into staff members' bank accounts, producing tax forms and pay slips and more, gawa na lahat yan ng computer. No? So on the long run, they will secure your financial transactions, cut expenses, and help prepare detailed reports. So doon napaka rami ng advantages ng computerized system. No? Enterprise Resource Planning System, ito yung ERP. No? One of the most important accounting software categories. So, it combines all systems used for product planning, material purchasing, inventory management and control, distribution, accounting, marketing, finance, and human resource. No? So, napakarami ng kanyang functions. No? The latest ERP solutions also offer modules for customers relation management and business intelligence, no? So that the company can learn from its own practices and prepare better strategies in the future. Ang laki talaga po ng tulong ng computer. Actually, bakit na invento itong computer? Because of the needs of the business, no? Di naman to ginastusan ng nag-research at nag-develop nitong computer na para sa wala lang, no? Sino ang unang talagang nag-i-initiate ng computer? The business community. Kasi kailangan nila, no? Okay. Time and expense management system. These apps are designed to help expedite billing cycles and approve expenses on the go. Makikita mo ngayon sa internet, no? Ang dami nag-a-advertise diyan ng mga apps ng mga software na pang project management, pati na ngayon yung salita ng English, no? Yung Grammarly, may apps na rin, no? Na natutulungan ka pag hindi ka masyadong marunong mag-English. Alam nyo, para sa akin, parang kasi tayo, well-versed na tayo sa English, elementary pa lang, may mga English na tayo eh. Ngayon ko lang na recognize yung importance ng English, lalo na sa internet, na may ibang mga bansa talaga na hindi sila masyado marunong sa English. So, malaki pala yung natutulong sa kanila ng software. No? Kasi yung Grammarly na software na tuturuan ka pati sa mga composition mo, pati sa pag-i-English mo. No? So, nakakatulong pala yun sa iba. Sa atin hindi natin masyadong feel kasi English speaking na tayo, no? Elementary pala. No? Pero sa iba pala, napakalaki ng itutulong yan. No? So, the core rationale behind them is to help collect payments faster and detect slow and ineffective practices that were not visible before. No? So, their biggest advantage is being able to produce detailed graphical reports on how time and resources are being used in its company, especially now that the needs of the company becomes global. No? So, computer is a must. Talagang meron nga accounting system na global, no? Yung nag-i-issue ng resibo na global system, iisa lang all over the world, no? And it can be accessed in US, in Europe, in the Philippines, in other country, in Africa, pero isang system lang. At saka yung sequence ng issuance ng receipt nila, global also. So that yung 001 issue dito sa Pilipinas, 002 will be issued sa US, 003 sa Europe, no? Kasi isang system lang ginagamit, no? And that is also allowed, no? Ina-allow din po yan ng BIR, provided na during the audit, may access yung mga examiners na titingnan yung system, the whole system, no? So, ina-allow din po yan. What does accounting software do? Ano nagagawa ng accounting software? No? So, accounting is the main component of its system in this category and the one you should be looking for first when choosing a reliable solution. So, what we have in mind by accounting is general ledger and bank reconciliation. No? Yun yung sa auditing natin, yun yung mga una no? So, these are of course the basic and most important ones. No? So, while advanced system have much more bells and whistles to offer to their users. So, depende naman kasi din sa system na pipiliin mo. Mayroon ng mga simple, mayroon din sophisticated. And for those na mga sophisticated system, medyo mahal din. That's why, yung makaka-afford noon, yung mga may pera na rin. No? Billing and invoicing. There are accounting systems exclusively devoted to billing and invoicing, but most of them still treat similar operations as an integral module of any finance operation. No? So, they let customers automate mundane collections, adjust operations to new and effective payment methods and industry standards, and prepare accurate and in-time invoices for their clients. So, yun po yung system, no, na for the billing and invoicing. Budgeting and forecasting, common bundled module in most accounting systems. No? Kikita natin yan mamaya, yung mga features. No? So, it calculates and interprets finance performance for the current year and helps estimate the budget of the upcoming one. Using it, companies can prepare their estimates and set up feasible and optimistic sales targets. No? Papapansin ninyo, ang dinidiscuss ko sa inyo ngayon, ito na yung nagagawa ng accounting, no? At itong mga information na napaprocess niya, saan ito nanggagaling? In our documentation, in our bookkeeping, no? Kaya akala ninyo, simple lang yung bookkeeping, wala lang yung bookkeeping, record lang yun ng mga sales, record lang ng mga expenses. But, taking it as a whole, na activities ng isang business entity, napaka-importante pala niyan. Why? Especially sa decision making and especially in the strategy formulation ng isang business. No? So ano itong budgeting and forecasting? Saan manggagaling ang data na makakagawa ka ng effective na budgeting and forecasting? From the records that you have that accumulates through the years. No? So napaka-importante po ng bookkeeping. No? Okay. So, using this budgeting and forecasting, companies can prepare their estimates and set up feasible and optimistic sales targets. Ito lang example ko sa inyo that things are becoming complicated. No? Sa transfer pricing, which is the taxation o economic taxation, may requirement dyan na documentation na nire-require ang tax authorities sa mga taxpayers, no? So ano yung mga kailangan yung gawin doon? Gagawa kayo ng analysis, transfer pricing analysis report. ano yung gagawin mo ng transfer pricing analysis report? Sometimes you are allowed to have an advance pricing agreement, no, with the tax authority. Gagawa ka halimbawa, ang request mo doon for the next 5 years. Gagawa ka ng mga critical assumptions, gagawa ka ng mga data na para ma-approve ka for the next 5 years. So, anong gagawin mo doon? Forecasting lahat yun. But, it has a basis. May trend. Titingnan yung mga previous mo para malaman nung nag-evaluate na this is feasible. Pwede. No? So, those are sophisticated information na kailangan. At saan yan nanggagaling? Doon sa money record natin previous. No? So, bookkeeping is very important. Management of fixed assets. Ano yung fixed assets? Ito yung mga property, plant, and equipment. Especially if the company is asset-oriented, meaning the company invests too much of its assets sa property, plant, and equipment. No? So, doon siya nabubuhay, doon siya gumagawa ng negosyo. No? Kasi kung wala siyang assets na kinikip, hindi siya provide ng services. No? Diba, manufacturing companies, pwede ka bang mag-manufacture ng product na wala kang gamit na mga equipments? No? Ano yun, hawakan mo lang ng kamay? Hindi pwede. No? So, dapat may mga machineries and sometimes mga sophisticated din na machineries. No? So, these assets are to be managed. No? Halimbawa, yung business mo is airlines. No? So, pwede ka bang mag-business ng airlines na wala kang eroplano? Ang eroplano are fixed assets and they are very sophisticated and very expensive. No? Isang eroplano lang, 1 billion. No? So, that should be managed. No? So, both a separate tool or an inclusive module, fixed assets management helps manage financial data much more accurately. No? So, hindi ko na makwento sa inyo how this modern management of assets, no? Kasi lawak na usapin, no? So the module combines features such as audit history, cost records, depreciation calculation, resource allocation, and many more, no? Kasi ano ba ang kaakibat ng fixed assets? Depreciation, no? So proper na claim ng depreciation. That's why sa fixed assets natin ngayon, in the reporting ng financial statements, there is a requirement na mag-attach kayo ng lapsing schedule ng property, plant, and equipments. No? Ito yung fixed assets. Payroll management, with an array of payroll features, you will be able to calculate and process employee payments, prepare and print their checks without delays, and respond to all active legal and tax commitments without errors. No? Without errors. Anong nangyari doon sa mga nag-computerized accounting system and then nag-change yung tax rates natin during the train law? No? So they have to update or enhance also their system. So, there will be systems out there exclusively devoted to payroll management, used by enterprises and high-tier performance to remind them of their financial obligations. No? So may mga payroll software. No? Okay. Yun lang yung masasabi ko. Yung payroll na software na yan, dapat ano na rin siya dito sa Pilipinas na yung mga tax rates, yun na yung nagagawa niya. No? But sa mga modern na software ngayon, kayang-kaya na nila. No? Project accounting. No? So, project accounting software is usually packed in separate system that represent the accounting version of vertical industry software. No? So, they are most welcome by construction operators, software developers, no? Where both cost and applicable rules differ from one project to the other. No? So, the main capability of this software is estimating and handling overhead and cost related to labor, material, equipment, in line with all other features frequently met in accounting systems. No? So, yun yung project accounting. Software din po siya. Nakikip track niya lahat yung ginagawa during the project. No? Kasi especially yung mga construction, Hindi yan madali yung kanilang ah, tracking ng kanilang mga labor, materials, mga equipment. Hindi yan madali. That's why nandiyan na sa um, software, nasa computer, no? Fund accounting. Usually, ito yung sa mga non-stock na non-profit, no? Kasi fund accounting yan sila. These features are to be found in accounting software designed for government agencies and non-profit organizations, no? That include tracking donation expenditures. Kasi ang bawat donor may intended use yung kanyang fund, no? Kaya separate yung fund bawat sa non-profit organizations, no? Grant management, governmental accounting standards board, regulations, and a special suite of financial reports, no? Kaya kung bibili ka ng software depending on the needs and the style or the type of your organization, no? Inventory management, ito sabi ko na sa inyo kahapon pa, ni-emphasize ko sa inyo yung importance ng inventory. Why? Kasi nagkakaroon na ng inventory analysis that can be done during the audit, at pag hindi na manage na maigi yung inventory, nagkakaroon ng source ng deficiency, no? So, inventory management is a specific toolkit developed for stock control and where you will find all the necessary tools to give your business a higher shelf life product line. Higher shelf life product line. Ibig sabihin, yung mga display mo, mga inventory mo for sale, may mga higher shelf life, hindi yan pare-pareho ng expiry. No? So, nakokontrol yan or namamanage yan pag meron kang inventory management, no? Na software. This means that you'll be able to control the availability and movement of your products, no? Yung may mga buffer stocks ka na i-maintain, no? And avoid all sorts of delivery issues such as overstocking or understocking. Alam niyo, part ng inventory management, nagtanga ako kasi I used to pabalik-balik ako sa Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, because of my study nga doon sa transfer pricing. Kasi dito sa Asia, nandoon yung class ng IBFD, yung International Bureau of Fiscal Documentation, based in Amsterdam, Netherlands. Doon sila nagkakandak. So doon ako uma-attend ng mga classes. Although now, meron na rin sila sa Singapore, no? But I have not tried Singapore. Doon lang ako palagi sa Malaysia. Doon sa nakita ko na improvement, no? Karoon na ng budget airport ang Malaysia at saka meron na siyang regular airport, ang layo, no? Ang lawak. Nung huli kong punta, ang dami-daming mga warehouses na kinukonstruct sa airport. So, ano kaya ito? Yun pala, ito na yun, inventory management. Bakit? Di ba internet na, no? So, hindi na kailangan ng tao pumunta ng mall, pumunta ng kung saan-saan. So, anong ginagawa naman itong mga business owners? Nandun na sa airport yung kanilang mga inventory, ready na kung saan siya i-deliver. Nandiyan na siya, malapit sa aeroplano. No? Kaya sabi ko talaga nag-i-evolve ang business. I-evolve ang business. No? So, lalo na ngayon sa pandemic, hindi na tayo pupunta at magbabad sa mga mall, no? Saan na lang? Sa bahay na lang. So, paano ka bibili? Through the internet lang. No? So, much more so ngayon na ang computer talagang kailangan. What should you consider when getting an accounting system? Kasi, diba mamaya ang pag-usapan natin, yung regulations sa computerized accounting system. So, kailangan natin yung regulations kasi gagamit ka ng accounting system. So, ano yung considerations that you are going to do in choosing an accounting system? No? Okay, sabi ko sa inyo, sa large taxpayers, required sa kanila yung complete accounting system. Pag sinabi mong complete, from the issuance ng invoicing kasama na, no? So, an integrated invoicing module, regardless of the core operations, your accounting system should be complete, no? Ano yun, complete, ang integrated invoicing module. Nandiyan na yung inventory management, and if possible, you should always acquire a system that offers at least some basic billing and invoicing functionality. So pagka-complete yan, from the invoicing hanggang sa processing na ng information, kompleto na yan, no? So you will spare yourself the trouble of purchasing additional software or migrating data to another system, no? Also, customization, no? There is no one size fits all, depending sa needs yan ng company mo. Itong mga manufacturing companies, mas sophisticated yung kanilang system dyan. Why? Kasi mas marami silang i-keep track. Yung inventory pa lang nila, 3. Ano yung inventory ng manufacturing? You have the raw materials, you have the processed goods, and the finished goods, no? So, dyan pala makikita mo na dapat mas sophisticated or mas powerful yung kanilang system, no? So the reason for that is that each company runs specific finance calculations and adheres to a different set of rules, no? So if you're unable to find a specific system that matches your business model, kung halimbawa naghahanap ka ng accounting system pero hindi mo siya talaga makita, magpapagawa ka ngayon ng sarili mo na mag-hire ka ng sarili mong programmer, no? So look for a flexible program you can adjust to your operations, one that is able to grow with your business. Pwede ka rin bumili, pero paalam ka doon sa licensed developer na yan ng software na i-enhance mo siya. O, pwede din naman yun, no? Ease of use. Nothing simple about accounting procedures and calculation. The least your new accounting system should be able to do is to give you an intuitive environment to work in, no? Intuitive. It requires intuition or perception, no? Assumption. This means information should be arranged neatly and function should be available on a single dashboard, no? Kasi para may monitoring. You should complete operations within minutes following a navigation pattern you already know, no? So yun yung ease of use. And also the security, no? Ano yung sensitive data natin, mga confidential information, no? So dapat secured. Yung sabi nila may wall, no? Connectivity, no? Very important po ito, especially dito sa amin na naranasan na namin yung mga Zoom, yung ano. So connectivity is very important, no? You will already have an array of software pieces to put up with, no? So avoid changing your entire software infrastructure for the needs of a single program. Kailangan meron ka ng connectivity, no? Ito yung system that integrates with the tools you have, or in the best scenario offers open API, yung automated program integration for you to connect it with any system you want. So ano yun? Pag bumili ka daw ng software at saka hardware such that pwede siyang makonect doon sa ibang system na hindi na. Kaya nga ngayon walang exclusivity. Parang nag-usap-usap na rin dyan yung mga manufacturer ng computer na kailan compatible siya with another computer, no? Kasi kung hindi at bumili ka ng isang system, hindi mo na siya malagyan ng ibang apps, no? So, parang hindi siya friendly, no? Kaya ang ginagawa ng mga manufacturer, ginawa nila na pwede siya, no? Compatible siya with the other product. Mobile usage. Mobile, kahit saan ka, magdadala mo, no? Kahit nasa loob ka ng aeroplano, pwede kang magtrabaho. May access ka sa information, no? Most popular vendors nowadays offer native Android and iOS apps for their users, no? Dami ng apps sa mga cellphone where operability is just about the same as with the desktop version of the system. So, ganyan nag-evolve yung cellphone, no? Anong gusto mo? Manood ka ng TV, manood ka ng mga films, nasa computer, nasa cellphone na rin, no? yung information mo na kailangan mo ng laptop o computer, nasa cellphone na rin. No? So, yun yung improvement ng cellphone. Pricing. Okay, software logic applies again. More system can do, siyempre mas mahal. Sophisticated yung software mo, mas mahal siya. So if you can afford fully featured and ahead of its time suite, go for it. Kung kaya mo. Kaya nga yung cellphone na lang ngayon, yung mga bago klase, maabot na rin ng 100,000. You can just imagine that. Ang laptop, makakabili ka ng 30,000, 50,000, maganda na. Pero cellphone, may 100,000 na. Why? Because it can also do what the laptops or the computers do. No? So, quality accounting system can be purchased at a fraction of that price, and some of them are even available for free. No? Yung mga apps o kaya yung mga software. No? Yung iba, add-on na lang nila yun pag bumili ka sa kanila ng kanilang gadgets. No? So, reliable support. Most accounting software vendors pride themselves with knowledgeable and fast to respond teams. Ito na yung system maintenance na binabayaran din po to, no? But the truth is you won't know how efficient they are before you've actually had an issue to submit, no? Okay. Support is very important kasi especially if na-down yung system mo and then hindi ka kaagad-agad pupuntahan ng vendor mo, no? So, anong mangyayari? Kaya sa computerized accounting system, may backup tayo na rini-require, no? Okay. So, our next topic is about example of accounting software. Break po muna tayo ng 10 minutes. no? These are only few na accounting software. There are so many accounting softwares that you can explore, no? So, yung common, QuickBooks, no? Magkakaroon tayo mamaya ng show on how to use this QuickBooks para meron lang kayong idea on how a computerized accounting looks like. Kasi kung makikita ninyo yung manual of books of accounts na ganito yung mga hitsura ng manual na mga books of accounts. Pagdating po sa computerized books of accounts, electronic ledger, electronic books of accounts na, hindi na ganito yung hitsura. No? Okay. So, QuickBooks is easy to set up and use. And unlike spreadsheets, it does the accounting automatically. No? So, automatic siya. QuickBooks helps you keep track of the money coming in and out of your business, no? So, all-in-one, easy-to-use place. So, you always know where you stand and you're always ready for task time. Why? Kasi kahit saan ka, may access ka, no? Don't worry about losing your laptop or important files. QuickBooks automatically backs up your data with bank-level security, so it's always safe and always available from any device. Ganyan na, nag-improve na yung features ng QuickBooks, no? FreshBooks. Iba naman yung FreshBooks, iba yung QuickBooks. This is another kind of software, no? So, FreshBooks Cloud Accounting. FreshBooks offers a subscription-based product that includes invoicing, accounts payable, expense tracking, time tracking, retainers, fixed assets depreciation, purchase orders, payroll integrations, double entry accounting, and industry standard business and management reporting. No, yun yung nagagawa naman ng FreshBooks na software. All financial data is stored in the cloud, no, sa internet, on a single unified ledger, allowing users to access the same set of books regardless of location on desktop and mobile. It offers a free API o yung automatic program interface. Pwede mo siyang access sa ibang software, no? That enables customers and third-party software vendors to integrate external applications with FreshBooks. So ito yung sabi ko sa inyo na user-friendly, na compatible sa ibang software, no? FreshBooks also supports multiple tax rates and currencies. Kasi, di ba sabi ko sa inyo na beware with your software na baka hindi yung rates dyan sa system, kung sa Europe yan ginawa, rates ng Europe ang nandyan sa system. Pero itong FreshBooks, multiple tax rates. So, pwede siya kahit saan mo dalhin kasi pwede mong gamitin iba-ibang klaseng tax rates ang ipa-apply mo. Pwede. No? Hindi isa lang. So, it also incorporates a payroll feature and a project feature. No? Okay. So, another is Zoho Books. Zoho Books is a cloud-based accounting solution suitable for small organizations. No? Kasi depende naman yan sa laki din ng organization mo na mag-fit doon yung accounting software na ipoprovide mo. It features contact management, invoices, expenses, sales, and purchase orders, project time tracking, and inventory management. So, you can always recognize na inventory management is very important, especially if inventory-oriented po ang inyong companies. Zoho Books comes with automatic bank feeds, collaborative client portal, accounting and taxing, online payments, invoice templates, and analytical reports. So, ganun siya ka-sophisticated. Organizations can automate recurring activities such as billing, payment reminders, auto charge, and payment thank you note. So, ito automate mo, siya na mismo yung sasagot dun sa customer ang papa-thank you. No? Zoho Books allows users to manage multiple timesheets of different projects and tracking of reimbursable expenses. No? Imagine, siya na yung computer na magtatrabaho. Organizations can also connect bank and credit card accounts. yung mga software developer natin, pagandahan ng features. So, ito yun. SAP, ito mahal to, no? System Applications and Product, Germany po ito. SAP provides the right foundation for your accounting and reporting teams. Sa mga malalaking company, usually, ito yung ginagamit nila. Their financial accounting solution unifies robust financial accounting functionalities to help you manage the complexities of your company. Sabi ko nga sa inyo yung manufacturing, napaka-complicated yan kasi sa inventory pa lang, 3 yung inventory niya, kayang-kaya ng SAP. No? Complexities of the company's global accounting and reporting requirements. So, for greater efficiency and transparency across the enterprise, especially kung multinational yan and then cross-border yung mga transactions, no, involving different countries, kayang-kaya ng SAP. Record all your financial processes into a comprehensive general ledger. So, parang sa consolidation, pwede siyang mag-record sa general ledger. Support multidimensional reporting and parallel accounting standards. No? Get complete financial accounting by integrating assets, payables, receivables, and inventory. No? Kaya complete siya, financial accounting. Use powerful management accounting tools for orders, projects, cost centers, and profit centers. So, pangmalakihan po talaga ang SAP. Leverage comprehensive functionality for closing automation, reporting, and audit support. Okay, so that's about SAP. Itong Zero accounting software, no? May mga feedbacks ako doon sa mga previous participants na gumagamit daw sila ng Zero accounting software. And even yung isang kasama ko dati sa BIR na sa abroad ngayon, sa Tonga, no? Virus-free po sila doon, wala silang yung Tonga is a small country at the Pacific, di ba? Wala silang COVID, no? Virus-free sila, no? Hindi sila nilagyan ng virus. So, Zero accounting software, Zero single unified ledger allows users to work in the same set of books regardless of location or operating system. No? Ang dami daw talaga gumagamit nito. Its key features include automatic bank feeds, invoicing, accounts payable, expense claims, fixed assets depreciation, purchase orders, bank reconciliation, and standard business and management reporting. No? Zero has more than 200 secure connection with banks and financial service partners around the world. So, marami siya network. A free API also enables customers and third-party software vendors to integrate external applications with Zero. Zero has integrations with 700 plus third-party apps, and there are over 50,000 users of Zero's API developer tools. Ano yung API? Ito yung sabi ko sa inyo na automatic program interface. No? Bigyan mo over 700. Samantalang yung isang API, pag binili mo yon, middleware yan, 350,000. Sa kanila, kasama na sa system. Kaya maraming gumagamit. Another software is Brightpearl. No? Brightpearl is an omni-channel retail management platform for inventory management. No? Order processing and fulfillment, contact relationship management, and accounting information. No? So, Brightpearl is headquartered in Bristol, UK. The company is privately owned and funded by Eden Ventures and Notion Capital. So, yung mga ibang companies na may mga pera, nagbe-venture na rin po sila sa software. No? Sage Intact. Alam ko, meron din yan dito sa Pilipinas. No? Sage Intact has a suite of subscription-based accounting products. No? Its web-based applications are built on top of its internally developed platform. Sage Intact application includes accounts payable, accounts receivable, cash management, collaborate, general ledger, order management, purchasing and reporting, and dashboards. No? Okay. Cashew. Cashew is an easy-to-use accounting solution for freelancers, small business owners, and independent entrepreneurs to track income and expenses, manage taxes, send invoices, and other accounting functions. No? Okay. Okay. So, um, yun lang po yung mga examples ng software. Although sabi ko sa inyo, there are so many softwares like that. And yung sunod po is we will show to you yung mga example how this software works. No? Hari, meron ka ng ano?
Meron na po.
I-play mo. Sige, hindi naman na kailangan na nandito eh.
Welcome to QuickBooks Easy Setup tutorial. We will be going over how to set up your business today and start using it on the desktop 2019. You can also use this tutorial for any versions going back through 2016. So let's get started. The first option we have is to set up the business quickly. We can use the Express Start. This gets the main information in there so you can start recording in your check register or invoicing. What I like to use is the Detailed Start. This way I put in the information once and I don't have to go back to it again. So this way I can set up the items that I need, customers, all in one sitting, which we'll do today. If you do have an existing QuickBooks, you'll go to other options and follow the instructions through there, or if you're converting your Quicken data and other accounting software, you can also look in the help menu to determine the software that does convert up into QuickBooks. First thing you want to do is get started by putting your company name, tax ID, and of course you can get this off your tax return or you're using your Social Security as a sole proprietor. Your address, email address, and website, as these also show up on your invoices. QuickBooks gives you an industry type to choose from, and you want to choose the closest to your type of business. This way it sets up your chart of accounts for the most used chart of accounts in your industry. And it makes everything a little bit simpler because they've done all the hard work. We will be using a general product-based business chart of accounts today for you to review, but please select the one that best matches your company. In here, this will ask you for your type of tax form or business entity that uses, such as a sole proprietor, a 1040 form, or if you're a corporation, it's a Form 1120. So this can also be used to help guide you for exporting your books to TurboTax. You want to select the first month of your fiscal year. Some corporations, their first month is July, but in this case, we're going to use a calendar year, which is January. In here, it will set up your administrator password. This is very important because this is the one that can add users and has all access to the QuickBooks. So you want to make sure that you put in a password and keep that confidential somewhere. Now it's asking you where you actually want to add your file to. So it's saying you want to save it in company file on, you could say your desktop or in your PC on your C drive. Usually it will give you a default folder, so you might just want to use that. Once you've selected the destination for your company, then it will ask you to customize QuickBooks for your business. In doing so, we're going to use both the service and products. I always say, why not get as much as you can in here in case I need to use it. But you can set up just for service-based or a product only. It also will track your sales tax. If you are, you will select yes. In the sales, it will give you an option to create an estimate. And the estimate can be turned right into an invoice, so you don't have to type it twice. But if you are using estimates, you'll want to select yes. Okay, tracking the customer orders in QuickBooks. That's up to you if you want to use sales orders. Some businesses choose to use that, but that's an option for you as well. And then using statements in QuickBooks for billing. You may have some like a condo fees place that would want to charge a monthly fee. They could use statements for their billing. A lot of people use progress invoicing, and you can still just do an invoice every month and memorize it, or you can use a progress invoicing. That is an option mostly used by contractors. Managing the bills you owe. This is telling QuickBooks that do you like to enter the bills and pay the bills, so you would be creating accounts payable is what it's called. I just hit yes on this. Let's move through it. If you track inventory, we will be going over that in the next seminar, but for right now, I'm going to say no, we're not tracking any inventory. And time tracking, if you do have employees that work on jobs of yours, you can track their time in here. And if you do have employees, they have a beautiful payroll system that will give you a full service payroll, or you can actually pay all the taxes yourself and produce the reports. But I have used that for many years. Great program. And then we're going to set up the chart of accounts and see the accounts we want to use, maybe take out some. We also want to select the date to start tracking our finances, so you might want to go all the way back to 2018. And here is where we'll select the income and expense accounts. Over here to the left is an option to check off the accounts that you would use. And in some cases, in this case, they didn't want to use sales discounts. They don't offer that, so they didn't want that extra piece in the chart of accounts. And as you see scrolling down, there are different options again for the expense side of it. Maybe they didn't want to select business licenses and permits, but I certainly would. And then I might add equipment rental as well. So you're not going to find everything in here, but you should find 90% of the accounts you need to use. And this all translates back to, if you want to use this for TurboTax, all these are GAAP approved and move seamlessly over so you can file your own taxes. And then once you've completed that, you get a nice congratulations and go to setup. The first screen, so this is your opening screen here, and it's asking you, do you want to go ahead and set up the detail on adding people you do business with, products you sell, and bank accounts? And I say, yes, we do. So the first one we're going to add is the people we do business with. Now, to the left, it's saying you can import from Outlook, Yahoo, Gmail, or paste just from an Excel sheet. A lot of times, if you're importing the data in, you can use an Excel spreadsheet. Really simple here. This is the coolest thing, I think. When you're in here, you can determine if they're a customer, vendor, or employee. Now, you don't get to put as much information as you'd like, but you get the main information in here and can start using the system. And you'll notice we've got ATEC is a company that is a vendor, so people that we pay. And then we've got customer, which is our customer here. And of course, Tom Wade is our employee. Pretty easy to add all of that, and it adds it correctly into the system. Next up, we'll go to all the products and services you sell. In here, we're just saying that we're a service-based company. but you can also do non-inventory. That means you're not keeping a physical inventory of your parts, but you do sell a gadget. So in here, I want to go ahead and for a line item on my invoices, I would say I do labor, a consulting service, and I'm $150 an hour. I also have my products that I sell, so I'm saying gadget 1, gadget 2, and here's what I sell them for. So I'm adding all my products right here that I sell. I can also add them on the fly inside of the invoice that I'm selling, but it's really nice and simple because I can immediately start using these. And it tells me, all right, you've added 3 items. If they weren't correct, they'd make me go back and fix it. So it's a good way to make sure that you've done everything proper in QuickBooks. All right, last thing we're going to add is the bank account. In here, you want to add all of your bank accounts that will be going and bringing funds in for your business. So I've got my Wells Fargo checking, and the reason why I put checking on there is we may have a savings account. And then I have a PayPal account that also goes and has its own bank statement that I reconcile, and I have a merchant account. So I'm able to add all of these with the opening balance for my checking account. All these seem to get transferred into my checking account, so they all start at 0. But I've added all my bank accounts that quickly. Next thing we want to do is just start working. This is the dashboard or front screen of your desktop version. Very nice clear pictures here. If you want to enter a bill, pay a bill, here's the icons that you would select. We'll be going over that along with creating invoices, receiving payments, and also viewing our check register. These are main points I need to get started. I want to go over one more feature with you because I think it's very important. In these days, we can have a bank feed from our bank, and it's off to the left side of the QuickBooks, and you'll notice there's a little bank here called Bank Feeds. You can actually connect that Wells Fargo account by entering your bank's name here. It would be your login for your Wells Fargo, and it will download data daily, so you can actually use these bank feeds to bring all your information in if you're a really small company, if you're not using any of the invoices or bills. If you're just using a straight register, this is the way to go. So we're going to go into our register right now. There's an icon on here to the right, and this will ask you what account do you want to go into. We're going to go into the Wells Fargo checking. It will tell you at the top. And when we actually added the checking account, we told it the opening balance. So this is just like a check register in, at home that you keep where you have the payments you've made and deposits brought in. This is the main place I go to make sure everything's recorded properly. I can add my transactions directly from this register. Again, just like your home register, you'll fill out the information, which is the name, the amount, and in this case, we're going to select the expense account, and this would be a cost of goods. I have now added this, and you can see this item at the top here. I can also add deposits in the same register, so I really don't have to go anywhere out into the forms. Here I'm going to select income account because these are the type of income accounts I selected on the chart of account. And now I can see my opening balance along with the transactions I just put in there and the deposit. Again, this shows me my ending balance. Next thing we're going to do is use the forms. We're going to enter bills. These are bills that you owe. A bill form makes you put in the vendor name, a reference number. The reference number then tracks, so you can't duplicate having the same bill number in there. You can set the terms, and the main part you want to get is the account, which in this case, cost of goods. If I have a customer, the customer then can be selected here, and if I need to bill this charge back to them, I can select this box right here. Next, I want to pay bills. In here, I want to select to the left here the bill that I want to pay. It's telling me it's going to come out of my Wells Fargo checking, and I can print a check. I can also just assign a check number. Here's where I can print the check, or I can pay more bills. Next, we're going to go over on how to create an invoice. We select the customer Z Company, and Z Company is the one we just put those charges to. It will say, do you want to select outstanding billable time? If so, it will actually show me the item and bring it in, and I can charge the customer the 40, or I can change the amount. Also, I can add new products. Say I want to add a gadget, it's 50 and it's taxable. I can also put my labor in. I can also put in gadget 2 at 5, and we end up billing the customer with the items we just added. Now I want to receive a payment. In receiving a payment, I'm calling up the name of the customer that gave me the payment. I've selected that it's a check, so therefore I'm putting the check number in, selecting the invoice to the left with a check mark, and I'm only going to pay $100 because the check was only for $100, but it was on this invoice. You can record the whole amount. I'm just giving you the option here. And last thing you want to do is record your deposit. You may have multiple checks you received in a day. Say you receive 5 at $1,000 apiece, you would have a deposit going into the bank for $5,000. So you can record one deposit that matches for your bank reconciliation. When I go to make the deposit, it says, is this the only check you're depositing? And I'll put a check mark right here, and yes. It will then select the deposit account, in this case, the Wells Fargo. Now, a lot of times you may receive, such as like a retail shop will receive a register. So when the client comes in and buys the product, they're buying it right then, and you don't have an open invoice. So in that case, they've created what is a sales receipt, where you can do all the transaction on one receipt. So in here, I want to go ahead and charge this customer sales tax because we did set that up. The main things that I need are the sales tax rate and who I pay it to. And once I do that, I have my sales receipt where the client's coming in, they're buying gadget 1, 2 of them, and it is taxable, and I've set up my tax rate at 8 1/4. This will track my sales tax that I owe for a period of time. Now I can go over to my check register and verify that I have all my deposits in, and also it seems I have a check to print still. There are 2 main reports that I use in here, but there are well over 365. The main ones I use are from the drop-down reports. Company and Financial Profit and Loss Standard is the first one. Profit and Loss Standard is a snapshot in time of your income and your expenses for a net income that you can pull and filter for date, or if you're cash or accrual. The next report is A balance sheet report, standard. The balance sheet report, again, is through a snapshot in time, and this shows your assets and your liabilities. So it has your checking account, and again, like I said, we had charged sales tax, so we owe that to State Board. It will keep track of all of that, keep track of, again, what's in my Wells Fargo bank and who owes me money. And the company had just paid $100, so they still owed $350. Shows my opening balance I started with. Last but not least, to make sure and double check all the entries in your checking account, you want to go ahead and reconcile. So you'll reconcile your bank accounts, your PayPal, your merchant accounts, and that will be your double check. You'll go through from your bank statement and putting the statement ending date and the ending balance and hit continue. You will select all the items that have cleared the bank statement. The main thing is that you want to come down here and come to zero. This will show you, just like on your bank statement, how many deposits and how many checks. So you can verify where you're off. If not, come to zero, you can hit reconcile, and you are done. And know that your information has been double checked by your bank reconciliation and feel most comfortable sending those reports to a bank. I want to thank you again for taking the time to go through this. Please get started on your own. If you need any help, I am available for personal training. Thank you again for watching.
Hello and welcome to our Xero overview video. In this video we're going to take a look over different parts of Xero, such as the main menu, invoices, bills, payroll and more. By the end of the video you should have a good idea of the functionality Xero offers and whether or not it is right for your business. Once you've finished, if you would like to learn more about Xero, please check out the links to our Xero courses in the description below. And of course, if you got some value out of this free video, please like it or share it or subscribe to our YouTube channel. Finally, I just want to let you know to view this video at 1080p for maximum sharpness. So without wasting any more time, let's get going. Let's start off by having a look over the main menu. Xero's main menu runs along the top of the screen and gives you access to every part of Xero that you'll need to do the bookkeeping for your business. Let's start on the left hand side of the screen where there's a drop down menu, and from this drop down menu we can get access to a few crucial areas of Xero. The first one here is the files section, and in this files section we can store files directly in Xero without having to store them anywhere else. This includes files such as PDFs or images or spreadsheets or whatever else you like. There's a few different ways you can get files into this section. You can upload them by clicking on this button. You can take photos of documents by linking up your webcam and pressing this button. And you can even email files in. And as I said before, this section allows you to store files in Xero on the cloud without having to store them anywhere else. So let's go back to the main menu and have a look at the next section, which is the settings section. The settings section is divided up into a few different subsections, and when you first open your Xero account, you'll need to go into these subsections and set up your business properly. For example, you'll need to go into the organization details section and add details such as the name of your business, the type of business you run, such as a company, and the ABN number if you have one. And if you will be processing pay runs for your business in Xero, you'll need to go into the payroll settings section and make sure everything is set up correctly there before you do your first pay run. Likewise, if you send out sales invoices, you may need to go into the payment services section and set up accounts such as PayPal accounts or Stripe accounts so you can receive money from your customers. So that's a quick overview of the settings section, which you can find through the drop-down menu here on the left. The other items that you need to be aware of in this first drop-down menu are the link here to the app marketplace, where you can go if you need to buy third-party software that connects with Xero that you can use to manage things such as expenses or fixed assets or inventory. And also a link to the My Xero section, where you can go to access the demo company, to reset the demo company, or to change organizations if you're managing more than one live organization. So moving along to the next item in the main menu, which is a link to the main dashboard. If you click this link, you will be taken back to the dashboard no matter where you are in Xero. So now let's have a look at the other drop-down menus in Xero's main menu. The first one here is the business menu, and from here you can see that you can access areas of Xero to do with invoicing to your customers, bills that you need to pay, expense claims, and products and services, which is another name for inventory. On the next menu item, accounting, you can see that you can access your bank accounts, you can access certain reports, and you can go to certain advanced functions such as the place where you go to manage the chart of accounts, your fixed assets register, and also to post manual journals. The next menu item is payroll, and if you have a Xero subscription with payroll, then this item will show up for you. If you do not have payroll in your Xero subscription, this menu item won't show up in your live account, but it will still show up in the demo company. So you can still practice doing payroll in the demo company, even if you don't have it in your live Xero account. And here you can see that we're provided links to all the different things that we need to do to set up and run our payroll. The next menu item is for projects. And the final drop-down menu here is for contacts. And in here you can manage the contact details of your customers and your suppliers and your contractors, and you can also create groups of customers that you can use to bulk send invoices. The final part of Xero's main menu are these icons off to the right. The first icon here, which is a plus symbol, just gives you quick links to certain things that you might use quite a bit when you're doing the bookkeeping for your business, such as creating invoices or bills, or going in and managing your contacts, doing quotes or purchase orders, or posting manual journals. And there's also links there to create spend money, receive money, and transfer money transactions. The next button along here is a search button that you can use to search for anything in Xero. And you can see here that it's not available when you're in the demo company, but it will be available in your live account. So if you need to search for anything in your live Xero file for your business, you can click on this magnifying glass here. The next icon here is a link to the notifications area, and this is the area where you will receive notifications from Xero if there's anything that they need to notify you about. And the second last icon here is to get to the help section. So if there's something you need help on, if you want to try and find an article on it, you can type some keywords into here, and you can see if you can find an article on it. If not, you can access the help center down here. There's a link, and if you're really stuck, there's a link here to find a Xero advisor. And the final icon on the main menu just gives you a link to your profile and your account, and also a way to log out. So that was a quick overview of Xero's main menu and how to access all the different parts of Xero from the main menu. So now let's have a look at some of those parts in a bit more depth. Okay, now let's have a look over the invoicing section of Xero. To get there, you just need to go to the business drop-down menu, and there you can see the top 3 menu items relate to invoices. There's invoices, quotes, and the sales overview screen. let's go to the sales overview screen first. And as the name suggests, this screen gives us an overview of all the sales invoices that we have created and either sent out to the customers or are still waiting to be sent out. So if we start from the top of the screen, we can see there's a few buttons there. This first button you can click on to create invoices, quotes, or repeating invoices or credit notes. The second button you can press if you want to send statements to your customers for their outstanding invoices, to let them know just in one statement all the invoices that they've got outstanding with you. There's also a button here to import invoices, and over on the right there's a search button where you can search for invoices or quotes by the number or the reference number or the customer's name or anything else. So I'll just close that. The next part of the screen is a panel that shows the various stages of invoices and how many invoices there are at those stages. So the first panel here you can see is for draft invoices, and we can see here that in the demo company there are 4 draft invoices worth a total of $2,200. The next panel along tells us that there is 1 invoice that's awaiting approval from someone who is allowed to approve invoices. The next panel shows us that there's $16,000 worth of invoices that we're waiting for customers to pay us for, and there's 10 invoices in total, and of that 10, 3 of them are overdue to a value of just over $7,000. You can click through to the invoices in these sections from these panels. So if I click on the draft panel, for example, we're taken to a screen where you can see all 4 of the draft invoices that total $2,200, and you can also see that a lot of the buttons and links on this screen are similar to the sales overview screen. So let's go back to the sales overview screen and continue to have a look at the sections on this screen. So the next section down is a little chart that just shows you the timing of money that you're expecting to come in, which is based on the invoice due dates, and you can see there's quite a lot there in December. And then to the right of that there's another chart showing you the customers that owe the most. So we've got Ridgeway University there owing us more than any other customer. And the final section on this screen is for quotes. There are no quotes created here in the demo company, so I can't really show you around that, but you may use quotes in your business, and if you do, then you can access information on those quotes via those panels down the bottom of the screen there. The next thing I want to do is quickly show you how to create an invoice. So you can do it by clicking on the button here and creating an invoice from here like we saw before, but instead of doing it from here, I'll show you how to do it from the main invoices screen, which is basically the same way anyway. So let's just go up to the invoices screen through the business menu there, and this is the main invoices screen, and from here you can see this is a list of all the invoices. So along here there's different panels that you can click on to see the invoices that are at various stages along the way, just like I showed you before on the sales page. So this panel shows you all of the invoices no matter what stage they're at, and then you can click on these panels to look at draft invoices, awaiting approval invoices, awaiting payment invoices, invoices that are paid, and also repeating invoices. So from here, let's have a look at how to create a new invoice. And to do that, we just click on the button at the top of the screen here that's similar to the button on the other screen that we looked at before, and click on New Invoice. And this takes us to the New Invoice screen that we can use to create an invoice. So let's just do a very quick example. So in the first panel here, we just need to type in the customer's name. So if we just type in A, it'll bring up all the customers that start with A. So we'll choose ABC Furniture. This is the date that we're creating in the invoice. We just need to select a due date as well, so let's do in 2 weeks time. The next box is for an invoice number, which has been automatically generated by Xero, which is fine. And then we can choose different ways of branding our invoices, and there are a few different branding templates set up in Xero, so we'll just leave it on the standard one for now. And if we click on preview, we'll be able to see the invoice at any stage, so we won't do that yet because we haven't finished creating it. And this button here, you can click on this button if you want to upload files to attach to this invoice, and the files will be saved in Xero. So if there's anything that you want to remain with the invoice forever, you can simply upload it through this button. So let's just quickly finish creating our invoice, and we'll do it for services rendered, the quantity of 1, and then we'll just put a unit price of $100 in there. There's no discount percentage. You can see Xero has defaulted to put it in the general ledger code sales. Sales has a default tax rate of 10% GST on income. We're not going to assign it to any region. So there's the total amount of $100 at the end there. And up here you get to choose whether you want the amount to be inclusive or exclusive of tax, or if there's no tax. At the moment you can see it's inclusive of tax, which means that when we put $100 in, that includes GST, so it calculates the GST down the bottom as 1/11 of the $100. If we change that to exclusive, we're saying that the $100 does not include GST. So now Xero calculates the GST on top of the $100, and the total invoice is now $110. So let's put it back to tax inclusive. And then from here, all you need to do is decide what to do next. So if you're an invoice approver, you can go straight into approving the invoice by clicking on this button. Or if you're not an invoice approver, or if you want to save it as a draft for any other reason, you can just click on the save button, or you can click on the drop down here and choose any one of those options down here. So let's just approve the invoice, and you can see there that we get a success message at the top saying that our invoice has been approved for $100. So let's go back to the invoices screen and see where it is. So I'll just click on invoices. So we're back on the invoices screen, and because we approved the invoice, it's in this awaiting payment section, and there it is at the top, ABC Furniture for $100. We didn't email the invoice to the client, so it's not marked as sent like these invoices down here. If we did email it to the client, then that would say sent. If you do want to email an invoice to a client, there's a couple of different ways you can do it. The first way is from this screen. You can just tick on the invoice here and then click on the email button, and it brings up a little send invoice box where you can put in the email addresses. You can put in more than one address there if you like, and then there's just a normal subject line and message area for the email. So I won't send it from here because this is the demo company. And you can also include files as attachments, and you can include a PDF copy of the invoice with the email. So I'll just cancel out of there. I'll just show you, you can also print the invoice from here after you've ticked it, and that will download a PDF version of the invoice in case you want to email it some other way or print it out. And the other way you can do both of those things is if you go into the invoice itself, and you can see there's an email button up here and a print PDF button, and they do exactly the same things as you could do from the other screen. So that's a basic overview of invoicing in Xero. Okay, now let's have a look at the purchasing and bills section of Xero. So to get there, we just go to the business drop-down menu, and these three items in the middle are for purchases and for bills that we need to pay. So the first one we'll have a look at is the purchases overview. And this is a screen that just shows us a summary of the current billing situation for the demo company. So if we start from the top, we can see there's a few buttons here. The main one is this new button that you can click to create a new bill, a new one-time bill that is. You can also create repeating bills, you can create credit notes, and you can create purchase orders. Over on the right here, there's also a search box. So if you need to search for a bill by reference number or a contact name or something else, you can use this search box. Next, we have this group of panels here that shows the timeline of the current bills that are sitting in the demo company. And you can see on this first panel here that we have one draft invoice for $115.20 that's been created. And then as we move along, there's one that's awaiting approval, and there's 12 that are approved and awaiting payment. And of those that are awaiting payment, 8 of them are overdue to a value of $5,600. And as we continue to move further down the screen, we can see that there's a graph here that just shows some dates and the amounts of bills that are due on those dates. So we can actually adjust that chart by just moving this along so we can see further into the future. And the way from the bills they have set up in the demo company here, you can see that there's nothing past due from the 24th there. If we slide along further into the future, there's nothing there, so you can adjust that if you like. And then down the bottom here we have some similar panels to the bills section. These are for purchase orders, so if you use purchase orders in your business, you can have a look here on the purchases overview screen and see what the story is at the moment. So there's one draft purchase order, there's none that are awaiting approval, and there's 5 that are approved. The next thing I'm going to show you is how to create a one-off bill in Xero. You can do it from this screen if you click on the new bill button up here, but I'll show you that you can also do it from the bill screen. So this is the main billing screen where you can see all of the bills that are in the system, whether they're awaiting payment or draft or paid, whatever else. There's tabs along the top here that you can click on to see the bills that are in their various stages, just like you could from that main purchaser screen. So if we have a look at awaiting payment, we can see all the bills that have been approved and still haven't been paid. So let's go and create another one by clicking on the new bill button at the top here. So let's just create a bill for purchasing some office supplies. So I'll type in office here to bring up one of the contacts that we've already got in the system, and we'll choose the due date. You can put a reference number in if you like, and you can also attach files to this bill if you have anything that you might need to reference later on for this bill. So it could be a purchase order, or it could be an Excel spreadsheet or an email or anything else. So let's just put in the description of supplies for the office, and we'll say that we purchased 10 and they were $50 each, and they should go to the printing and stationery account. And you can see that that's automatically set up to have GST on expenses, which will be at a rate of 10%. So because we have this set to tax exclusive, the amount that we've got in here as the total is exclusive of GST. So Xero has added 10% GST onto it to make the total bill $550. If we change that to tax inclusive, it means that this amount is already inclusive of GST. So Xero will calculate 10% of that total, being 1/11, which is $45.45. So you can see the total bill is still $500. So that's the difference between the two. There's also no tax in there, but that's not relevant to this because stationery does attract GST. So once you've got it set up, you can save it as a draft by clicking on the Save button over here, or you can approve it for payment right away if you are authorized to do that. So let's click on Approve. And Xero has given us a success message at the top to say that our bill is approved. If you do need to, you can click on this button here to print a copy of the bill as a PDF. And if you've made a mistake, you can either void the bill or you can just edit the bill. So if you needed to change the amounts or the account code or something else, you can click on Edit and go in and make changes. But we're happy with this bill, so let's go back to our billing screen. And here you can see that we're in the tab for bills that have been approved and are awaiting payment. And here's our bill at the top for our office supplies for $550. So that's how you successfully create a bill in Xero. So that's a one-off bill. If you have bills that you pay regularly, you can create repeating bills in Xero to save you from having to create the same bill over and over again, say monthly. So to do that, you just go up here and you just click on New Repeating Bill, and you can create a bill for your phone bill or your rent or whatever you like. But let's just have a quick look at any repeating bills that are already set up in the demo company. So we'll click on the Repeating tab. And here we can see that there are some repeating bills set up. So this first one here is for the monthly bill to pay Xero for using the software. So if we click into that, we can see that all the relevant details are in, the description and the amount and the GL code. And we can see at the top here that the bill repeats every month, and when the system creates it, it goes straight into the approved bucket, so it doesn't need to be approved by anyone. It's already automatically approved, and it will show up in that approved tab ready for payment. So let's just go back and have a look at another one. So we'll just cancel out of here, and you can see what I mean here, that first bill is auto approved. If we have a look at another one that's saved as draft, so this particular repeating bill here, so this is for the monthly ADSL or internet connection, and you can see that instead of this one being automatically approved when Xero creates it, it actually saves it as a draft instead. So it still needs to be approved by someone. It'll end up in the drafts tab. So if we cancel out of there and go back to this main page, so that Xero bill will automatically show up here in this tab every month, and the bill for the ADSL will automatically show up in this drafts tab every month, and then someone will have to go and approve it. So that's how you manage repeating bills in Xero. And that's also the end of our look at the purchases section of Xero. So let's move on now to the next section. Okay, let's have a look now at the expense claims section of Xero. To get there, just click on Business in the main menu and go to Expense Claims. So the first thing we'll do is just have a quick look at some of the settings. So if you click on this cog up here, it'll take you to the expense settings section. And you can see here in the General tab, there's an option here to enable receipt analyzing. So if you click that, you will allow Xero to analyze photos that you or your employees take of receipts for their expense claims, and then the system will try to create an expense claim automatically so that you don't have to type in all the information. So we'll just untick that again, and then in the next few tabs you can control who the users are, you know, which of your employees are allowed to submit expense claims, and thirdly, you can control which general ledger accounts people are allowed to send expense claims to. So they won't all be appropriate. So for example, no one would, you know, should be allowed to submit an expense claim to the depreciation account or cost of goods sold account. So you can just tick the general ledger codes down here that you feel are appropriate, such as entertainment and advertising, etc. So back to the expense claims main screen here, you can see that there are various stages of expense claims. So in this incomplete section here, you can see that it contains the expense claims that are in the draft stage still, so they haven't been submitted and they haven't been approved. If they have been submitted but are not yet approved, they show up down here in the in review section with the label submitted. And then if they have been approved, the label approved is applied, and they also Xero also will create a bill for that particular expense claim, so you can pay the person the money that you owe them. So that's an overview of expense claims in Xero. Let's move on now to the products and services section. The next section we'll have a look at is the products and services section of Xero, which is also the inventory section. So to get there, just go to the business menu and products and services. And here we can see that there are a few different kinds of products and services. So if we have a look here, we can see there's some golf balls and there's some t-shirts, and those are all products that have a buying price or a cost price and a sale price with a margin in the middle. So they're physical products. And there's also some services set up here. So services such as development work with hourly rates and day rates. And there's some more down here for project management and some half-day training and desktop network support. So some of these items here are products and some of them are services. They're not all physical inventory. So you can create new items by clicking on this new item button, and you can also import and export some of the data. Now, if you run a business where you do have inventory, you may find Xero's products and services section a little bit basic. So if you need something more sophisticated, such as the third-party add-on, you can go to this main menu and go to the app marketplace and see if you can find something more sophisticated and more appropriate for your business. And I'll just finish off by showing you what these item codes can be used for, particularly for services. So you can see here there's a DevD item code here. So if we do some development work for a client and we want to invoice them, we can go to the invoicing section. We can create a new invoice, and then when we go to fill in the line items, we can click on this item here, click on the drop down, and you can see here this is where the products and services show up. So if we click on DevD that we were looking at before, that will automatically populate our invoice with all the information that was set up in the products and services section. So even though the products and services section is probably a little basic for physical inventory such as golf balls and t-shirts, it is pretty handy if you have particular services that you invoice people for over and over again. You can just set up the services here. So that was our overview of products and services and inventory in Xero. Let's have a look now at bank accounts. Okay, now let's have a look at one of the more important parts of Xero, which is how to manage your bank accounts. So no matter what kind of business you've got, you're likely to have at least one bank account or credit card or PayPal account or whatever it may be, and they're all controlled from the bank accounts section. So on the main dashboard here, you can see the two bank accounts that are set up in the demo company. There are a couple of panels here to show you the information on those bank accounts, and you can also see that you can click into those bank accounts by clicking on the names of them. If you want to reconcile this main account, you can click on the button, and you can also access a few things by clicking on the three buttons on the right hand side here. But let's go into the bank accounts from the main menu. So you just need to click on accounting and bank accounts, and here you can see the main bank account screen. And the reason I've gone in here instead of from the main dashboard is that there are some extra buttons at the top here that allow you to do a few things, such as adding a new bank account, which you'll have to do when you first set up your business on Xero. So if we click on that, you can see here that there's a process you need to go through to set up a bank account. So here in Australia, it's brought up some of the main banks here. So let's click on ANZ. Then you go to the next screen where you type in your account name and the account type. So let's just say it's an everyday bank account, and we'll just call it business bank account, business account 2. And then you can type in the BSB and account number. So I'll just put some pretend numbers in there. And if we go to continue, you can see we have a new bank account down here. Now, we haven't actually got any transactions in that account because we only just set it up. So you can click on here to import a bank statement, and that's a manual import process. So you'll need to download transactions from your online banking, put them into the template that Xero provides through the process, and then import them to get the transactions in here. Normally what you like to do though is set up automatic importing, and that's one of the main benefits of using Xero. So every day your bank transactions will be automatically imported into the bank accounts that you've got set up in Xero. I can't show you how that works in the demo company because it's not activated in the demo company. But if you can get that set up for your bank accounts, it's a real time saver. So let's just have a look at the 2 bank accounts that Xero has set up in the demo company here. And the first thing you'll probably notice is that the main business bank account has this button here saying that there's 28 items to reconcile, while the other bank account says that it's reconciled. So if we go into this one and we look on the reconcile tab, we can see that there's no transactions to reconcile, and that the balance in Xero is the same as the balance in the online banking facility. So if we go back to the main bank account screen, and now we go into the business bank account, so we can either click on this button here to go straight to the reconcile tab, or we can click through the same way we did the other account and then click on the reconcile tab. And here you can see that there are 28 items that need to be reconciled. So on the left hand side we have the bank statement lines, and these are the transactions that are imported from your bank account, whether you manually uploaded them or whether they came through the automatic feed system that you hopefully can set up for your bank accounts. And then on the right hand side we have transactions in Xero, and the idea is that every single bank account item needs to match to a transaction in Xero. So whether that's a sales invoice or a bill or an expense payment to a client or something else, it needs to match, and then you can reconcile it. Xero will always try to automatically match your bank transactions with invoices and bills, etc., that you already have set up in Xero. And when that happens, it shows up as a match, just like it has here, and this OK button will appear in the middle, so you can see the button is there for a few of the transactions that have matched, and it's not there for others. So there's no matching general ledger transaction for this $15.75 spend at the bakery. Once Xero does match these things together, or you do it yourself, and the OK button shows up, all you need to do is click on it, and that item is reconciled. So you can do that one as well, and as you scroll down you can see there's more of them. So for bank account transactions that come through on your feed that do not have a matching transaction in Xero, you need to create them. So you can do that manually by using this create tab here. So if you like, you can just create a spend money transaction for this. So we could say it's the Cooper Street Bakery, and we can say that that might go to, let's say, entertainment, and we can put a description in if we like, but we won't do it here. And you can see now that we've created a transaction, so the OK button appears, and if we click OK, then that item will be reconciled in our accounts. It will disappear from here. So likewise, we've got some money coming in here for $2,000, and we can create some sort of receive money transaction because it looks like it's not matching to a sales invoice. And the other thing you can do is to create bank rules, and the rules will look for certain information in your bank transactions and then try and create a general ledger transaction automatically. So you can have a look at the bank rules by going to Manage Account, Bank Rules, and we can see here that there's only one of them set up here in the demo company in this particular bank account called 7-Eleven, and it's a spend money rule. And what that's going to do is it's going to look for a payee that contains the word 11, and it will try and match bank account transactions and then create a general ledger transaction automatically. So if we go back to our bank feed and just go back to bank accounts, back into the business bank account and into the reconciliation tab, you can see here there's a transaction that does actually contain the word 11 for 7-Eleven, and Xero has automatically created a general ledger transaction to match it to. So we can just straight away click on OK, and that's reconciled. So that's just another way that Xero tries to help you to automatically reconcile transactions, and you can create as many bank rules as you like for whatever transactions you like. So for example, we could create a rule for Central City Parking, and then every time Xero spots Central City Parking coming through your bank feed, it will try to create a general ledger transaction for you. Then the OK button will show up, and then you can just go through and click OK, and it's reconciled. So let's just go back up to the top here and have a look at some of these other tabs. We can see there's a cash coding tab, and from here you can manually code the transactions that have come through on the bank feed to general ledger accounts, and it can be a faster way of doing it than using the reconcile tab. So it's just a matter of preference really as to which way you want to do it. The next tab just shows the bank statement transactions, and you can see here that some of them are unreconciled and some of them have been reconciled. There's also one that's been deleted there. And then finally the account transactions tab, which shows you transactions in Xero's general ledger. So that includes things like invoices and bills that have been set up. And again, you can see some of them have been reconciled to bank account transactions and some of them are still unreconciled. So that's a little overview of how to reconcile a bank account in Xero. If we go back to the main bank account screen, I'll just point out that if you have other accounts such as credit cards or PayPal accounts or Stripe accounts or anything like that, you still manage them from this section here. So you just go into add bank account, and if for example it's a PayPal account, you can just type in PayPal and then go through the process of adding the PayPal account through here. So that's it for bank accounts. Let's move on now to the next section. Let's have a quick look now at some of the reporting that you can do in Xero. So if you click on the accounting menu, you can see that there is a report section, and this is the favorites section. So these particular reports have been favorited, and they include the business activity statement and the balance sheet, cash flow and profit and loss. So you can go directly to those reports from here because they're favorited. If you want to go and look at a different report, you just click on reports, and from here you can go into any one of Xero's reports, and you can see the reports that have been favorited have a little star next to them that's been selected. So if we wanted to take the balance sheet off that menu, we just click on the star, and now you can see that the balance sheet no longer appears there. So we can put that back, and there it is again. So that's how you favorite and unfavorite a report for the menu. And other than that, really, you can just have a look through and see what kind of reports are here and what you may need in your business. So you might need to expand it out a little bit, and you can see there's financial reports and sales and purchases, inventory reports. There's lots of payroll reports as well, and then some reports for taxation and accounting and fixed assets. So that was just a little overview of the reporting section in Xero. Let's move along to the next section. Okay, let's have a look now at some of the advanced accounting tools and settings in Xero. So to get there, we just go to the accounting menu, and you can see down the bottom here, there's a subsection of the menu with a few quick links to some of the advanced accounting areas. So you can use those links, or you can just click on advanced up here, and that will bring up all of the advanced features and the advanced settings just on the one screen. So just going down the list of advanced features here, and we won't look at them all, you can see there's a tool here to find and recode transactions if you've made a mistake and you need to do that. There's a section where you can go to post manual journals to the general ledger. So we'll just click in here and have a look, and you can see if we have a look at the list of all journals, there's a few in here in the demo company, one of which has been posted, a few of which are still drafts, and one has been voided. So if you want to create a new journal, you just click on the new journal button, and Xero always gives you a message recommending that an accountant or a bookkeeper create journals unless you have experience managing a general ledger. And then you can simply go ahead and create the journal down here. Xero will tell you if it doesn't balance. So if we go back out here and have a look at some of the draft journals, I believe this one here doesn't balance. It's $108 out because of the GST. So you won't be able to post that one until it balances. So when you do get a journal to balance, and it's either saved as a draft or you're just creating it at the time, you can either save it as a draft or you can just post it right away, and it'll just post straight into the general ledger. So that's a little bit about manual journals. So if we go back to the advanced section, next on the list is fixed assets. So if we go into the fixed assets section, you can see, similar to a lot of the other places in Xero, such as invoicing and bills, there's you can save drafts, and then you can register them when they're ready to be registered. So if we just have a little bit of a look here at one of the draft fixed assets, and you can see that we've purchased some desks and chairs and furniture for the office, and it's being coded to office equipment, and there's a purchase price and an asset number, etc. You can also put some other details in here, such as a description, a depreciation start date, choose the depreciation method by rate or by effective life, and then when you're ready you can just click on the register button, and then it will show up in the registered assets list. So there's a few here that are already registered. So if we go into this one, we can just see the details of it. It's an LCD TV, 60-inch TV, diminishing value depreciation at 40%. And we have a look here, summary of the value. We can see it's still in at its book value of $6,500. So once you've got a couple of registered assets, or even just one, at some point you will run your depreciation, whether you do it monthly or if you just do one run at year end. You just click on this button and it will calculate and run the depreciation for you. And of course, if you want to add a new asset, you can do it this way. And there's a few other ways you can do it as well, but I won't show you those right now. But you can just press this button to create a new fixed asset. So if we just go back into the advanced section while we're on the topic of fixed assets, there's also under advanced settings, there's some fixed asset settings that you'll need to set up before you actually register any assets. So if we just have a quick look in there, and we can see that what we need to do is create the asset types for a start. So you might remember we just had a look at one that was coded to office equipment, so that's already been set up here in the demo company, and the general ledger accounts that the asset goes to and the accumulated depreciation goes to and the depreciation expense goes to. It's all been set up, and there's a default depreciation method here as well. So you can set up asset types, you can set up motor vehicles or heavy equipment, whatever you like in here. And then there's a few GL accounts that you can select here if you're going to dispose of an asset, and there's some tax reporting settings as well that you can set up to do with pooling. So you need to set those up before you start adding fixed assets. So that's what I wanted to show you on the advanced features side. So on the advanced settings side, we've already looked at the fixed asset settings, but there's also some other settings that you need to go through when you're first setting yourself up in Xero. One of those is the financial settings. So obviously in Australia we've got GST, and you'll need to go through and set up your GST method and put some other details in here as well, such as when you calculate your GST and pay it. Same with your PAYG withheld and your PAYG income. And there's a few tax defaults here that you can tinker with as well, and lock dates for if you need to lock your accounts for posting to ensure that people no longer post to them once you're finished with particular periods. It's all in here. So the next one down is another really important one, which is the chart of accounts. So different businesses will have different charts of accounts. So you'll need to set one up that's appropriate for your business, but it's all in here. The assets and liabilities, etc. Each one has a different tab, and you can add GL codes, and you can delete them if you haven't used them. If you have used them, you may be able to archive them instead by just ticking there and clicking on the right button. So if we just have a look at when you add an account, you can see that there's a few things you need to fill in. Obviously the account type, so if it's a current asset, pick a unique code, give it a name, a description, and then you'll need to choose the way that it has tax calculated on it or not. So we won't set one up. I was just showing you where to go to do that. So that's a bit about the chart of accounts, except I should also point out that you can import a chart of accounts if you have one set up in another system and you want to bring it over to Xero. You can import it. And if we have a quick look at the tax rates, we can see here that there's some basic GST tax rates set up for the Australian version of Xero, with GST on expenses and income set at 10%, and all these other codes it's 0%. If you need more tax rates, you can click on change to advanced tax rates here, and I'll just click on it, and you can see now that the list of tax rates we've got is much longer, and particularly there's a few additional tax codes that have come through for things like exports and capital imports, etc. So depending on what type of business you run, you may or may not need to use those. So let's just go back to the advanced settings section and have a look at tracking categories. Now, tracking categories is basically Xero's version of cost centers or profit centers. So you can set up different categories, and you can have different categories within the categories. So this one, you can see here in the demo company, there's a region category set up, and there's east, north, south, and west coast. And I'll just quickly show you one way that you can use those. If we go into invoices, for example, and we just have a look at this first invoice here. If we edit the invoice, and you can see here there's a region column with nothing selected, but we can assign it to one of those categories that we saw before. So we could assign this to east side, and the next line, for example, could be assigned to the north side. We can update that so it saves. And all that means is that when you go to do some reporting later on, you can report by region, because you've got it set up as a tracking category and you've used it here. So yeah, so that's how tracking categories are a lot like cost centers and profit centers in Xero. And the final thing to show you here is conversion balances. And this is the place you go to if you're converting over from a different accounting package to Xero. You can put conversion balances in for all your general ledger codes. So you may not need to do it for the profit and loss codes if you're converting at a particular date, such as the first day of the financial year, because they will all be Xero anyway. But you'll certainly need to put conversion balances in for things like your bank accounts, because I'm sure they'll have a balance when you convert your accounting over to Xero. So that's where you go to do that. So that's a little overview of the advanced accounting section. And just to finish off, like I showed you before, some of these settings, etc., are down here on the drop down menu. If you want to put quick links to any of the others on there, you just need to favorite them, and there now you can see history and notes. So that's it for advanced accounting. Let's have a look now through the payroll section. Let's have a look at payroll in Xero now. If you're going to run payroll in your business, then before you add any employees or do any pay runs, you'll need to set up the payroll first. So let's have a look at where to go to do that. If we go to the main menu here and click on settings, and then click on payroll settings, we can see here that there are a few tabs that we need to go along to set up certain things for our payroll. So this has of course already been done in the demo company, so we can just have a really quick look through it. And on the first tab here, you can see that you can set up the accounts, the general ledger accounts that relate to payroll, such as where the bank account that the money's going to be paid out of, and the general ledger accounts for the PAYG liability and the superannuation liability and the wages expense and a few other things as well. You can also set up some payroll tracking, which you can do by region, because we have that tracking category already set up here in Xero, but we won't go into that too much here because it is optional. It's not something you have to do. And then there's a few payslip options down the bottom here as to whether you want to show the salary and the employment basis and put a logo on it. So once you've set that up, you'll need to go through and set up your payroll calendars. So you may have more than one payroll calendar in your business. There might be people that you pay fortnightly, there might be people that you pay weekly. You can also set up other pay calendars. If we click on the add button here, you can see that you can set up twice monthly, 4 weekly, monthly or quarterly as well. So you can set up basically whatever you need for your business. And here in the demo company, they've already got fortnightly and weekly set up. And if we have a look into the settings here, it just shows you a couple of things about when the next payment is to be made, and whether you want it to be your default pay calendar. So we can just cancel out of there. The next thing you need to do is set up holidays. So in Australia, you can set them up by state if you like. So you can set up the public holidays for things like Christmas and Easter and Labor Day and that sort of thing by state, because different states have different public holidays. And when you add employees, you can select which group of holidays is going to be assigned to those employees. So that's relevant if you have employees in different states. The next tab is for pay items, and here you can see that there's already quite a lot of them set up. So one of the main ones here is an earnings pay item for ordinary hours, which would be, you would think, what most people would have on their pay slip every time they get paid. But there's also other things such as termination payments for leaving, overtime hours, redundancy, etc. There's deductions as well. So people might have deductions for fringe benefits tax or lease payments or anything else. There's union fees, which are quite common. There's reimbursements as well, if you need to reimburse staff for travel or other things that they've spent money on in the business. And one of the most important ones is leave. And here, of course, you have annual leave, which for a full-timer, you can see it's been set up to 152 hours a year. If we click into that, you can see it's units, hours, normal entitlement is 152 hours a year. And this is selected to show the balance on each of the pay slips. So whatever balance the employee has left will show up on the pay slip. So here you can set up all your different leave types, like carers leave or sick leave, whatever you want to call it, parental leave, etc. It's all here. And for superannuation, this is where you go to actually set up the superannuation funds. So no doubt, if you've got a whole lot of employees, many of them will have different superannuation funds, and this is where you need to go to add them. You just click on this add superannuation fund here, and with the type you can choose whether it's regulated or self-managed, because some people have self-managed superannuation funds. So you'll need some extra details like the ABN and the ESA, etc., and the bank account. So there's no self-managed super funds set up here in the demo company, just a few regulated funds. So those are the payroll settings that you need to go through and set up before you do any pay runs for your business. And once it's all set up, then you can start doing pay runs as long as you've added employees. So I'll just show you all the different screens now that you need to go to process pay runs. So if we go to the payroll menu, and we can have a look at this overview screen, which just gives you a bit of a snapshot as to what's happening at the moment. So you may or may not really use this screen. There's a draft pay run set up, there's some leave to approve, and there's no timesheets to approve. And you can access all this information in the other screens anyway. So if we go to employees, this is where you'll go to set up your employees. You just simply click on add employee, and you can see in the demo company here, there's half a dozen employees already set up. And on the history tab here, this is where the employees will show up if they're no longer working for your company, if they have a termination date. So if we go back here and we have a look at one of the employees that's been set up, this is what you'll need to do for each employee that you've set up. You'll need to go along each of these tabs and fill in all the relevant information. So you can see here, this is just basic information such as their name and phone number, etc. In employment, there's a few key pieces of information you'll need to put in, such as their start date, what payroll calendar they belong to, and you might remember we just saw there was a weekly one and a fortnightly one, and there's employee groups as well, which you may or may not use. The holiday groups are what I was talking about before when I was saying in Australia you would probably set those up by state. So that could be a holiday group of Queensland if the employee is based in Queensland. And then their ordinary hours rate. Here you can see they pick the pay item of ordinary hours that I showed you before. And then there's certain authorizations here as well, which for most employees will be unticked. This is also the screen where you will choose what superannuation fund the employee belongs to. So you can just click on this add fund button here, and you might remember we just saw that there were two that were set up. So you just choose it here, and then usually people have an employee number with their superannuation fund that you'll need to add in here. So that's the employment tab. The taxes tab is also another important one. So this is a screen where you can submit the employee's tax details straight to the ATO instead of doing it the old paper-based way. So if you get the signed tax declaration off the employee, you can put their tax file number in here, and you can put their employment basis in, whether they're an Australian resident, and they will put on their form whether they're claiming the tax-free threshold, whether they have a HEX or HELP debt, etc. And then when it's all correct, this button down here that says file now, this will be colored green, and you just click on the button and it will ask you if you want to send the details straight to the Australian Taxation Office instead of having to mail the paper form. So that's pretty handy. So this is disabled in the demo company, which is why it's not coming up. The next tab is for leave, and no doubt all of your employees will be entitled to some kind of leave. So there's a little history here of leave that they've requested, whether it's been rejected, approved, or requested and it hasn't been looked at yet. But when you first set up an employee, this section here will have nothing in it. So you need to assign leave types by clicking on that button, and sometimes there's also an option there to just assign default leave types. So everybody might be entitled to just annual leave and personal and carers leave, and you can just click on the button and it just comes straight up, which is very handy. The next tab is for their bank account, and this is where you go just to put in their bank account details for where you're going to pay their wages to. So that's pretty straightforward. The pay slips tab just gives you a history of the employees' pay slips if you need to get in there and access them and have a look. If you click on these buttons here, they download as PDFs. You can't actually open them on the screen. And the pay template tab, this is the template, or the calculation, if you like, of the employees' standard pay, which I'll show you this when we go and have a look at pay runs. So you can see here that LeBron James has some ordinary hours, 38 hours a week, and he has a union fees deduction, and there's some superannuation down here as well. And then the opening balances tab, this is really only relevant in certain situations. So particularly if you're converting over from another piece of accounting software, you might need to put in some opening balances for the employee for these various things here. And then there is a notes tab as well, and you can see there's no notes there, but you can make notes if you need to. And if we just go back to we'll go back to the details tab, and you can see here there's a little options box at the top. If the employee has left the company or is leaving the company, you can set a termination date. If they've just started in the company and you've just set them up here, you can send them an invitation to the payroll section of Xero, and that will give them access to certain things such as being able to apply for leave. And another thing to note is that if you hover over these two bits here, the information, it's quite sensitive information, so it's hidden on the screen. So if anybody's walking past your screen, they can't see the information such as the salary, but if you hover over it shows up there. So that's the employee section of Xero, and there is another way I showed you before, how you can click on that button to invite new employees to payroll. You can also do it here by ticking that box and clicking on invite to my payroll, and like I said before, that will allow them to go in and do things like applying for leave. So the next item down is pay employees, and that's where you'll go to process pay runs, but we'll just go to leave first and have a look in here. And because we're set up as someone who can review leave, you can see we've got these items of leave that employees have applied for and they're up for review. So there's a bit of annual leave there. If you want to approve it, you can click approve. If you want to have a look at it, you can click in here and click in edit. So there might be something that you need to change in here, and then you can reject it or approve it, and you can also reject it here if for some reason you need to reject it. Upcoming, these are leave items that have already been approved and that will go into one of the future pay runs. And you can also have a look at the history here on this tab, and you can see all of the items in history there have been rejected. So that's a little overview of the leave section. If you want to apply for leave for yourself, you can click on the new button and you can put your own name in here. And if you've got permission to do so, you can also put in leave requests for other staff as well. So the timesheet section, not all companies will use this. You might not use it in your business, but this is where you can go to upload timesheets for staff, which is particularly relevant for casual staff. And then there's a process to go through to add timesheets and to approve them. And once they're approved, they can go into the pay runs. Now this last item here, superannuation, this is something that is disabled in the demo company, but in your live account, it may be enabled if you have payroll. And so you'll see a different screen when you go into here. And what this will allow you to do is to pay your superannuation straight from Xero through a clearinghouse that Xero are affiliated with. So that will save you from having to do it another way, such as through the ATO's business portal. So that's a pretty handy thing to know if you want a nice simple way to pay your employees' superannuation. So now that we've looked at all that, let's have a look at how you actually pay your employees. So we'll go into here, and we can see that there's a pay run history here of the weekly and fortnightly pays that have gone through lately. And you can see there's also a draft pay run. So a draft pay run is one that's already been set up, but we haven't actually processed the pay run yet or paid anybody. And you can only have one draft pay run per calendar, so we can't add another fortnightly draft pay run at the moment. There's already one there, but we can add a weekly pay run if we click on here and we click on weekly. And those are the employees that are in the weekly pay run. So if we just close out of here, now we can see that we've got a fortnightly and a weekly in draft. So the other thing you can do is you can process unscheduled pay runs, and they're handy if you just need to make an adjustment to, say, one employee. You may need to adjust their pay or their leave balance or something like that. So you can just process an unscheduled pay run. So let's just have a quick look inside the fortnightly pay run. And you can see here we've got 3 employees listed. It gives us the totals at the top of the earnings and taxes, etc., that are adding up from here. They're all ticked to be included in the pay run, and there's a few different options down here, such as adding a message. You can delete the pay run if there's some problem with it. You can reset the pay run if you've gone in and tinkered with some of these things and you need to do its original state because it's incorrect. You can just click that. There's also some reports here. You can look at pay slips. You can look at the journal that's going to be posted to the general ledger accounts, and you can look at the bank payments that are going to be made to each of the employees. And then when you're happy, you can click on the post pay run button here. But before we do that, let's just have a look at one of the employees. So before, when I was showing you the pay template, this is basically the same thing. So this is LeBron James's pay template, and every time we go to post a pay run, his pay template will come up just like this, and then you can go in and you can make changes if you need to. So perhaps LeBron didn't work 76 hours that week and you need to change that. So there's the union fees we saw before, and down here are the superannuation payments we saw before, and here you can see it's also calculated the PAYG tax, and there's no HEX or help on here either. So this just gives you the overview of all of LeBron James's pay for this particular fortnight. So we can go back by just clicking here. We can see all the others. We'll just assume that we're happy with all of them, and then to post the pay run, we just click on post pay run. Yes, we're sure. And it's just telling us that it's been posted successfully. And now you can see we've got this pay run options drop down menu here. So now we can download an ABA file, which is a text file that you can upload straight into your online banking to help you process the pays a lot quicker than going in and manually typing them in. And you can also email pay slips directly from Xero to the staff members, as long as you put email addresses in each of their profiles. And if you've made a big mistake and you need to undo it, you can revert to draft. So once you've clicked on email pay slips, these little buttons here come up green, but I won't do it here because it's the demo company. So if we close out of here, we can now see that that fortnightly pay run that we've just posted has come down into the history, and the only draft we have up here is the weekly one that we added before. But now that we've posted a fortnightly pay run, we can add another one, because you can only have one draft of each calendar at any one time. So just close out of there, and now you can see there's another one there ready for posting, which is 2 weeks after the one that we just posted. So that's an overview of payroll in Xero. Like I said, it's a fairly big and complicated part of Xero. So that was just a brief overview of all the different places that you need to go. So let's finish off now by having a look at the contacts section of Xero. The last thing I want to show you in Xero is the contacts section. So you can see there that there's a contacts item on the main menu. So if we click on that and we go into all contacts, this will bring up a screen where we can manage our contacts. So at the moment we've got it selected to all. So down here, all of our contacts are listed down here. If we just want to look at customers, we can click on customers. Same with suppliers. We can also add employees as contacts. There's none added here in the demo company, but we can do that if we like. And then further down here, we've got contact groups. So you can create groups to save you some time with invoicing. So if we look at the contractors group, we can see that there's only one in there. But if we go to the support clients group, where there's actually 10 contacts, if we wanted to send the same invoice to each one of these support clients, we can do so by creating an invoice and then sending it to this support clients group. So that's a bit of a time saver there. And then further down, we've got some smart lists. So you can create lists and you can create groups for whatever you like. So for these smart lists, for example, here's a list of all the contacts that have actually purchased an item for us. Or we can create a list for, say, customers that are overdue by 7 days, and there's just the one there. So we'll go back up to the all list here, and we'll have a look inside one of the contacts just to see what's in there. So if we go down to one that looks pretty full of information, say this Bayside Club, and if we go in, we can see there's a lot of information in here. So this is the current situation for the client. There's an invoice awaiting payment, there's a bill awaiting payment, and there's a history down here of the activity of invoices and bills, etc. And then you can see over here on the right, there's a whole bunch of contact details for that particular client, their address and their phone, the name, email address, etc. If you want to edit that, you just go into the edit section, and there's a whole lot of things through here that you need to, you don't need to fill it all out for each client, but you can fill it out. And you can see in the demo company, this one's pretty full. So it's a good example to work off if you want to create your own contacts. So I'll just click save there. And then if we look at this options drop down menu here, you can see that we can send the client a statement. So that would send them a statement for their outstanding invoices. We can add it to a group. We had a bit of a look at the groups before. If you've got a couple of contacts that have different names, so they're saved as different contacts, but they really should be the same contact, you can merge them. And then also you can archive contacts if you're not using them anymore. So you can do those things through that drop down menu, or if you go back to the main contact screen and you click on the contact and just check the checkbox, you can see here that all those options are available here as well, including edit. So that's a few ways that you can manage your contacts. To create the contacts in the first place, there's a few different ways you can do that. You can bulk import them, and if we click on the import button, we can see here that there's an import process. So there's actually an Excel file that you can download that you can put all the information into and then browse and upload it. And it's saying here it should be a CSV file or a text file. Sorry, it's not actually an Excel template, it's a CSV. And then when you hit import, Xero will check it and then import them. So that's a way of bulk importing contacts. If you have a bunch of contacts from some other source, You can also export your current list of contacts if you need to use it somewhere else. And again, you can send statements to contacts, or you can just add contacts individually by clicking on this Add Contact button, and that will take you to the screen where you fill in all the information. So that's one way of doing it, if we just cancel out of there. Another way of doing it that you might find handy is if you're in one of the sections such as the bank reconciliation or invoicing, so you can create contacts that way. So if we go into invoices and we click on new invoice, if we say we want to invoice Officeworks, which is not currently a contact, it'll ask you if you want to add the contact, so you can just add it there. So you can't actually fill out any of the details for the contact on this screen, but you can add it here, and then you can go back into contacts, find it, and you can add the details in afterwards. And similarly, you can do that with bills, and you can also do it when you're reconciling the bank accounts. So if we go in to the bank account with unreconciled items, and let's just say we go and find one, let's say the Cooper Street Bakery. So we'll just use that name here, Cooper Street Bakery, and you can see that it hasn't found a contact called Cooper Street Bakery, so we can add it as a new contact. We can put that to entertainment and just reconcile it, and then if we go back into contacts, all contacts, we should be able to scroll down and find the Cooper Street Bakery. There it is, that we just created. So from here you can go in, you can edit the contact, and you can add in all the extra details that you need for that contact. So that's an overview of contacts in Xero. It's a pretty handy area, and like I said, you can actually create contacts from a bunch of different places. You don't necessarily have to come in here and add contacts individually this way. So that's it for contacts in Xero, and that's also it for our Xero overview. Please now check out our final video to find out what to do next. Thank you for watching our Xero overview video. I hope you learned a bit about what Xero has to offer you and your business. If you would like to learn more about Xero, please check out the links to our Xero courses in the description below. Hello and welcome to our Xero overview video. In this video, we're going to take a look over different parts of Xero, such as the main menu, invoices, bills, payroll, and more. By the end of the video, you should have a good idea of the functionality Xero offers and whether or not it is right for your business. Once you've finished, if you would like to learn more about Xero, please check out the link. To take a look over different parts of Xero, such as the main menu, invoices, bills, payroll, and more. By the end of the video, you should have a good idea of the functionality Xero offers and whether or not it is right for your business. Once you've finished, if you would like to learn more about Xero, please check out the link.
Hello, good afternoon po. Lunch break po, resume po ng 1 p.m. Thank you po.
Okay, good afternoon once again. Let us go back to our discussion on computerized accounting rules and regulations. And this time I will discuss to you yung computerized accounting rules and regulations under revenue regulations, revenue memorandum order number 29-20 2002, no? So this is the procedures in the processing and approval of applications for permit to adopt computerized accounting system or components thereof, no? Ito pa din yung sinusunod hanggang ngayon na regulations when it comes to adoption of permit to adopt computerized accounting system. Okay, what is the objective of this revenue memorandum order? Prescribe policies, guidelines, procedures, define duties and responsibilities relative to the processing and approval of applications for permit to adopt computerized accounting system or components thereof. Oh, this is in 2002 at kasama po ako sa gumawa ng revenue memorandum order na to, no? It has been done through deliberations, no? May mga in-invite kami na mga taxpayers at saka different groups ng mga users, no? And then lahat yun may mga participation dito sa paggawa ng memorandum order na to. Okay. So let's begin with the definition of terms, no? So, affiliated corporation means two or more organizations allied or closely connected with one another with a central body but its organization continues to exist. Bakit kailangan natin i-define yung affiliated corporations? Because itong affiliated corporations na to, affiliate sila, sometimes bumibili sila iisang computerized accounting system lang and then group sila na gumagamit, no? It does not bear the construction that one of the affiliated organizations is in all particulars identical or covered by the parent or main organization with which it is affiliated. No? Affiliated, ibig sabihin nakakonect siya, may relationship siya, related parties. And they are very particular now with related parties. Branch is a fixed establishment in a locality which conducts operation of the business as an extension of the principal office with at least one tax type. Anong one tax type lang ng branch registration fee, no? At, pinaparegister din po yung branch, no? For registration purposes, kasama din po siya na pinaparegister. Computerized accounting system is the integration of different component system to produce computerized books of accounts and computer-generated accounting records and documents. So, for purposes of this issuance, it shall also refer to applications for the use of any or all of the CAS components. Ano yung CAS? Computerized Accounting System Components. Ano yun? Components, kumbaga sa module, part lang, hindi buo, hindi lahat ng system from the invoicing hanggang sa accounts receivable, hanggang sa payroll, hindi lahat po pwede na ang components lang, ang pina-register lang, na gagamitin ng taxpayer is only the journal and the ledger, no? And the report generation. Pero yung iba, hindi niya pinapa-computerize. So, ibig sabihin, manual lang yun. Anong gagawin doon? I-input lang siya doon sa computer para makapag-process at ma-include siya dun sa report, no? Kaya component lang, hindi full accounting, computerized accounting system. Component of the CAS, any system application adapted to generate accounting records, reports, and or documents. So, component lang po siya ng computerized accounting system, part lang siya, no? Adapted also to generate accounting records, reports, and or documents. Computerized books of accounts are kaya din na manual, no? So ano yung mga manual natin na books of accounts? We have the general ledger, general journal, sales book, purchase book, disbursement book, which are system generated. Pag sinabi natin system generated, computerized, no? Okay. Computer generated accounting records are official receipts, sales, cash invoices, cash vouchers, journal vouchers, billing statements, sales tickets, and other underlying accounting records, no? So ito yung mga sample ng computer-generated accounting records. These are not exclusive, no? There are so many records or documents that can be generated from the computerized accounting system. Okay? Ilan na yung nandyan, Hari?
59.
Okay. So, good afternoon po sa mga ka-YouTubers natin na tuloy lang tayo. Okay. Na marami pa tayong i-discuss, and then we will have our question and answers after 5 o'clock. No? So, tuloy lang po tayo. Computer-generated receipts and invoices. These are part of accounting records which are generated by the system with a capacity to produce sequential range of numbers. Ano yung invoices na to? No? So, kung halimbawa ang company, sabi na natin, engage in the sale of services, so anong i-issue niya? Official receipts. Pagka naman engage in sale of goods, anong i-issue niya? Of sales invoice, no? Noong 2013 yan nangyari because at saka binago nga lahat ng mga resibo noon, then nilagyan na ng validity na 5 years na lang yung resibo, no? And ang sabi ko sa inyo, that was part of the commitment of the President Noynoy Aquino to the ASEAN na i-improve yung tax system dito sa Pilipinas, especially the invoicing system, no? So, ang resibo ng isang company or ng isang taxpayer is computer-generated. It can also produce sequential range of numbers. Ano yung sequential range of numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yung sunod-sunod na numbers. For internal control purposes, at saka yun talaga ang dapat para na-keep track o na-monitor natin yung issuance ng resibo. Kaya nga, sequential yung numbers. And for the computer-generated receipts and invoices, ilang digits yung pinaka-maximum na ibibigay ng computer accounting system? 19 digits, no? So, magkano yung 19 digits? Kasi yung 3 digits, pag nagkama na ka na doon, 4 digits is 1,000 na yan, no? Yung 6 na pangkama mo is million. Sunod ng million, billion. Sunod ng billion, trillion. Pag tapos ng trillion, ano pa? Sunod-sunod na yan. So, isipin mo na lang kung magkano yun yung 19 digits na yan, no? So, yun ang pinaka-maximum na pwedeng ibigay ng computer pag nagbigay siya ng permit, no? After that, pag na-range mo na yung 19 digits yan na series ng invoices, punta ka na ngayon sa BAR at magpa-reset ka na ulit sa back to zero, o back to number 1, no? Kasi na-consume mo na yung buong range of numbers. Computer-generated subsidiary accounting records. So, sa manual, meron tayong mga tinatawag na subsidiary books. Sa computerized accounting system, meron din tayong tinatawag na subsidiary accounting records, pero computer-generated siya. Ano itong mga to? These are cash receipt book, cash disbursement book, accounting payable book, accounts receivable book. In short, ito yung mga special books of accounts, no? So, sa iba siguro, lalo na ngayon, yung mga books for the senior citizens at saka yung persons with disability, because these are special books required na i-keep din ng mga taxpayers para yung makip track yung pagbibigay nila ng discount, no? Kasi iba yung treatment ng sale to senior citizen at saka persons with disability. And also, ano pa yung ibang mga special books natin? Special books ng medical practitioners, no? That is a requirement under the train law na yung mga sinasabi ng mga medical practitioners na libre, no? Na hindi nagbabayad yung mga pasyente, naka-record yan sa isang libro, and then naka-declare dyan na may affidavit pareho yung doktor at saka ang pasyente, na si doktor hindi talaga nag-charge sa kanya ng professional fee, no? So ito yung tinatawag nila ng mga pro bono, hindi nagcha-charge libre, no? Kasi ang daming mga doktor na nagsasabi na yung mga pasyente nila hindi nagbabayad, libre daw. So, ni-require sila ngayon na i-record nila sa special books of accounts nila yung mga libre na pasyente, at saka yung nagpalibre na yun ng mga pasyente na yan, magkaroon pa siya, i-file niya doon yung affidavit ng pasyente at saka ng doktor na talagang hindi siya naningil, no? So those are subsidiary accounting records. Ano pa yung importante din, yung special books for the representation expenses. Ano yung representation expenses natin? Ito yung mga kakain sa labas dahil may bisita, i-treat mo, but it should all be connected to business, no? So nire-require din tayo doon na karoon tayo ng special books of accounts, lahat ng expenses for representation naka-record doon, ano yung nature ng representation, sino yung ni-represent, ano, saan, at saka yung resibo, no, na gastos because of that representation. Kasama po yan sa subsidiary accounting records. Itong CRM POS machines linked to cash, no? Ito yung cash register machines, POS or machines linked to cash, no? Ito yung mga nag-i-issue din ng resibo, no? Na nakaka-generate ng resibo, pero kailangan nilang may permit sa BIR, no? At saka these are supplied by the accredited suppliers, no? So refers to cash register machines, CRM, point of sale machines that are electronically connected to a cash or to a central server via network. Bakit? Since nag-generate siya ng sales, so dapat nakalink siya doon sa computerized accounting system so that makuha ng computerized accounting system yung mga sales na na-generate ng cash register machine or ng point of sale machines, so that it can be included doon sa report na i-generate naman ngayon ng computerized system, no? So kailangan, kasi kapag hindi, unreported yung mga sales na yan galing sa cash register machine and then point of sale machines. And then under the new train law, ito yung mga CRM POS machines na may mga permit po sa BIR, they are required to submit electronically every month yung kanilang sales coming from the CRM or POS, electronically diretso na sa server po ng BIR, no? Requirement yan. And how much is the penalty, no? Pagka hindi ka nagbayad or hindi ka nag-report yung sales mo, the penalty is 10,000 a day, no? Until na nag-submit ka na, no? Database. Ano ba ang tinatawag na database? This is a collection of information organized in such a way that a computer program can quickly select desired pieces of data. So, sa sinasabi lang na database, ito yung repository, ito yung data warehousing, ito yung nandoon ka warehouse, nakapaloob yung mga information na kailangan, no? So, kaya nga tinatawag siya ng database. Development software. Programs used to compile, interpret, and assemble many sort of programming languages, no? Kaya development software ang tawag sa kanya. Nandoon yung sabi niya, program used to compile, interpret, assemble ng mga programming languages. Bakit? Ano ba yung programming languages? Yan ang nagpapatakbo, yun ang nagpa-process, no? Yan ang nag-work sa computer, no? programming languages na yan. Actually, ang programming languages, math yan no? Okay. Ito na ang pinaka-importante sa lahat. Kasi hindi ka bibigyan ng permit pag wala kang ganito. These are the, excuse me disaster recovery procedure, backup and recovery strategy. No? Kasi pag wala kang ganito, hindi ka talaga bibigyan ng permit. A routine of procedures to restore from backup losses due to natural disasters, loss of power, internal sabotage, or any form that can damage components of a computerized system. So, itong disaster recovery procedure, ito yung measures na gagawin mo na halimbawa may mga risk, may mga hindi maiwasan na mangyayari dun sa system mo. Bawa, nasunog yung building mo. Anong pwede mong gawin na yung mga information mo at saka yung nandun sa computer mo, ma-recover mo pa rin kahit may nangyari na baha, halimbawa, na typhoon, no? O kaya nanakaw, no? So, anong gagawin mo para ma-preserve mo pa rin, nandyan pa rin yung information, no? Backup and recovery strategy, no? So, yun yung requirements, no? Anong usually ginagawa ng mga taxpayer dito sa disaster recovery procedure? Meron silang backup, no? Sinisave nila yung information nila sa mga hard drive every day. And then yung hard drive na yan, tinatago kung saan nawala. O kaya, meron silang ibang server na nakalink din sa kanilang database, pero yung database na yan nandun sa malayo, no? O kaya naka-cloud, no? Naka-store sa internet, no? So kahit anong mangyari sa hardware, manakaw man siya, mawala man siya, yung information safe siya, no? There are some mga companies na apat-apat ang backup, no? So kahit mawala pa yung iba, nandyan pa rin naka-backup. And sometimes yung backup ng iba, situated in other countries, hindi dito sa Pilipinas. Excuse me ha. So, ingat-ingat po tayo ngayon ha. Pagka medyo may nararamdaman, wag nang gala pa ng gala o labas pa ng labas, no? Iwasan mo nang lumabas ng bahay, keep safe sa loob, no? Yung mga dating na-enjoy natin, wala muna. Bakit? Gabi kaya siguro maano yung katawan ko since kahapon hindi masaya, no? Para mabigat. I have a friend kasi sabi ay Arna, umuwi ako nung February sa Bacolod kasi namatay yung asawa niya. Bata pa, 50 plus lang. February, nag-lockdown ng March, so hindi ka nakauwi na. Wala nang uwian. Although, balak ko sana yun, nakaschedule ako umuwi uli ng Negros ng May dahil nga may mga farms ako doon. So, kailangan kong asikasuhin. So, hindi na ako nakauwi. Up to now, alam nyo, nakamamatay ng asawa nyo February. Ngayon, lahat sila positive ng COVID. No? Para pang ako na sa kanila, din kagabi. Pagkatapos ng nag-live streaming pa kagabi, no? May mga participants tayo na umattend din sa live streaming kagabi. Alam nyo, habang kumakain, tumawag yung pamangkin ko. Yung mga anak niya, naka-dextrose na. Ibig sabihin, feeling worse na doon sa COVID, no? Imagine, mamatay lang ng asawa mo, tapos lahat naman kayo. Pati siya, yung friend ko na yun, pati siya, na positive din, no? Can just imagine, no? And then yung client ko na isa, August, kamamatay lang din. Napakalaki ng kanyang company, construction company. Namatay siya ng August, September, mayroon pang na-award sa kanya na kontrata. Can just imagine. Kaya ingat-ingat po, no? Ingat-ingat lang. Okay. Kasi itong mga disaster na to talagang dumadating to sa buhay natin. And it's how we handle it, no? Pero para sa akin, disaster are everywhere, no? Pwedeng mangyari. It's how we handle it. no? Para sa akin, unang-una, siguro prayer talaga, pinaka-importante. Yung kailangan strong ka, no? Huwag mag-panic. Kasi yung panic, isa yun na nakakamatay, no? Saka nadidepress ka, biyaan mo na, mag-relax ka lang. At saka yung, kung ano yung hindi, kung ano yung dapat gawin, no? Para at least nalilesen yung mga hindi ka nais-nais na mangyari, no? So, paalala lang po yan, no? Kasi, pag mula pa kahapon, talaga mabigat yung pakiramdam ko, yun pala. Kasi yung friend ko na yun, so, mahigit pa sa kapatid, no? Yung bang, kung may nararamdaman siya, nararamdaman mo rin. Meron palang tao na ganun, no? Yung pagka may nangyari sa kanya, kinakabahan ka rin, no? May ganun pala na mga pangyayari sa buhay natin. Okay. So, this describes yung disaster, no? Recovery. Kasi mamaya pag-aralan natin yung mga checklist about how to maintain this disaster recovery procedure, no? So this describes how an organization is to deal with potential and or actual disasters, no? Kasi hindi lang potential, pati na yung actual. Yung potential, ina-anticipate mo pa lang yun, pero yung mga actual talagang nang nangyayari. So these are plans consisting of precautionary, no? Precautionary, talagang i-anticipate mo. And remedial actions, anong gagawin mo? Because you really have to act. Hindi pwede yung plano lang, no? Action talaga to. To be undertaken to minimize, maintain, and or immediately resume mission critical functions in case of potential and or actual disaster. Sige nga, di ba sabi natin, mandatory for the large taxpayer to fully computerized. Okay, so pati invoicing, pati lahat. Eh, nag-down yung system. Paano ka maka-issue ngayon ng resibo? Yun ang pinaka-importante sa lahat. You have your transactions. So, halimbawa, na-down yan ng 3 days. So, 3 days kayong walang operations, 3 days kayo na hindi makapag-issue ng resibo. So, which is not supposed to be. Ano dapat? Mayroon kang backup na na-down man yung system mo, tuloy pa rin, may operations pa rin, nakaka-issue ka pa rin ng resibo. And how are you going to do that? Meron kang backup receipts, no? So, hindi ibig sabihin na fully computerized ka na, wala ka ng pre-printed o kaya yung pre-generated na printed na mga resibo, hindi ibig sabihin wala ka na nun. Meron ka pa rin. Why? Kasi you will be required to have that as your backup, no? Kasi, bakit? Para pag nag-down yung system mo, tuloy-tuloy ka pa rin na negosyo. At nakakapag-issue ka pa na rin ng resibo. Kasi anong mangyayari kung wala kang ganun, wala kang resibo? Pag nag-down yung system mo, magiging dahilan mo yun na, wala akong resibo na ini-issue kasi down yung system, no? So, yung mangyayari, kahit down yung system, you have your printed na resibo, yun ang gamitin mo. You still issue a receipt. So, tuloy pa rin ang operations, no? So, hindi magsasuffer ang business. Electronic archive, copy of files in a long-term storage medium for backup retention purposes. Electronic archive, ibig sabihin, i-retain mo, itago mo yung electronic records, no? Functional description, document showing high-level description of the functions and features of a computerized accounting system under evaluation. Kung yung accounting system mo, binili mo lang, hindi mo kayang gawan ng functional description yon. Sino magbibigay? The developer, no? Yung binilahan mo ng software, sila yung magbibigay nitong functional description. Global system refers to a system which is simultaneously used by a taxpayer for its office and branches worldwide. Yun na yung explain ko sa inyo kanina, na yung global system, issue siya ng resibo dito sa Pilipinas na dito yung 1, yung 2 na resibo issued sa US, yung 3 na resibo sa Europe, yung 4 na resibo sa Africa, kasi nga worldwide, no? So this is allowed. Hindi naman pwede na pag global system yung computerized system ng taxpayer, hindi mo na bibigyan ng permit. Why? Kasi pwede pa rin, pero ano lang yung nire-require sa kanila? The access, no? Kasi there are some companies na yung mga country managers nila dito sa Pilipinas, hindi po nila binibigyan ng access. So, anong ginawa ng BIR? Hindi rin siya bibigyan ng permit to use computerized accounting system. Ano na lang ang ginagamit nila? The manual books of accounts, which is so tedious. Ang dami mong gagawin. Especially if voluminous yung transactions. No? Head office refers to the principal place of business appearing in the articles of incorporation. So in the case of individual, the head office shall be the principal place of business where the main books of accounts and other related accounting records are kept and maintained. So nasaan pala yung mga main books of accounts mo kung meron ka main office? Nasa main office, no? Wala sa accountant, no? Kasi ang sabi ng iba, ay nasa accountant po, nasa bookkeeper, wala sa kanila. Nandyan sa main office mo, no? Ano lang yung nandoon sa branch mo kung halimbawa mayroon silang operations doon, the sales book, no? Kasi everyday dapat nagre-record ng sales book to be consolidated with the book or sales doon sa head office, no? Ito, balikan ko pala itong mga cash register machines sa yung POS o point of sale machines. Meron niyang requirements na bawat isang stand-alone na cash register machine, ibig sabihin na stand-alone, nandun na lahat yung functions sa isang machine, no? Naka-issue na siya ng resibo, nakaka-record siya, may memory siya, no? So it is a requirement na bawat isang cash register machine may isang sales book din. Wherein every day, doon mo nire-record yung total sales for the day, no? In-house customized computerized accounting system, no? Develop internally. O customize, kaya nga customize kasi kumuha ka ng programmer and then nagpagawa ka, dinevelop mo to cater for the needs of the business, no? Pwede rin po yan na approve sa BAR na gamitin ninyo provided yung pagpa-program mo, it will follow all the requirements or the specifications ng BIR for a computerized accounting system. Especially the rates ng withholding, no? The rates ng tax, kailangan naka-built-in doon sa computer. Large taxpayers, ito yung taxpayer na classified and duly notified by the Commissioner of Internal Revenue na sila ay classified as large taxpayers, no? So meron yan silang mga criteria as to tax payments, financial condition, no? Halimbawa, meron ang criteria is may bayad sila na sa VAT na 1 million, sa income na 1 million, at saka yung withholding taxes, no? Doon yung nag-upisa sa Revenue Regulations 1-98, no? Yung large taxpayers. Ngayon, nasaan na yung mga offices ng large taxpayer? Sa National Office, nandoon yung large taxpayer ng Luzon, no? Sa Visayas, nasa Cebu, ang large taxpayer ng Visayas, at yung sa Mindanao, nasa Davao, no? So, if you are classified as large taxpayer, halimbawa dito sa Luzon, at yung business mo nandoon sa Tugigaraw, dito ka pa rin magpa-register sa National Office. So, lahat ng mga transactions mo, lahat ng mga reporting mo, lahat ng compliance mo sa BAR, patatakan ng libro, andyan ka sa National Office pupunta, no? Pero since large taxpayer, mandatory sa kanila na computerized accounting system, wala nang tatak-tatak ng libro. Only permit to adopt computerized accounting system, no? So, kung halimbawa nasa Visayas ka naman, doon ka naka-register sa Cebu. So, lahat naman ng requirements mo, compliance mo for BIR purposes, doon mo sa Cebu i-submit. No? Sa Mindanao, ganun din sa Davao. Whether nandun ka sa Zamboanga, nandun ka sa Tawi-Tawi, doon ka pa rin mag-submit sa Davao. No? National system, ito yung lower version ng global system, no? Refers to a system simultaneously used by taxpayer for its head office and branches nationwide. During the deliberation of this revenue memorandum orders, kasama po namin dito sa deliberation yung head ng information technology ng SM. Why? Because during that time, sila yung nag-represent ng taxpayer because during that time, they have a head office and branches nationwide na gumagamit na po ng system ng accounting system. No? Kaya yung mga unang na sampulan talaga sa mga letter notices, sa mga yung mga tenants ng SM, yung mga customers ng SM, kasi sila yung unang nagsubmit ng mga information or electronic records sa BIR. No? Kaya laking tulong ng SM dito sa computerized accounting system na rules. No? Off the shelf, ito naman yung opposite ng customized kanina. No? Ito yung mga ready-made software or solution that is readily available in the market to support the business requirements of an establishment or the company. No? Ang tawag dyan, package software or over-the-counter na software. Kasi naka-box na siya. Install mo na lang sa computer mo. Tapos na. No? Bibilhin mo na lang over-the-counter. Okay. Pre-printed invoices or receipts, yun yung resibo na pre-printed na papel, no? Na may authority to print tayo. So, naman ito, no? Process flow, nagbaligtad sila, no? So, pre-printed receipts, ito yung sequentially pre-numbered receipts or invoices with approved authority to print or ATP reserved for system software. Ang pre-printed invoices, ang process flow naman, ito yung flow procedures presented in diagram form, no? Baligtad lang sila ng definition. So, process flow is the flow of procedures presented in diagram form, no? Ang pre-printed invoices, ito yung sequentially pre-numbered receipts, invoices with approved authority to print. ATP reserved for systems downtime. So, ito na yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na kahit na computer-generated, e-invoicing na yung ginagamit ng taxpayer, requirement pa rin sa kanya na meron siyang printed na resibo na gagawin niya in case na nag-down yung computer system. No? Okay. Regular taxpayer, ito yung hindi large. No? Ang tawag sa kanila, regular taxpayer. Okay. Hindi sila na-notified as large taxpayer. Kasi ang large taxpayer, bago ka maging large taxpayer, sulatan ka muna ng commissioner na kinlassify ka na large taxpayer. No? Hindi ko nga maintindihan. Yung iba gusto nila, classify sila na large taxpayer. Yung iba naman ayaw. No? Sales or commercial invoice. This is the written account of goods sold or services rendered and the prices charged, therefore, used in the ordinary course of business, evidencing sale and transfer or agreement of sale or transfer of goods and services. Itong mga sales or commercial invoices, ito yung official receipts at saka sales invoice, no? Ngayon, ano yun? Proof of sale, no other. Yung iba, secondary invoices na lang at saka accounting records na lang. Pero ang main talaga na proof na may sales ka is the official receipt and the sales invoice. Sales or commercial invoices shall be limited to cash sales invoice. O kasi dati, inalaw pa to. Remember na itong regulations na to is 2002 pa. So, kailan nagbago ang resibo? Actually, nag-umpisa siya noong 2005 under Republic Act 9337, no? Section 11 na official receipt na lang at saka sales invoice na lang ang pwedeng gamitin ng BIR. Pero hindi pa yun na fully implemented. Pagdating ng 2013 na binago na pati features ng resibo, doon talaga siya pina-enforce talaga na yung official receipt at saka sales invoice. No? Kaya itong cash sales invoice na to, this is already secondary receipts, no? That will form part of your accounting records. Pero may nakalagay yan dyan sa face niya na this is not a valid proof of receipts, no? So, bakit ganun ang ginawa ng BIR na official receipt na lang for sale of services at saka sales invoice na lang for the sale of goods. Bakit? Kasi nagka-doble-doble ang claim ng input. No? Bakit nagka-doble-doble ang claim ng input? Taxes when it comes to VAT. Kasi, halimbawa, issue siya ng sales invoice upon consummation of sale. Pero term, 90 days halimbawa siya babayaran. So, pag bintahan, nag-issue ng sales invoice na halimbawa 1 million. No? So, hindi pa bayad yun. Okay, na-deliver na yung goods. After 90 days, nagbayad siya, nag-issue ulit ng official receipt. No? Ano nangyari? Doon sa pag-issue ng sales invoice, nag-claim na ng VAT. Doon na naman nagbayad ulit ng official receipt na same amount, nag-claim na naman ulit ng VAT na input. So, ano nangyari? Yung isang transaction, double claim. No? So, hindi na yan ina-allow ngayon. So, para isa na lang, uniform na lang, madali yung monitoring, sales invoice, sales of goods, official receipt, sale of services. Okay. Charge sales invoice, you can maintain this, pero secondary receipts na lang to. Official receipt, proof of sale ng services. No? Okay. Standalone CRM POS machines can run independently from cash. Bakit can run independently from cash? Kasi yung isang machine lang, di ba? Isang machine lang yan na ganyan lang kaliit. Meron na yung mga memory doon sa loob, computerized na siya, and they can process na yung issuance ng receipts, no? Kaya ang tawag sa kanya stand-alone. System demo, this is a requirement na before, no? Halimbawa, sumulat ka na sa BAR, and then you submit your mga requirements na you ask for a permit to adopt computerized accounting system. Pagka na-receive na yun ng BAR at kumpleto na yung requirements nyo, i-assign yan ngayon sa examiner, and then yung examiner pupunta ka to have a system demo. Ano yung system demo? This is a walkthrough of your accounting system. No? Magkakaroon ng mga simulated transactions, and then ipaprocess yan sa computer, and then magpapa-generate ng reports. No? So, itong system demo kami talaga nag-umpisa nito. No? Kasama ako sa mga deliberations, kasama ako paano namin ito ginawa. Yung system demo, this is a requirement. System enhancement, ito na. Once mayroon ka ng approved na permit to use computerized accounting system, hindi mo yan pwedeng i-modify. Why? Kasi yun na yung approve sa'yo eh. So, anong gagawin mo pagka gusto mo pang mag-enhance o mag-upgrade doon sa system mo? Apply ka ulit for a permit to computerized accounting system. Pero yung approved na existing, hindi mo yan pwedeng i-upgrade, i-enhance without asking permit from the BAR. No? Bawal na bawal po. System flow represents the inputs, outputs, and processes of a system. Sino na naman gagawa dito? The system developer, no? Yung owner ng software. Yung may-ari, yung bumili, hindi niya alam to. Only the developer or the provider ang pwedeng gumawa ng system flow. Kasi sila yung nakakaalam kung ano yung ginawa nila, no? Usually, this is in the form of a pamphlets, no? System generated number, no? Ito yung sinabi na natin kanina. Ito yung numbers na nakalagay sa documents. Halimbawa, sa sales invoice, official receipts, which is sequential, no? Sunod-sunod. Scope of implementation. All taxpayers engaged in business, whether classified as regular or large taxpayer who have computerized accounting system or components thereof shall apply for permit prior to its use. Okay. Ito ang nangyayari. O, kasi we're talking of bookkeeping. And then, yung bookkeeping, kinomputerize natin. Okay. So, sabi natin, mandatory for the large taxpayers to maintain computerized accounting system. How about sa regular? Optional. No? So, halimbawa, meron ka ng ginamit na system, nasa inyo na, ginagamit mo na. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin yan sa BR na that is your official records or books of accounts. Bakit? Kasi walang permit. So, anong ginagawa ng iba? Aside from the meron silang internal na computerized accounting system, they also maintain the manual. So, sabay. Bakit sabay? Kasi walang permit yung computerized accounting system. Pero kung may permit sana yan, pwede nang walang manual. No? So, ang ginagawa ng iba, dala-dalawa. Isang for internal control nila, naka-computerize, at isang manual na pang-submit po sa BIR or requirements ng BIR. So, in that case, tedious masyado kasi dalawa yung mini-maintain mo na recording. No? Components of computerized accounting system, ito yung mga components niya o yung mga kasama sa accounting system. General journal and other subsidiary records except general ledger. No? So, it shall be mandatory to apply for permit to adopt a complete cash instead of applying a permit for general ledger. So, hindi naman pwede na general ledger lang ang i-apply mo. No? Kung mag-apply ka ng components, complete na books of accounts. No? Nandiyan na yung journal, ledger, and then yung subsidiary sales, purchase, subsidiary purchases, no? Subsidiary books. Okay, so sales, purchases, accounts receivable, accounts payable, inventory, payroll, ledgers, subsidiary ledgers, and other accounting records, no? So, kasama yan sa applyan mo. Any application system which generates subsidiary ledger, which is part of official accounting documents such as official receipts, sales and cash invoices, cash vouchers, journal vouchers, billing statements, sales tickets. No? Okay. Any application system which generates report as required by the BAR, separate report for void and suspended transactions to explain the deduction from sale, compilation of their integrated or consolidated sales report produced every end of the day. No? So, record, no, na ipipresent mo, no, doon sa mga void and suspended na transactions, no. So, dapat nakikita yan, nakikip track din po yan ng system, no. So, point of sale machine, cash register machine connected through a network and linked to cash, no. So, ka-link mo siya sa cash. Ito na yung, pag halimbawa, meron kang cash register machine, paano mo siya i-link to cash? Meron kang tinatawag na API or Automatic Program Interface. No? Parang siya yung middleware na kukunin niya yung data doon sa CRM or POS, tapos ibato niya doon sa computerized accounting system. No? So, in short, meron kang middleware na magtatrabaho. That's why yung sabi ko kanina sa inyo, yung SOHO, yung Zero na accounting software, marami ang gumagamit kasi marami siyang API. Marami siya yung mga middlewares na kasama na, built-in na doon sa system. Taxpayer applying for e-invoicing system shall apply for a complete cash provided the system is capable of generating hard copy of the invoice anytime. That's part of the requirement. Kailangan kaya din ng system na mag-generate ng hard copy, ibig sabihin mag-print ng invoice anytime. Why? Kasi during the course of your business, there are clients or customers na manghihingi talaga sila ng resibo. So, dapat you can generate the hard copy para ibigay mo sa kanila. No? Okay. So, ano itong e-invoicing system? Ito yung resibo, no? Na hindi lang printed ng computer, pero ano pa? Yung mismong computer ang naka-built-in na siya doon sa computer na magpiprint ka na lang, mag-generate ka lang, magpi-fill-in ka na lang ng information. No? So, ito yung tinatawag natin na e-invoicing or electronic invoicing system. Sa ating mga online sellers, no, ang daming nagtatanong, for the online sellers, sabi nila, ma'am, paano kami makapag issue na resibo? Diba, sa YouTube, paano kami maka-issue ng resibo sa YouTube? Ang YouTube, wala naman dito, hindi dito. No? Online. So, anong dapat? Anong dapat na gawin? Ang online sellers, since electronic transactions kayo, dapat computerized accounting system po ang ginagamit ninyo. No? Why? Kasi lahat ng transactions nyo, electronic. Electronic. So how can you archive your transactions? How can you record your transactions sa hard copy? Online kayo. No? Kaya yun na nga yung paano kayo makapagbigay ng e-invoicing, yung electronic invoice doon sa bumili sa inyo na nasa malayo, kung hindi through electronics, no? Although you can devise some measures siguro or actions na pwede kayong ninyong ipadala sa courier yung mga hard copy nyo. And right now, yung BIR naman, inalao pa yung mga online sellers na magpagawa muna ng resibo na hindi electronic, no? Manual. Ito yung CSET or the Computerized System Evaluation Team. Tuloy pa rin to hanggang ngayon. Ito yung mga group of persons na nasa BIR, nasama-sama sila pag nag-evaluate ng computerized accounting system nyo. Kaya nga, team nga sila eh. No? Okay. Ano tong mga composition ng members ng CSET? No? We have the head pagka sa large taxpayer. The head is the Chief Large Taxpayers Assistance Division 1. No? Kasi sa large taxpayer, may Division 1 dyan, Division 2, Division 3, Division 4. No? The assistant head, sino itong Chief Computer Operation Network and Engineering Division or CON? Ito yung sa data center ng BIR. No? May data center ang BIR dito sa Quezon City, meron, at saka sa Makati. No? So, at saka sa mga Cebu, sa Davao, hindi ko alam kasi dati ang Davao or ang Mindanao, ang data center niya nasa Cebu pa eh. Siguro with the establishment ng large taxpayer sa Davao, baka mayroon na silang data warehouse or data center sa Davao. No? So, members, ito yung mga representative ng information System Operation Service, Data Center, representative ng mga examiners sa Large Taxpayers Division 1, representative ng Large Taxpayer Audit and Investigation. No? So, yung mga examiners. Group 2, ito naman yung Large Taxpayers Division 2. No? So, yan pa rin yung mga members. And then, we have the Large Taxpayers District Office, no? Dati isa Makati ito, pero ngayon wala na sa Cebu at saka sa Davao, no? So, concerned large taxpayer na district officer, and then the assistant head is the nearest revenue data center, and then the members, no? Mayroon din sa data center, mayroon din sa assessment sa large taxpayer, and then mayroon din sa large taxpayer service section. Ito yung sa registration, no? So may sama-sama yan sila, puro may mga representative. And then sa RDO, no? Sino yung head? The RDO itself. And then the assistant head, ito yung galing sa revenue data center, no? And the members, yung representative ng data center, representative ng assessment section, representative ng taxpayer service section, no, ng RDO. Okay. So, CSIT shall refer for resolution legal issues. Kung may mga legal issues that will crop up, no, i-refer niya sa law division sa national office or legal division in the regional office. Kung may mga legal issues tungkol doon sa pagbibigay po ng permit ng computerized accounting system. Okay, so nagta-travel ito, no? Imagine when I was assigned in the large taxpayer Cebu, saan pa kami nagsisisit? Sa Mindanao, no? Kasi kasama namin eh. Ang sakop ko when yung last assignment ko po bago ako mag-retire sa BIR is besides Mindanao, no? So punta ka ng Mindanao, mag-evaluate ka ng system, no? Buti kung yung mga ano mo sa malapit lang, halimbawa sa Cebu lang, ikot-ikot ka lang doon. Pero pag nasa labas na talagang pupuntahan mo, no? Magbubukas sa hotel, magsakay ka ng eroplano. No, ganun ah, lawak yung scope ng trabaho, no? At least na ako naranasan ko, kaya ngayon ayoko na lumabas, gusto ko na lang dito, lecture na lang ako kasi there are so many risks po sa travel, I told you. Masarap, as in masarap because you can see different places. Pero yung travel, nako, maranasan mo lahat. Yung sasakay na eroplano, na yung eroplano muntik na makras, maranasan mo yung sakay ka ng barko, na yung barko lulubog na, lahat ng mga pasahero naka-life jacket na, umuusok na yung barko nyo, maranasan mo lahat yun, no? And it's worth the experience. Pero habang nagkakaedad, hindi na kaya. Okay. CSET members shall secure certificate of appearance from the taxpayer. So, pag halimbawa, nagpa-evaluate kayo ng accounting system nyo, bigyan nyo ng certificate of appearance itong mag-evaluate sa inyo, no? Workshop shall be undertaken by the Human Resource Development. Ito yung training sa mga examiners, dun sa mga mag-evaluate ng system. Tine-train din po sila, no? Okay. Tapos na yan, rotation basis. No? Ano na yan, lahat na yan, nagawa ko na yan sa BR, no? Revenue officers who shall observe the taxpayer system demo shall act as trainer, coaches of the other ROs relative to the evaluation of applications for the use of CAS and or components thereof and other functions relative to the use of CAS. Kaya yung iba ayaw mag-train. Bakit? Kasi sila na yung maging trainer, no? Alam nyo, siguro yung ugali ko kasi na hindi ako umayaw sa trabaho, kaya kung ano-ano nang pinapagawa sa akin ng BIR. Why? Kasi mahilig ako mag-train, no? Ako pa yung iba nagtatago pag may training. Ako pa yung nagre-recommend sa sarili ko na gusto ko mag-train, no? Sumusulat pa ako sa national office para lang include ang pangalan ko sa training, no? Nung nasa labas na ako ng BIR, gano'n na naman ginagawa ko. Kulit ako ng kulit sa WIPO, sa Switzerland. Kung ano yung mga trainings nila doon, sali ako, no? Yeah, there are times naman na nakakasali ako, but there are times na hindi rin, especially yung sa Switzerland, napaka-stricto, no? Yung aking visa hindi na-approve, so I was not able to go there. Okay. So, policies. Application for CAS, whether by head office or branches, shall be filed by the head office, no, sa LTAD 1 or 2 and the RDO having jurisdiction. So, anong gagawin nyo pagka permit kayo ng computerized accounting system, no? So, mayroong mga requirements na mga dokumento na gagawin, i-discuss natin annexes nito, no? Siguro itong mga policies, mga guidelines na to, i-do away na natin ito because these are internal procedure na po ng BIR, no? So punta na lang tayo doon sa trabaho na talaga na i-actual demo na yung system, no? Okay. Pero ito, i-discuss ko sa inyo, ito yung mga policies, no? So, actual system demos shall be dispensed with in cases of application for CAS of the following taxpayers, no? Provided a photocopy of the permit previously issued and a certification of the approved system from CSET technical team shall be submitted. Kasi kung may mga same na software na at saka may demo na, do away na yung evaluation ng system, no? Provided meron kayong certificate na ipapakita na that same software na approve na, no? May approval na yung BIR, no? So, head office applying for CAS of additional branches, kailangan ng demo. Brands adopting same system being used by another brands with previously issued permit, no? So, madi-dispense na dito yung evaluation. Okay, so affiliated companies, sister companies, franchises, and closely held corporations using exactly the same system previously approved for use by its mother company or other sister company. Hindi na rin po kailangan ng evaluation. No? Okay. Ito pa. Taxpayers whose computerized accounting system are provided by their consultants. Ibig sabihin accounting firms, no? Apply for a separate permit for the use thereof. So, libawa, approve na yung sa accounting firms, kailangan pa rin papa-approve ang kliyente or specific taxpayers na gagamit, no? So, taxpayers whose computerized accounting system is being outsourced to an accounting firm shall be required to keep and maintain copies of its books of accounts, whether in soft or hard copies, and other related accounting records and documents in its place of business. So, since sabi nyo, nandun na sa accountant, nandun kasi computerized, hindi pa rin. Ang sabi dito, sa regulations, dapat yung hard or soft copies nung system na yan, dapat meron sa place of business. So, kung gusto ninyo nandun, sabi ng BR din, okay, pero mag-maintain pa rin kayo dito sa place of business nyo. So, na-doble-doble kayo. Taxpayer applying for costs or components thereof without computer-generated receipts and invoices shall apply for authority to print receipts. So, halimbawa naman yung pina-approve na computerized accounting system, hindi kasama yung invoicing, hindi kaya kasama yung resibo. So, anong gagawin mo sa resibo? Kukuha ka pa rin ng permit, pre-printed pa rin siya, no? Pa-imprenta mo siya, and then it should be manually issued, no? So, application for the use of point-of-sale machine, cash register machine linked to cash shall be processed following the provisions of this RMO, no? Okay. So, actually, dito sa point-of-sale machine na to at saka cash register machines, no, may mga regulations tayo na bago na ngayon, at yun yung sabi ko na yung pinaka-latest. They are required to submit the sales electronically, no, monthly, diretso sa national office. Itong mga point-of-sale machines at saka cash register machine. At saka yung pagbibigay ng mga permit dito, nagkakaroon din ng actual demo, no, sa CRM at saka sa point-of-sale machines. Okay. So, taxpayers who have to maintain a pool of CRM or POS machines in their business operations during peak season, so magkaroon sila ng standby or roving machine, shall identify such in their applications, no? Ilalagay nila dito na, itong point of sale machine na to o kaya cash register machine, para gagamitin lang to na standby. Kasi pagka halimbawa may breakdown doon sa isang branch, yun na yung gagamitin. Parang backup lang. Nung treatment daw doon sa machines na yan, they are treated as head office machines and shall be issued permits by the Large Taxpayers Division 1 or 2 or RDO having jurisdictions over the head office, no? So yung mga standby or roving machines dapat nasa national office yan, head office ng taxpayer. Okay. Only CRM or POS belonging to the pool shall be allowed to be transported for use in the branches or to any place of business of the taxpayer. Kasi dati kasi uuso pa yung mga tiyanggi, no? So itong mga malalaking businesses, sumasali din sila. So during the tiyanggi, halimbawa, good for 1 week yan, meron silang mga roving na cash register machine na ginagamit doon, no? So dapat may permit din yan. Okay. Excuse me, ha? Oras na, hari. May ilan pa nanonood? Okay. So, tuloy lang po tayo ha. Kasi tapusin natin ito. And then bago natin yung retention management, aralin pa natin yung um, during audit, how to submit electronic records from this computerized accounting system. No? So, tiyaga-tiyaga lang tayo kasi parang highly technical ito, no? Sa mga bago pa na mga bookkeepers. But eventually, ma-encounter nyo na to as you go along, especially na yung sabi ko nga sa inyo, you want to be a global, no, practitioner or consultant, dapat nakaka-upgrade din tayo when it comes to computer kasi ang bookkeeping is computerized na rin po. Okay. So ito, internal na po ito sa BIR, no? Okay. Temporary permit ng computerized accounting system, yes, it is allowed provided may reason po at saka yung duration niya is only 3 months, no? After that, balik ka na naman sa dati. Alam nyo, may bad experience ako dito kasi palagi ako yung in charge sa computerized accounting system kung saan ako ma-assign, no? There was a time niloko ako na isang taxpayer, bigyan mo na ako ng permit, kahit number lang muna. Ibalik ko lang sa iyo lahat. Lawyer pa naman yung mga requirements next week. Lawyer pa naman at saka lang kilala ninyo na taxpayer, no? Sikat na taxpayer. Makain kayo diyan sa kanila, no? Ano yung kinakain niyo diyan sa kanila? Manok. No? So, niloko ako. Sabi, bigyan niyo mo lang ako ng number kasi ganito. Binigyan ko ng number kasi pre-generated naman yung ng permit number, no? Sige, nilagay ko na sa logbook na sa kanya na yon. Pero di ko pa nilagyan ng permit na sulat. Sabi niya, ibalik ko sa iyo yung mga documents next week. Hindi na nagpakita. Kasi umalis na ako sa BIR, hindi na nagpakita. No? Ewan ko anong ginawa niya dun sa number na yun. Okay, so, validity of temporary permit. Kasi yung permit na temporary ibibigay sa iyo is good only for 3 months. No? After that, talagang back to basic ka na talaga na manghingi ka, magbigay ka ng mga requirements mo so that ma-issuean ka ng permit. How long? No? Based on my experience, pinakamabilis na yung 1 taon. Bakit? Very rare kasi yung representative ng data center at saka ang ginagawa sa evaluation once a week lang. So halimbawa, ma-miss mo yung schedule mo, no? Every 3 months ka na ulit mabalikan or 6 months kasi walang slot, no? Okay. Ganun po kahirap. Kaya ang dami pang large taxpayers na hindi pa computerized hanggang ngayon at ang sinisisi nila yung BIR kasi ang dami daw requirements, hindi sila hindi sila nabibigyan kaagad kahit meron na silang application. Kaya ano pong ginawa ngayon, Commissioner Dulay, do away na yung mga requirements kung anong ginagamit na computerized system ng large taxpayer, isubmit na lang nila yun sa BIR and then yun na yun, computerized na sila, hindi na sila pinahirapan, no? Okay. Okay, so in case of system downtime, taxpayers using computer-generated receipts and invoices but whose system has no redundancy or automatic switchover shall be allowed to issue manual receipts, no? Manual receipts using any of the following. Yung remaining receipts or invoices niya na nasa inventory niya previously approved, no? Or manually pre-printed na pre-numbered receipts and invoices with approved na authority to print, no? Pero magkano lang yung number na required, not more than 1,000 sets lang, no? Kasi ang ibang companies with more than 1,000 branches, gumagamit yan sila lahat ng resibo. So sa isang taxpayer, 1,000 sets lang required. Hindi rin pinapayagan na sobrang dami kasi baka mamaya yun na lang yung gagamitin nila, hindi na sila mag-computerize, no? Taxpayer with approved CAS capable of generating receipts and invoices, whether global or national system, shall be required to secure advance approved of the next set of pre-approved range of serial number from BAR concerned offices within 30 days before full consumption or utilization of the previously approved range of serial number. Ito yung sabi ko sa inyo na may approved range of serial numbers. So, bago mo maubos, alam mo na, no? Kung how long mo gagamitin yung sa resibo. So, na-estimate mo na yung 30 days before full consumption or utilization, kuha ka na ulit ng, magpa-approve ka na ulit ng range sa BAR, no? Punta ka na ulit. First number of the series of number to be issued or used by taxpayer shall be the continuation in the next set, no? So, kung ano yung pre-approve mo, pre-approved range of serial number ng invoice mo is 1,000 to 5,000. So, yung next set ng pre-approved range of serial number mo is 5,001 to 10,000. No? So, ganun po yung pag-issue ng range ng number. No? Sunod-sunod. Okay. Submit a report on the range of serial numbers of receipts and invoices which had been consumed and or canceled during the immediately preceding taxable year to the concerned office within 30 days from the close of the taxable year. Pero pag computerize ka na, kasi makikita na rin to sa system, no? Okay. Today, yung taxpayers with global system, ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina, no? Using invoices and receipts printed abroad, no? May ruling tayo dyan na 295-98 shall not be required to seek advance approval of the next set of pre-approved range of serial number for use in the Philippines. Pero ano nang gagawin niya? Present these pre-numbered invoices and receipts to BIR concerned office for registration prior to their use. No? Kasi, di ba yung range of number nila, global. No? Okay. Invoices or receipts herein referred to shall be tracked using office automation tools of the BIR office. Ano yung office automation tools? Meron na po yung BIR na CAATs. Ano yung CAATs? Computer aided audit tools and techniques, no? So yun yung CAATs. Ano yun? Pagka may mga electronic records ang taxpayer na isa-submit, halimbawa yung range of invoices, papasok yan doon sa CAATs, and then yung CAATs na maghahanap yung mga canceled at saka yung mga missing na number, and then mag-generate siya na report, no? Bibigay sa examiner, i-attach sa report ng examiner. Okay. Global system under which invoices and receipts are system generated, serial number of invoices or receipts issued or used during the year shall be stated, presented in chronological sequence of issuance by date of issue in the CD-ROM that will be registered together with other accounting records with the BIR office having jurisdiction over the taxpayer within 30 days following the end of the accounting period. So, anong gagawin doon sa global invoices? Ilagay siya sa CD-ROM, no? And then, ipa-receive mo sa BIR. No? System generated. Okay. Ano naman itong e-commerce law? The requirements of binding and stamping of computerized books of accounts, receipts, and invoices generated by duly approved computerized accounting system shall no longer be necessary. Hindi na yung binding, no? Kasi e-commerce na paperless na, no? So hindi na nire-require na iba-bound mo pa yung mga records mo, no? Soft copy, no, yung soft copy, yung ilagay mo siya sa CD, no, sa CD-ROM na read only, no, properly labeled with the name of the taxpayer, taxable year, serial number, volume number of the books of accounts, other accounting records, ilagay mo siya sa CD, and then meron siyang transmittal, and then dalhin mo sa BIR at patatakan lang, no, tatak lang. Bakit? Hindi mo siya iiwan, ibalik sa iyo yung CD-ROM. At pag na-audit ka na, hahanapin sa iyo yung CD na yan na may tatak ng BIR para yun yung ibigay mo for audit, no? Okay. So yung CD na pinatatakan mo na nandun yung mga records mo, hindi mo yan iwanan sa BIR. Adjustment to books of accounts and other accounting records may still be submitted in a separate CD-ROM read-only before the deadline of annual income tax return. Kasi minsan may mga adjustment during the audit, no? Pagkatapos ng accounting ng taxable year, magpapa-audit. So may mga nakikita halimbawa ng discrepancy and then nagkaroon ng adjustments. So, ilagay mo ulit yun sa CD and then patatakan mo rin ulit sa BIR bago yung deadline. Anong deadline? April 15. So, halimbawa yung taxable year mo is ending December 31, then nagpa-audit ka ng February or March, nagkaroon ng mga discrepancy at inayos nyo, see to it na bago mag-April 15, lagay mo siya sa CD-ROM ulit at patatakan sa BIR. No? Okay. Separate CD-ROM read-only containing the adjustments to books of accounts and other accounting records or documents shall be properly labeled with the name of taxpayer, taxable year and serial number, and volume number of the books of accounts and other accounting records or documents. No? Yun yung requirement. Electronically archive information in the books of accounts and other accounting records or documents. No? So, archive of the books of accounts, other accounting records, documents, retained for 3 years. No? So, wala na to ngayon kasi sabi ko sa inyo, 2002 pa to. Pagdating ng 2013, ginawa na tong 10 years, no? 10 years na itong 3 years. Okay. So, taxpayer has no capability to submit CD-ROM, the manual system shall prevail, no? So, anong requirement ng manual? Naka-hard copy siya. No? Duly notarized certification in the form of affidavit ascertaining attesting accuracy of the following shall be submitted to the large taxpayer or RDO. Okay. Ano yung nakalagay doon? The number of receipts and invoices used during the year, the soft copy of the books of accounts and other accounting records. No? So ito yung mga requirements kung nag-maintain na kayo ng electronic records, no? Okay, so anong sabi dito? Dapat ang taxpayer mag-apply ng new permit to use computerized accounting system kung merong enhancement, no? At may changes na in the system. Kaya wag na wag mag-enhance, mag-upgrade na hindi nagpapaalam sa BIR, no? Without approval, anong gagawin ng BIR? The permit originally issued shall be deemed automatically revoked from the time the enhanced system is adopted. So, kung wala kang computerized accounting system kasi nirevoke na ng BIR, ano default na treatment? Dapat meron kang manual na books of accounts. Revert back to manual books of accounts. No? Kasi hindi ibig sabihin yan, hindi ka na magre-record. Magre-record ka pa rin, pero manual na. Okay. So, procedures, no? Sa ng large taxpayer at sa ng RDO. No? Ito, internal na to sa BIR. No? Pero ano yung pinapasubmit nila sa taxpayer? The company profile, photocopy of BIR certificate of registration, photocopy of previously issued permit if applicable, and then the registration fee, no? Yung 0605. Location map of the place of business. Oh, ang experience ko dito, may nagpa-follow up, hindi niya alam, hindi ang gawin yung location map ng place of business kasi client lang daw nila. No? So be sure na alam nyo yung location map. Why? Kasi yun yung magiging guide ng mga examiners pag pinuntahan kayo ng system demo. No? Inventory of previously approved unused invoices and receipts if applicable, and list of branches that will use the computerized accounting system. Ano naman yung mga technical requirements? The application name, software use, functions and features of the application. Ito hindi nyo to alam ang technical requirements. Be sure that this will be provided to you by your software developer. No? The system flow, the process flow, the backup procedure, disaster and recovery plan, sworn statement, the Annex C and proof of system ownership. No? So, yun ang mga requirements. List of reports and correspondences that can be generated from the system with their description, purpose, and sample layout. No? Possibility of system-generated loose leaf books of accounts and list and list thereof or receipts or invoices. No? Okay. Additional requirements, no? Kung affiliated companies or sister companies, franchises and branches. Photocopy of previously issued permit for mother or sister company or another branch using the same system kung meron. Certification from the CSIT which previously evaluated the approved system. Receive the requirements submitted by the taxpayer applicant and then evaluate validity of application and review completeness of requirements. No? So, mamaya tingnan natin yung mga requirements. Kung ano, may mga sample po tayo. No? Okay. Sige. Ano na to? Internal na to ng BIR, yung procedure. No? Okay. Let's have a break of 10 minutes, no? Bago ko sa inyo, discuss sa inyo yung mga annexes dito sa computerized accounting system. Kasi itong iba, ano na lang to ng BAR internal, no? So, doon tayo sa mga attachment na. Okay? But before I discuss that, break lang po tayo ng 10 minutes, no? Okay, so let's now go to the application for authority to use computerized accounting system or components thereof. Ito po yung BIR form number 1900, no? This is enhanced September 2002, hindi pa po ito binago hanggang ngayon, no? So, this is the application. You are going to fill up line number 1 with taxpayer identification number, no? And then the RDO code. Saan nanggagaling tong RDO code? Doon po sa inyong certificate of registration. And then fill up the taxpayer's name, no? Kung taxpayer's name ninyo is individual, the name of the individual, hindi business name, ha? Kung registered name naman ninyo is corporation, yung nakalagay mismo sa Articles of Incorporation or Certificate of Registration ninyo with the SEC. And then we have the business address, no? Type, nature of application, loose leaf books of accounts and accounting records or sa manual, no? Loose leaf. Kung yun ang application nyo. Kasi itong application na to can also be by loose leaf books of accounts. Pwede, no? Or complete computerized accounting system or computerized books of accounts lang or computer-generated subsidiary accounting records lang, no? So, 4 yung pwedeng i-apply dito. So, mamili lang kayo, i-check nyo lang yung box, no? So, kung complete computerized accounting system, you check letter B. Pagka computerized books of accounts lang, nandyan yung general journal, sales book, disbursement book, other specified, yung ledger or the purchase book, then i-check nyo yung C na box, no? And then computer-generated subsidiary accounting records, ito yung mga cash receipt book, debit or credit memo book, accounts payable book, no? Receivable, cash disbursement book, then letter D. Itong E naman, other specify kung mayroon pa kayong iba na gustong i-apply, no? And then this is signed by the taxpayer authorized agent, title or position of the signatory. Ngayon, lahat ng mga attachment dito, kompleto na, ibigay nyo sa BIR, tatakan to ng receive, no? Ng BIR. Okay. Ano yung mga attachments dito? No? So, these are the attachment. No? For number 1, general requirements is the company profile, the photocopy of the BIR certificate of registration, photocopy of previously issued permit, if applicable, photocopy of current registration fee payment, current na yung latest, yung 0605 na binabayaran ng pag-January. And then we have the location map or place of business, no? So inventory of previously approved or unused receipts and invoices and receipts. Ito yung napaprint na ninyo ng mga resibo, no? For computerized accounting system or components thereof, the application, no? Number 1 is the list of branches that will use computerized accounting system, if any. And number 2, the technical requirements, no? So, number 1, application name and software used ng development and database. Sa technical requirements na po to. And then the functions and features of the application, the system flow, the process flow, sworn statement and proof of system ownership. Ito yung backup, no? Procedure and disaster and recovery plan na anong gagawin nyo kung may nangyari sa system nyo, no? List of reports and correspondences that can be generated from the system with their description, purpose, and sample layout. No, there are system na napakaraming ma-generate na report. Facsimile of system generated loose leaf, kung loose leaf po yung ating ina-apply. Additional requirements for affiliated sister companies, franchises, and branches. Ito yung photocopy ng previously issued permit kung meron, and the certification from CSET na nag-evaluate na or nag-approve ng system, no? Okay. Ito yung mga sample. Annex B, application for permit to use cash register machine, point of sale machine kung meron, no? So ito yung BIR form 1907, no? So yung cash register machine, you fill up also the applicable boxes, and then nakalagay dito yung description ng machines, the brand, the serial number, o the type, maximum accumulating sales capacity, receipt number, function, condition of the machines, no? So, yan yung sa point of sale machine at saka cash register machine. Sa Annex C naman, ito yung sworn statement, no? Kailangan ito sa computerized accounting system na application, no? Ano nakalagay po dito sa sworn statement? I, name of affiant, nationality of affiant kung Filipino o foreigner, of legal age, designated as, ano ba yung position? Duly representing the name of the company or corporation with business address located at. Do hereby voluntarily depose and say that the company is engaged in, ano yung line of business ng company, and existing under, ano yung business name ng company. No, that the software to be adopted in computerized accounting system or components thereof is customized or in-house or off-the-shelf. Ano yung customized or in-house? Pinagawa mo. Ano yung off-the-shelf? Package software na binili mo. No? That for customized accounting system or components thereof, the company hereby contracted the services of sino yung gumawa na programmer with tax identification number and business address at to develop the computerized accounting system. Kung kumuha ka ng sarili mong programmer at pinagawa mo yung system mo, no? Bakit? Kasi kailangan nila yan dahil pagka may mga questions yung BR, papatawag yung mong programmer mo. At saka hindi lang yun, during the CSET talagang nandyan dapat yung programmer mo to answer for the technical requirements. So that the above-mentioned contract was entered into without intention of defrauding the government and in pursuance to existing rules and regulations of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997. So, anong sabi dito? Hindi mo i-defraud yung government. Ano yun? Kasi records ito records mo ng sales, records ng business. So, pagka may mga misrepresentation dito na information, affected yung payment mo ng taxes. No? That the system is secured, can provide information and generate a unique control number per transaction. No? Okay. That the system is equipped with effective mechanism to keep track of cancelled transactions and adjustments. No? That the system can generate and print reports. No? That access to operations manual, application system, and database for system demo shall be allowed if necessary. Kasi pag hindi inallow, hindi ayos yung system demo, hindi mabigyan ng permit. No? That no changes, upgrade, and enhancement will be made on the original system covered by the approved permit. Yun na, kung sino yung authorized dito na signatory, yan, may commitment na siya na walang gagawin na upgrades, walang gagawin na enhancement, no? Na hindi kasama dun sa permit. So, in the event that the foregoing be discovered to be in violation of existing rules and regulations, I hereby undertake to face any legal sanctions and pay corresponding penalties kung may mga violations, no? I hereby declare under penalties of perjury that the foregoing attestations are true and correct to the best of my knowledge. Ito yung penalties under perjury, no? Kasi sinabi mo na tama yung mga sinasabi mo. Kung it was found na mali, then mapoprosecute ka by penalties of perjury. Name and signature of the affiant or taxpayer, the president or authorized representative, the TIN and the address, and it should be notarized. No? So, Annex D, ito yung functional and technical evaluation, appraisal or checklist. Dito na yung programmer, kung pinagawa nyo lang yung system nyo, dapat nandito. Why? Kasi pagka yung may-ari, hindi niya alam talaga kung ano yung mga functional at saka technical features ng system, no? Ito, functional and technical evaluation appraisal checklist for permit to adopt computerized accounting system or components thereof. Taxpayer identification number, the company name, address, contact person, and then the telephone number, no? So, we have part 1, functional approval criteria, requisites. Yes, no, remarks, no? Very important to. Number 1, can the system provide information on a per transaction basis? 1.1, can it be viewed? 1.2, can it be printed? No? So, nakalagay na talaga dyan. Ano mga answer nyo dito? Dapat lahat yes. Kasi pag nag-answer ka dyan na no, hindi ka aaprubahan. So, number 2 is the system equipped with effective mechanism to keep track cancellation of transactions. Why cancellation of transaction is very important? Kasi para makita ano ba yung mga transactions na kinancel mo, no? Can the system deny cancellation of transaction? Can the original entries be retrieved, viewed, or printed? Can the source document be cross-referenced and retrieved? Can a report be printed on all canceled transactions? No? Dapat yes pa rin ang mga sagot dyan. Is the system equipped with effective mechanism to enable or track adjustment? No, kung may mga adjustment, dapat nakikip track siya, nakalag lahat sa system. No? Can the system generate and print reports, regular requirements of BAR, and the summary of sales and purchases, the ad hoc and the exception? Does the system generate unique control per transaction? Oh? So, dapat yes lahat yan. Ito, executive summary, no? Requisites. Are all technical specifications adhered to? Yes or no? And then part 3, issues and concerns, number, date, raised, issue, concern, resolution, action or points, and then status. Ito yung mga findings na to during the system demo, no? And you can see na 4 yung pipirma sa report, no? The CSET members, yung mga evaluators. Annex A, permit to use computerized accounting system or components thereof. Ito na yun. No? Isang page lang yun na long na bond paper, legal size. No? So, nakalagay dyan, permit number, permit to use computerized accounting system or components thereof, the name, the TIN, and then permit is hereby granted on your application, dated for kung ano man yan, no? Nakalagay dyan yung mga descriptions, and then sinong pumirma dito? The RDO or the large taxpayer service na assistant commissioner kung large taxpayer po yung apply, no? Yun po yung nakalagay dyan. And then we have the schedule of attachments in the permit, no? Ito yung mga attachment, no? List of branches using the same computerized accounting system, documents, reports generated if applicable, number and description of POS or CRM to be used kung meron, the approved range of serial number, no? Range of serial numbers from 2, no? Yun yung sabi ko sa inyo na the range of serial numbers, the maximum range na pwede ibigay ng BIR is the 19 digits, no? Approved method of record keeping, no? Manual or electronic, no? Void if this schedule is with erasures, no? Branch permit to use computerized accounting system, same lang din po just sa head office, no? And then schedule of attachment in the branch permit, no? The same din dun sa head office, no? Permit to use cash register machine, CRM or point of sale machine. Ito yung maliit lang to, and then sticker ito na dinidikit sa likod ng cash register machine, no? Ito yung letter denial pagka hindi na-approve yung request mo for permit, and then may reasons, no? And then temporary permit to use, yung sabi ko sa inyo na ang duration is 3 months lang yung maximum, no? And then permit to adopt computerized accounting system or components thereof. Register, ibig sabihin yung listing kung sino yung mga nabigyan na ng permit. Sa BIR na po to, internal reports, no? Ito, sa internal reports na to ng BIR. Okay. Post-reporting requirements for computerized accounting system. Ito na yun. Know all men by their presence. No? Name of representative, nationality, legal or designated as position with business address located at that name of corporation with business address at is duly registered corporation organized under the laws of the Philippines. No? The above-mentioned corporation maintain a computerized accounting system under head office or branch permit number issued at on. The purpose of compliance under RMO dated the above-mentioned corporation in lieu of hardbound computer-generated books of accounts or other accounting records documents for taxable year hereby maintained in CD-ROM form duly labeled with the name of taxpayer, taxable year, serial number, volume number of books of accounts, duly stamped, registered, and signed by the authorized revenue official, or maintain the above-mentioned books of accounts and other accounting records or documents in an archive information form. No? So, nakalagay dito yung books of accounts, accounting records, volume number, series number. No? Ito na yung affidavit na gagawin ng officers ng company. That the receipts or invoices or other related documents duly assigned with serial numbers stated as follows have been consumed, cancelled for the taxable period covering, and then the type of the accounting documents, the series number. No? So the books of accounts, invoices, and receipts, other accounting records, documents of the above-mentioned company is in the form of CD-ROM. Then, permahan, and then, meron din po siyang notarized. No? Okay. Okay? So, before I discuss to you the record retention and management, meron pa akong ibang i-discuss sa inyo yung hanapin mo dyan, Hari, yung 26-2000, 16-2006 ba yun? Ano? Dalawa yun sila at saka yung 9-2009. Okay na. Okay na. Okay na? Nag-ano sila?
Ako, nag-comment bigla.
Walang ano. So, balik tayo.
Ako.
Sige. Okay. Sige, ulit tayo. So, Revenue Regulations Number 16-2006, dated August 15, 2006. Ito po yung regulations that require submission by taxpayers of electronic books of accounts and other accounting records in the course of tax audit or investigation. Kasi iba po ang format ng submission ng documents doon sa hindi computerized at saka sa computerized. And remember, this is already during the tax audit, no? It is mandatory for you to submit those electronic records. So, papaano, no? So, dito po tayo sa Section 1, no? These regulations are hereby promulgated to prescribe the submission by registered computerized taxpayers of their books of accounts and other accounting records in electronic form, no? So during the tax audit or investigation, in accordance with sections 5 and A, 6A. So ito yung mga provisions, no, that requires, no. So computerized accounting books and records, ito yung books of accounts, other accounting records in electronic form, no. So, ano yung mga kasama dyan? The transaction files, customer or vendor master files, other files or databases maintained and used by a taxpayer in and under a computerized accounting system. Electronic documents, ito yung data, figures, symbols, other modes of written expression described or however represented by which a right is established. So, definition po ito ng electronic commerce law, no? Dito sa electronic documents, no? So, bakit may prescribed format po yung BIR na sinasabi? Why? Kasi sometimes, kung ang ibigay na records, computerized accounting records ng taxpayer such that hindi mabuksan o hindi ma-convert ng examiner, mahihirapan siya. That's why meron ditong prescribed ng format as to files, no? Okay. Electronic document, no? So ito yung mga data, figures, no, na produced electronically, no? Electronic signatures, signatures din na done electronically, no? May mga distinctive mark, characteristic, or sound in electronic form representing identity of a person. Siya yung nagbigay ng approval, halimbawa, kaya signed niya, no, electronically. Media refers to physical forms of recorded information. Ito yung mga paper, film, computer disk, computer tapes, and any other materials na nandoon naka-record yung information, no? CDR or compact disc recordable, no? This is the optical data storage, written and read using lasers that can be read or viewed only but cannot be modified, no? DVD-R, no? Digital video disc recordable. Database refers to stored collection of related electronic data used by organization. Ito yung database, no? So, dapat pagka malaki ka na or taxpayers ka, electronic computerized accounting ka, meron ka talagang database. No? So, data is a representation of information in a formalized manner, no? Suitable for communication, interpretation, processing. Data consists of letters, numbers, or symbols. Ano naman yung file? Name collection of records, no? Stored or processed as an individual entity. Yan ang file. Ano naman yung records? Collection of related fields. Yung file, collection of records. Ang records naman, collection of related fields containing data, no? Items grouped for processing and considered subunits of the file. So, ang record is subunit ng files. Field or data element, ano naman yung field? Specified area of record used for storing a particular class of data. Fields are subunits of record. So, record is subunit of file. Field or data naman is subunits ng record. Fixed length file is the file with its record has the same number of characters, no? File format. Ito yung format na isasubmit sa BIR, no? Standard of organizing and storing the data in the file such that specific application will be able to use the data. Common example is database or DBase file format, no? Ano yung extension niya? .dbf file extension. Okay. Ito yung format typically created from personal computer-based databases, no? Delimited format, ito naman yung format composed of records which the fields are not in a fixed position in the record. Instead, each field in the record is separated by a field separator character such as comma, no? So, authentication, ito yung confirmation that the record is accurate, complete, and appropriate to the actions taken. Okay. Methods of authenticating electronic records include paano ino-authenticate yung electronic records. Authentication of a hard copy document that accompanies the electronic media. Authentication of label attached to the media or linking a digital signature to the electronic file, document, and design of a unique location, specific procedure for authentication of electronic records, no? Examination of computerized books of accounts and other accounting records. Ito yung gagawin na ng BIR, no? Kasi under tax audit ka na, may letters of authority. No? Okay. So at the time of examination, the written computerized accounting books and records, taxpayer must be capable of being retrieved from the computer system. Kailan kaya mong i-retrieve yung information nandun sa system, no? And converted to a standard format that would allow efficient examination and testing of such records using BIR audit tools during tax examination. O yun yung sabi ko na capable of being converted. Halimbawa, pwede i-convert dun sa Excel file para kung ano yung gusto ng examiner ng mga analysis kaya niyang gawin. No? Submission of taxpayer accounting records in electronic form for BIR examination. No? Books of accounts, other accounting records in electronic format that were submitted and registered with the concerned BIR office within 30 days from the close of the taxable year. No? Pursuant to Revenue Memorandum Order Number 29-2002, ito yung discuss ko sa inyo kanina, shall be provided to the BIR by the taxpayer upon audit or investigation. No? So this does not preclude BIR from requesting other transaction files obtained or contained. Hindi kasi limited ang BIR during the audit na itong document lang pwede niyang hingin. Unlimited yung pwede niyang hingin, especially if it has a connection with the findings or with the issue doon sa audit, no? Okay. So if the taxpayer, halimbawa component lang yung kanyang computerized accounting system, hindi lahat, no? So, the taxpayer maintains accounting books and records in both electronic and manual formats. So, the revenue officers auditing said taxpayers may require the presentation of both electronic and manual books of accounts or records, no? So, during verification process, the taxpayer is required to present the documents supporting the entries made in the computerized accounting system or the CAS, no? So the computerized accounting books or records shall be submitted to the concerned revenue officers, no? Kasi may mga letters of authority yan sila, no? Access to the computerized accounting shall be restricted to the revenue officers assigned to handle the tax examination, no? After the report of investigation and the tax docket of the case has been reviewed and approved by authorized revenue official, the revenue officer shall return, ibabalik po yan sa taxpayer, the computerized accounting books records intact and in their original form, no? So, hindi yan mananatili sa examiner. Pag natapos na yung investigation, ibabalik po sa taxpayer. If there are discrepancies found upon tax audit that results to tax assessment, the revenue officers or examiners may request for certified true copies in hard copy and or electronic format of the portion of accounting books and pertinent accounting records that would serve as evidence or proof of the audit findings, no? So, di ba ang ibibigay natin sa examiner is only the electronic records, no? So, soft copy lang siya. Nagkaroon ng findings. So, maghihingi ngayon ng hard copy yung examiner, no? Ipaprint sa inyo. Kasi as attachment niya doon sa kanyang report. Requirements for submission of accounting books or records in electronic format, no? Electronic books, reports, documents, files, data that has been produced using computerized accounting system or components. Kaya pag nanghingi yung examiner ng electronic records nyo, pagka mayroon na kayong LA, titingnan din niya yung permit nyo, no? Yung permit to adopt computerized accounting system. Dahil nandun sa evaluation, sa mga technical descriptions, ma-evaluate na niya kung anong klase yung mga records na pwede niyang hingin sa inyo, no? Okay. Ito na, nandito pa rin yung sinasabi niya yung RMO 29-2002 shall be in electronic form, stored in recordable compact disc, the CDR, and then the digital video disc or other optical media depending on the volume of the transaction or size of the business, and in a format that is readable by the BAR audit tools, no? Okay, so kasi kung ibigay mo sa kanya yung format na hindi naman mabasa, no? So useless, hindi tatanggapin, no? So CD or DVRs or optical media should be properly labeled with the name of the taxpayer, taxable year, content description, serial number, volume number, other information required under RMO 29-2002 and its mandatory issuances, no? So to ensure that authorized users can identify, access, and retrieve information stored on CDs or DVDs or other optical media, the external label should likewise indicate the application system software, including the version number of the application system or software used to create their contents, no? So, kasama din yung accompanied by a document describing the file, attributes, or layout, no? The number of records in its data file, the control totals for its numeric field where applicable, the record layouts and record lengths, and the documentation of key control information, including the transaction cut-off date and time, no? So, yun yung mga content ng mga electronic records na isa-submit. Okay? A duly notarized certification in the form of an affidavit shall be executed by taxpayer or his authorized representative, attesting the completeness, accuracy, and appropriateness of the computerized accounting books, records, in accordance with the keeping of books of accounts and records for internal revenue tax purposes, and should be submitted, no, together with accounting books records in electronic form. Electronic form na kasi computerized na. The CDs or DVDs or other optical media should also be properly authenticated and its label duly signed by the responsible official of the company who are required to sign the tax returns under the tax code using a permanent marker. Kasi kung yung gagamitin mo yung ballpen lang, natatanggal siya, nai-erase siya dun sa DVD. So, dapat yung permanent marker. Kaya ako talaga, bumibili ako nung mga permanent marker na pang-sign sa mga plastic na copy, no? Kasi nabubura pagka yung ordinary na pen lang, no? So, taxpayer may require revenue officer to acknowledge receipt of the electronic files and documents. So, dapat lang. Kasi every time kung ano yung ibibigay ninyo na record sa examiner, naka-transmittal talaga yan. Naka-specify and then let the examiner receive it. No? Notarized certification shall be submitted in hard copy as currently legal documents are not yet prepared electronically in the Philippines. So, wala pang notarized certification na online, no? Okay. Taxpayers' business process that were used to create and maintain computerized accounting books and records. Taxpayer under investigation is required to provide the concerned revenue officers with an overview of the computerized accounting system used during the taxable period under audit. So, kailangan i-walk through ninyo ang revenue officers sa accounting system para mas maintindihan niya, no? So, it is understood that the computerized accounting system used or being used by the taxpayer has been previously approved by the BIR. Siyempre, kasi hahanapin sa inyo yung permit to use computerized accounting system. So, in relation thereto, any subsequent change or enhancement to such computerized accounting system shall require approval of the BIR. Remember, nasa affidavit nyo pa yun na yun, ha? Okay. Retention of electronic documents and electronic files. Paano mo i-retain? No? Pursuant to Section 13, Republic Act 8792, books of accounts of other accounting records, documents, files, schedules, and other information submitted by taxpayer to the BIR in electronic form should be retained in their original form. No? Letter A, remain accessible so as to be usable for subsequent reference and retained in the format which it was generated, sent, or received in a format which can be demonstrated to accurately represent the electronic document generated or received, no? So it should be authenticated also. Okay. So aforementioned books or records shall be retained in accordance with the rules on preservation of books of accounts and other accounting records. And how many years na ngayon? 10 years, no? That you are going to retain your records. Legal recognition of electronic documents, ano na siya, no? May legal effect na, validity or enforceability as any other document or legal writing subject to the following conditions. Ano yung mga conditions? If an electronic document is able to maintain its integrity and reliability through time and can be authenticated for subsequent reference, no? So, the electronic document has remained complete and unaltered, no? Hindi nasira. Apart from the addition of any endorsement and any authorized change or any change which arises in the normal course of communication, storage, and display, no? So, electronic document can be relied upon for the purpose of which it was generated and for all the relevant circumstances, no? If electronic document has been presented or retained in its original form, in that there exists a reliable assurance on the integrity of the document from the time when it was first generated in its final form, and the document is capable of being displayed to the person to whom it is to be presented, no? So, under the existing laws, electronic document shall be the functional equivalent of a written document for evidentiary purposes. So, even in court, no? Pwede nang gamitin ang electronic records because it has already evidentiary value. Okay. So, compliance in enforcement, where taxpayer fails to comply with the provisions of these regulations, procedure prescribed in the issuance and enforcement of subpoena duces tecum shall be followed. So, pag hindi kayo nag-submit ng mga requirements ng electronic records, no? Pwede kayo isubpina ng BIR, no? Sino nag-i-issue ng subpoena? The legal division, no? Issue kayo ng subpoena to produce those accounting records. Penalties, subject to penalties provided for under the pertinent provision of the NIRC. No, ang alam ko na penalty for large taxpayer na hindi nag-computerize, yung first offense is 50,000, no? Pagka next, halimbawa, next year hindi pa rin siya computerized, no? Nag-i-increase. Yung third, wala na. Hindi na siya mag-penalty, closure na, no? Okay, so I have discussed to you RMO 29-2002 and also this 26-2016, no? And Revenue Regulation 16-2006 dated August 15, 2006, no? So, ito yung submission ng electronic records during tax audit. Okay? Okay. So, bago tayo pupunta dun sa records retention management, no, discuss ko muna sa inyo itong Revenue Regulations number 9-2009, no? This is dated December 23, 2009, and what is the subject? The maintenance, retention, and submission of electronic records, no? Okay. This is the guide. Okay. What is the purpose of these regulations? To define the requirements, obligations, and responsibilities imposed on taxpayers for electronic record keeping and maintenance of electronic books of accounts, electronic records, and other sources of information. No? So, this is also the purpose of these regulations to address the requirements for retention of records through various processes and systems, including but not limited to computer, electronic, and imaging processes. The regulations also provide requirements for the access and submission of electronic records to the BIR. No? So, parang inaugment din niya yung 16-2006, no? Na may requirements for the access and submission of electronic records. Okay. Make it mandatory for large taxpayer classified under Revenue Regulations number 1-98 to maintain and or adopt computerized accounting system. Oh? So, kailan pala ni-require ang large taxpayers to maintain computerized books of accounts? Noon pang 2009, no? Kasi 2009 ang date nitong regulations na to. Okay. For purposes of this regulation, the term shall be defined as follows. Database management system. Ano yung database management system? This is a software system that controls, relates, retrieves, and provides accessibility to data stored in a database. No? Electronic data interchange, computer-to-computer exchange, no? Of business transactions in a substantial, structured, electronic format. So, yun yung electronic data interchange. Mag-ano ka muna ng lamok. Okay, so hard copy means any document, records, reports, or other data printed on paper. Yan. Yan, sabi ko na eh. Ang sakit ng kagat ng labok eh. Tsaka sa likod. Sa likod nangangagat sila eh. Ano mo nga dito? Okay. Oh, pero no. Ito sa likod. Yan sila eh. Okay. Hard copy means any documents, records, reports, or other data printed on paper. So, yun ang ibig sabihin ng hard copy. No? Electronic record means collection of related information in an electronically readable format. No? Electronic records do not include hard copy records, no, that are created or recorded on paper or stored in or by an imaging system such as microfilm, microfiche, or storage-only imaging systems. No? Okay. The terms defined as follows. Okay. Electronically readable format means information supported by a system capable of producing accessible and usable copy. No? So, accessible copy means that the taxpayer must provide an acceptable copy of the electronic records in an electronically readable and usable format to Bureau of Internal Revenue Tax Auditor or the examiners na magkakandak po ng investigation. Okay? So, a copy is usable if the electronic records can be processed and analyzed with BIR audit software. Kasi baka yung ibigay ninyo na record hindi mabuksan, no? So, hindi siya ma-audit ng ang tawag doon yung CAATS lab, no? Yung CAATS ng BIR, Computer Aided Audit Tools and Techniques. The usable copy must be in a non-proprietary, commonly used data interchange format, no? That is compatible with BIR software. Or electronic files retained in an encrypted or proprietary backup format must be able to be restored at a later date to an accessible and usable state to meet BIR requirements, no? Okay. Storage-only imaging system means a system of computer, hardware, and software that provides for the storage, retention, and retrieval of documents originally created on paper. No? So it does not include any system or part of a system that manipulates or processes any information or data contained in the document in any manner other than to reproduce the document in hard copy or as an optical image. Okay, so taxpayer means corporation, companies, partnerships, or persons required to keep books of accounts necessary to a determination of tax liability. Electronic record keeping means those electronic business system that creates, process, store, maintain, and provide access to financial records of person. Media refers to the physical forms of recorded information. No? This includes paper, film, computer disk, computer tape, other material on which information can be recorded. CDR, compact disc recordable, optical data storage, written and read using lasers that can be read or viewed only but cannot be modified. No? Deleted or written over with the new data. So recordable CDs are warm, write once, read multiple. DVD-R, digital video disc recordable, refers to a new generation of optical disc storage technology which holds more data than the CDR. No? So, yun yung digital video disc recordable, DVD-R. So, ano po itong electronic record keeping requirements, no, in general? Taxpayer shall maintain all records that are necessary for the determination of the correct tax liability under Section 232 of the NIRC. No? All required records must be made available on request by the Commissioner of Internal Revenue or its authorized representative. If taxpayer retains records required to be kept under this regulation in both electronic and hard copy formats, taxpayer shall make the record available to the Bureau of Internal Revenue electronic format upon request of the Commissioner or its authorized representative. No? Okay. So what are the electronic record keeping requirements for large taxpayer? All large taxpayers classified under Revenue Regulations 1-98 are required to maintain computerized accounting system or components thereof. Accordingly, all books of accounts and accounting records shall be in electronic format. No? So lahat daw ng records ng large taxpayers. All taxpayers who are currently maintaining their books of accounts and accounting records in manual form are required to register their computerized accounting systems not later than December 31, 2009. No? So, December 31, 2009, yung taxpayers na may books of accounts, accounting records in manual form, dapat magpa-register na sila sa computerized accounting system. Large taxpayer using commercial and or customized software to keep books and records electronically is not relieved of the responsibility, no? To keep books, no? Adequate electronic records because of deficiencies in the software. Okay, so what are the electronic record keeping requirements? No? Electronic records used to establish tax compliance shall contain sufficient transaction level detailed information so that the details underlying the electronic records can be identified and made available to the BIR upon request. No? So, all the time of an examination, the written records must be capable of being retrieved and converted to standard record format. No? Okay. Taxpayers are not required to construct electronic records other than those created in the ordinary course of business. A taxpayer who does not create the electronic equivalent of a traditional paper document in the ordinary course of business is not required to construct such record for tax purposes. No? So, yun yung general requirements. Sa electronic data in interchange requirements naman, the level of record detail in combination with other records related to the transaction must be equivalent to that contained in an acceptable paper record. So, example, written record should contain such information as vendor name, invoice date, product description, quantity purchased, price amount of tax, indication of tax status, shipping detail, no? So, codes may be used to identify some or all of the data elements. Okay. Taxpayer may capture information necessary to satisfy Section 5.2.1 at any level within the accounting system and need not retain the original ADI transaction records provided the audit trail, authenticity, and integrity of the written records can be established. No? So, So taxpayer using electronic data interchange technology receives electronic invoices from its suppliers. Taxpayer decide to retain the invoice data from completed and verified EDI transaction in its accounts payable rather than to retain the EDI transactions themselves. So depende na po yan sa gagawin ng taxpayer. Electronic data processing system requirements, no? For the requirements of electronic data processing, accounting system should be similar to that of manual accounting system. So, same lang. So, it is adequately designed accounting system should incorporate methods and records that will satisfy the requirement of this regulation. So, walang standard format as long as the information needed are present, no? Okay, so ano yung information that should be included? Sufficient detail to substantiate summarized information, no? So, the electronic records must show an audit trail from the source documents, no? Audit trail from source documents, whether paper or electronic, to the summarized financial accounts, no? So in addition, the trail may also include a number of links to other associated processes and events such as front-end systems, no? So internet-based e-commerce transactions such as web logs, emails when used as part of transaction invoice and confirmation. Transactions covered by trading partner, agreement of electronic data interchange, electronic records including functional and acknowledgement have to be kept, no? It's the taxpayer's responsibility to ensure reliability of and readability of this transaction record. So, importante yung reliability and readability, no? Okay. So, taxpayer keeping electronic records must also retain source documents, no? Sandali lang, Hari. Nabigyan ba sila ng kopya nito?
Hindi pa po.
Itong dalawa, yung 6-2006 sa ano? Oh, sabihan mo si Charles, no? Kasi itong mga data dito na mga marami, hindi naman po ninyo to masundan lahat, no? You need to read this and to have a copy of this mga regulations. Although diyan yan sa website ng BIR, no? Pero ipa-email pa rin namin sa inyo yung soft copy po nito para meron kayong kopya, no? Kasi marami to, hindi nyo ito masundan. Ako naman, in-explain ko lang sa inyo isa-isa so that kahit pa paano may retention kayo, pero this is just a guide, no? Pagdating na sa talagang trabaho na, you need to have this, the copy of this, para may kopya kayo, no? Okay. Sige. Business process information, no? Okay. Taxpayer shall be capable of demonstrating the following functions being performed, no? The internal controls used to ensure accurate and reliable processing, internal control used to prevent unauthorized addition, alteration, or deletion of written records. Yun na yung mga access, no? Na may mga limit yung access na sa system, no? Documentation required for electronic records retained, record format or layout, no? Field definition, no? File description, detailed chart of accounts and account descriptions, no? Okay, ito naman yung mga mandatory for the following. Sa general ledger, ito na po yung guide ninyo, ha. Kasi kailangan, itong mga information na to, meron sa books, yung sinasabi natin na electronic books, no? So, for the general ledger, the date, the reference, brief description or explanation, account title or account code if chart of accounts, master file is available, the debits and the credits. Although, doon sa manual meron din to kasi doon sa in-explain ko sa inyo na mga chart of accounts, at saka yung code number, nandyan din, no? Pero, ini-reiterate lang po dito sa regulations na to para tama pagsabit ninyo sa examiner, no? General journal, ano yung dapat nakalagay? The date, reference, brief description or explanation, the account title, no? And the debits and credits, no? Same lang din sa manual. For the sales journal, no? Nakalagay din yung date, customer's TIN, customer's name, address, no? Description, reference or document number or sales invoice number, no? So, nakalagay dyan sa sales journal. The amount, the discount, the VAT amount, output tax, and the net sales, no? Nakalagay lahat dyan. For the purchase journal, ano naman yung nandun? So, dapat nakalagay din yung date, the supplies, supplier's TIN, the vendor's name, no? Address, description, reference or document number or sales invoice, the amount, the discount, what amount, input tax or net purchases. Sa purchase journal na po yan. Inventory book, yun. Inventory book, sabi ko na sa inyo, very important. Date, product name or product code, description, unit, price per amount, and then the amount, no? Price per amount, so price per unit, and then the total amount. Paano mo kunin tong amount? Yung unit multiply by the price per unit, yun yung amount. Okay, so Commissioner of Internal Revenue or representative can prescribe additional fields, no? Kung kailangan, especially kung kailangan talaga sa audit, no? Transaction integrity and security system control. No? So ito, taxpayer carrying on business with electronic business system must ensure the adequate controls are in place, no? Safeguards, the accuracy, security, integrity. Diniscuss ko to kanina sa inyo umaga, no? Yung mga security, the accuracy ng electronic, no? So, access control to ensure that only authorized users can have access. Kailangan limited yung access. Hindi lahat may access, especially yung level ng access, no? Input and output control that ensure accuracy and security of information. Input and output, yung mga information na pinifeed sa computer, no? Processing control, protect, ensure integrity of information processed by the system. Also, backup control, no? So, that guarantee retention of backup copies of electronic records. Yun yung sinabi ko sa inyo na yung mga backup recovery procedures under the RMO 29-2002. Okay. And controls to ensure there is no accidental or intentional editing or deletion of recorded or completed transactions, no? Kasi kung meron man na ganyan, since nakalag yan sa makikita pa rin. Kaya nga, kailangan lahat ng cancel transactions, adjustments, nakikita pa rin sa system, no? Hindi yung nadi-delete, no? So, makikita doon yung persons making the modifications, no? The date of change, the previous transaction details, the current transaction details, and the reason for the change of deletion. So, napakaigpit po na requirement sa computerized accounting system, no? Changes to business system. If changes to the operating and or electronic business system occur, the capability to access and retrieve data must be preserved, no? Adequate. The changes must not result in a loss, distraction, or alteration of information. Kaya nga, recovery, no? Sa backup. And data relevant to the determination of taxes payable, collected, or withheld. So, adequate documentation must be retained to preserve an accurate chronological record of the changes, no, including changes. Kaya kailangan keep track lahat, no? May log, may maintenance na record. So, before implementing a new business system, taxpayer must ensure that Sufficient detail will be captured and produced to ensure proper determination of internal revenue taxes. Audit trail of its transaction. No? So, dapat meron. Adequate internal controls incorporated in the system. No? System ensures transaction integrity and security. Kasi pag wala yan, hindi reliable yung records. System will capture and save in a readable format the information required by the BIR. No? BIR auditors will have access to all information produced by the system. No? Adequate backup and restore procedures will be in place to safeguard information. The system will continue to offer capacity to export the required information. No? So, yun yung mga dapat tandaan ng mga taxpayers na under or gumagamit ng computerized accounting system. No? Electronic records maintenance and location requirements. Ano yung maintenance? Computer hardware or software shall accommodate the extraction and conversion of written electronic records, no? In accordance with Revenue Regulation 16-2006, yung na-discuss ko na a while ago. Records retained by copying or backing up the data to another medium must be done so in accordance with the media manufacturer's suggested procedures. No? Okay, dapat nakalagay sa CDR or DVD-R, recordable. Bakit? Kasi once na recorded na dyan, hindi na yan pwedeng baguhin yung record, no? Okay. So, ano pa nakalagay dito? Media containing the recorded information must be stored in environment free from hazard that could affect the media, such as magnetic fields, direct light, excessive moisture, and temperature extremes. Pag sobrang mainit, nalulusaw yung DVD, no? Okay. Backups of electronic files are being used as method of record retention procedures. Ano yon? Ensure that backup data files can be restored in a format accessible and usable by the BIR. Okay. So, ensure the intended data is actually being written to the medium being used. Backup procedure does not overwrite prior period backups or logs, destroying them. No? So, hindi pwedeng i-destroy. Medium is uniquely labeled in readily identifiable manner. Log is prepared to identify what record and data have been recorded. Log states how long this medium is to be retained before it can be overwritten or discarded. No? Name of the software and version number used to create the records are noted in the medium. Proper electronic business system software and operating system are available to restore the backup files. No? Periodic testing of backup records to verify that the backup records can be restored into an electronically readable format. So, yung system maintenance, no? Ano naman tong location? Okay, so records must be kept at the taxpayer place of business in the Philippines or another place designated by the commissioner and must, upon request, may be made available to revenue officer, no, for audit purposes during business hours. Records kept outside the Philippines, yung sabi ko sa inyo, mga global system, yung backup files nila, recovery system nila nandun sa ibang bansa. No? So, records kept outside the Philippines and accessed electronically from the Philippines are not considered to be records in the Philippines. No? Where records are maintained in location outside the Philippines, the BIR may accept a copy of the records provided these are made available in the Philippines in electronically readable and usable format for BIR officials, and they contain adequate details to support the tax return filed with the BIR, especially yung sa global system, no? All written records must be clearly labeled and stored in a secure environment in the Philippines. Secured environment, ano ba yung Philippines? May mga bagyo, may mga sobrang init, no? So, kung ano man yung condition dito sa Pilipinas, dapat anticipated na, no? Nakagawa na ng measures to protect. Authorization to maintain records elsewhere may be granted subject to such terms and conditions as the Commissioner of Internal Revenue may specify in writing. No? So, backup of electronic records stored at a site other than the business location for security and precautionary purpose in case of fire, flood, theft, or other cause. The BIR requires business practice and backup copies must be maintained at a location within the Philippines. No? So, taxpayers' responsibility to produce records for inspection no matter where those records are located. Kasi kung nasa malayo yan, kung nasa ibang bansa, no? So, produce nila dito sa Pilipinas. Businesses that operate via the internet, no, and are hosted on a server located outside the Philippines should be cognizant of the responsibility to maintain the records within the Philippines. Internet-based businesses have the same responsibilities related to record retention as all other business operations. Yun na yung sinasabi ko doon sa mga online sellers. Andito na yung guidelines, no? So kasama sila dito sa 9-2009. Use of third party for electronic record maintenance, no? Pwedeng kumuha ng services of third party to provide custodial and or management services of the records and shall notify the BIR prior to such arrangement. Ito yung outsourcing, no? So, utilization of the third party shall not relieve the taxpayer of its obligation under these regulations. No? So, sino pa rin ang may obligation? The taxpayer, hindi yung outsource. Pina-outsource niya na company. No? Access and submission of electronic records. No? Access will be provided in one or more of the following manners. Taxpayer may arrange to provide the BIR with the hardware, software, personal resources to access the electronic records. Usually kasi pag nag-audit, may kasamang representative po ang BIR. Hindi naman yung BIR na upo lang doon, gagawa ng sarili niyang audit. May representative ang taxpayer na nakaupo doon. Especially kung electronic records ito, dapat may programmer na kasama ang nag-audit na BIR, yung mga examiners, kasama yung programmer ng or technical persons ng taxpayer so that sila yung mag-a-assist during the audit, no? Hindi rin pumapay ang BIR na sila lang. Kasi pag hindi nila alam, wala silang access, wala magawa na trabaho, no? Taxpayer may convert the electronic records to a standard record format specified by Revenue Regulation 16-2006, including copies of files on a magnetic medium agreed to by the BIR. No? So, original files, unconverted format, or files in native form should also be submitted along with the copies of the converted files. No? Okay. So, BIR daw and taxpayer may agree on the means of providing access to the electronic records. Alternative storage media. So, can be for the purposes of retention, the taxpayers may convert hard copy documents received or produced in the normal course of business and required to be retained under the regulation to microfilm, microfiche, or other storage-only imaging system, and may discard the original hard copy documents provided the conditions hereunder enumerated are met. No? So, documents which may be stored on this media include but are not limited to general books of accounts, journals, vouchers, registers, general and subsidiary ledgers, supporting records of details such as sales invoices, exemption certificates, and credit memoranda. So, pwedeng siya i-convert into a soft copy. No? Microfilm, microfiche, and other storage-only imaging system shall comply among others with the following requirements. No? Documentation establishing the procedures for converting the hard copy documents. Saan na tayo? to microfilm, microfiche, or other storage-only imaging system must be maintained and made available on request. No? Documentation shall at a minimum contain a sufficient description to allow an original document to be followed through the conversion system, as well as internal procedures established for inspection and quality assurance. No? So, procedures must be established for the effective identification, processing, storage, and preservation of the stored documents, and for making them available for the period they are required to be retained under this section 10. No? Person in authority within the organization has confirmed in writing that the program will be part of the usual and ordinary activity of the organization's business. No? Such person must execute a sworn statement that the original source documents have been converted strictly in accordance with the standards and verified to ensure its integrity and completeness. No? Okay. Taxpayer must provide facilities and equipment for reading, locating, reproducing any documents maintained on microfilm, microfiche, or other storage-only imaging system. Ito na yung archiving, no? Ito na yung record management. At I will tell you later, no, after this, paano, no? The research ko pa yun sa ARMA, or the Association for Record Managers and Administrator based in US, no? Kasi sila yung parang authority, the record management. Upon request by the Commissioner of Internal Revenue or its duly authorized representative, taxpayer must provide facilities and equipment for reading, locating, and reproducing any documents maintained on microfilm, microfiche, or other storage-only imaging system. No? So when displayed on such equipment or reproduced on paper, the documents must exhibit a high degree of legibility and readability. No? Legibility is defined as quality of a letter or numeral that enables the observer to identify it positively and quickly, to the exclusion of all other letters or numerals. No? Readability is defined as the quality of a group of letters or numerals being recognizable as words or complete numbers. No? So yun yung sinasabi dito. All data stored on microfilm, microfiche, or other storage-only imaging system must be maintained and arranged in a manner that permits the location of any particular record. Okay, so ito na. Logbook shall be maintained to include, among others, the following: date of imaging, the signatures of the persons authorizing and performing the imaging, description of the record's image, what source documents are destroyed or disposed of after imaging, and the date and source document was destroyed or disposed of. No? There is no substantial evidence that the microfilm, microfiche, or other storage-only imaging system lacks authenticity or integrity. Otherwise, such converted documents may be wholly or partially disregarded by the BIR during tax audits. No? Okay, so prior permit from the BIR is required before use of microfilm, microfiche, and other storage-only imaging system. Pati yun may permit galing sa BIR. Effect on hard copy record-keeping requirements. No? So, except as otherwise provided in this section, provisions of the regulation do not relieve taxpayers of the responsibility to retain hard copy records. No? So, mayroon pa rin ng mga hard copy records created or received in the ordinary course of business required by existing law and regulations. Ano yung mga received during business? No? Ito yung mga resibo. No? Especially, nag-claim tayo ng mga input-output sa VAT. So, kailangan talaga dyan ng resibo. Hard copy records may be retained on a record-keeping medium as provided in Section 8 ng regulations. Hard copy records are not produced or received. Anong gagawin? such hard copy records need not be created, no? Kasi kung electronic records lang siya. Hard copy records generated at the time of transactions using credit or debit card must be retained unless all the details necessary to determine correct tax liability relating to the transactions are subsequently received and retained by the taxpayer in accordance with these regulations. No, so ito na yung guide ng mga online sellers, no, yung mga katanungan ng online sellers, what to do, nandito po sa 9-2009, no? So, computer printouts that are created for validation, control, or other temporary purposes need not be retained, no? Okay. Electronic records retention and the time period, no? Kailan? All records required to be retained shall be preserved pursuant to Section 235 of the NIRC. And ilang taon na po ngayon yan? 10 years, no? Registration requirements, all computerized books of accounts, electronic record keeping, electronic business system, components thereof shall be registered with the BIR, no? Okay. In accordance with Revenue Memorandum Order 29-2002 and all other pertinent issuances. Violations, the penalty, no, upon conviction shall be held liable provided under Section 255 of the NIRC, yung hindi ka nag-report ng tamang information, in addition to any other penalties otherwise payable, no? So, magkano yung penalty sa mga hindi na-computerized accounting system na require sila? Initially, 50,000. And then subsequent, mas mataas, and then closure na ng business, no? Okay. So, ito po yung dalawang regulations na discuss natin sa inyo, 26-2006 and then itong 9-2009, very important po to sa computerized accounting system, no? So, let's have a break and then prepare your questions, no? Kasi we will be at 4 o'clock. Okay. So let's now go to record retention and management, no? Okay. So this is our last day, no? This is second day, no? Congratulations sa mga tuloy-tuloy, no? Congratulations sa tiyaga nyo. This is a very technical na seminar, no? Pero sulit naman pagka talagang pinagtiyagaan, no? So defining documents retention, no? Ano ba yung record retention? Ito yung i-archive natin o itago natin yung ating mga records. Why? Kasi in anticipation for future use, no? So there are information kasi na mas sophisticated. So paano ba natin sila i-handle, no? So record retention program includes the systematic storage, tracking, distraction of business documents and records, no? So kailan na pwedeng i-distract? So according to the BAR, the retention requirement is 10 years, no? So the retention program identifies the records that need to be kept and outlines guidelines for how long different record types should be stored and how they should be destroyed. Sabi ng BIR, 10 years you have to keep your records, no? Pero there are business records na hindi mo pwedeng i-destroy or itapon. Ano yun? Yung mga, halimbawa, records mo na, title mo ng lupa, ay hindi pwede talaga yan. Forever you have to keep that. Mga birth certificate, no? Hindi pwedeng sirain yan. Ano pa, yung sa mga office records natin, yung payroll at saka yung mga remittances natin sa SSS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, because it involves benefits of our employees. So, hindi talaga yan pwede na i-destroy natin, no? Forever, we have to keep that. No? So, ano yung siguro yung mga pwede lang natin i-distract after 10 years? Yung mga resibo, no? Yung mga vouchers na hindi na kailangan. After 10 years, pwede na natin i-distract yan. But we must have a system kung paano natin gagawin, no? So, why record retention matters? Disposing too early. Sometimes yung disposing too early natin na hindi pa tapos na require it, kung under investigation tayo, wala ka na ipapakita, then you can have a lot of headache kasi magkakaroon ka ngayon ng deficiency, no? So, disposing too early, retention programs protect you in litigation, no? Alam nyo sa pagdating sa korte, documents really counts, no? Kasi may mga evidentiary value ang documents eh. Help ensure compliance with federal and state retention laws sa atin sa local legislation natin, no? Ano yung mga dokumento na malaki talaga yung value sa atin. Yung resibo, no? Resibo sa pag pinagbilhan natin. Imagine, no, na sometimes there are crimes committed inside the mall, no? Bakit? Nahuli lang yung isang instance na nasa Cebu pa ako, nahuli nila yung isang OFW na umuwi lang dito sa Pilipinas. May dala-dalang tsinelas, walang resibo, no? Pero sabi ang allegations naman nung lalaki, na bayad na niya yung tsinelas, no? So anong ginawa sa kanya ng security guard? Binugbog, no? Binugbog. Out of that pagkabugbog, kasi siguro lumalaban yung customer kasi nga naman tsinelas lang, galing pa nga siya sa abroad, hindi niya babayaran. At saka, but ang kasalanan niya, wala siya resibo na ipapakita. So what happened? Binugbog siya nung security guard at yung pagkabugbog na yan, naging sanhi na namatay yung OFW. No? So, this can be avoided kung mayroon kang documents na ipapakita. No? So, isang example lang yan na the documents are really very important. No? Okay. Evidence of consistently enforced retention program proves to the court that the destruction of business record meets all the rules and regulation and can help you sidestep serious fines. Hindi ka ma-penalty. No? Because you keep your records. No? Hanging on too long, yung sobra-sobra na. Being careful not to shred or destroy the right record is important but can also lead to problems. Especially kung napakarami na ng dokumento, punong-puno na no? Saan mo na ngayon i-archive? Especially kung mga business documents yan na nag-accumulate yan araw-araw, no? So, dapat, biro mo yung 10 years, maglagay ka ng bodega, no? 10 years mag-accumulate ka ng records, no? For the most part, every record will eventually pass its retention period, no? So when it becomes important to be sure you're clearing out clutter. So more sensitive records you have stored, the more sensitive information there is to lose. Kasi you have something to lose kung nawawala yung dokumento mo. No? Naririnig ko pa nga sa BIR. Yung sabi ng mga hepe pag may meeting, mas madali mawala ang pera kasi mabilis lang siya palitan. Pero kung yung dokumento nyo ang mawala, sobrang sakit ng ulo yan. Why? Kasi yung dokumento hindi mo pwedeng palitan. No? So, running the legal risk, no, there are precedent or there are cases na kagaya dito sa banking giant na Morgan Stanley was fined 13 million because of poor record retention and management, no? Kasi kagaya ng bangko, they are engaged in money business, no? So, bawa may mga investment yan yung tao, dapat kumpleto ka ng documentation mo para protected yung mga clients mo, no? And hindi lang yun, sa mga practitioner ng mga CPAs ngayon, di ba? Pag nagpa-accredit ka, meron kang undertaking to preserve your working paper, no? For how many years nakalagay diyan. Meron kang affidavit of undertaking, no? So, record retention din po yung tawag diyan. You have to retain the records, no? Para kung may problema, may mga tanong, yung regulatory agencies. Ako yung experience ko na palaging nagtatanong sa akin sa mga na-audit ko, yung mga accreditation na pinipermahan ko sa PCAB, yung Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board, yun. Palagi yan silang nagtatanong at saka monitor or nag-confirm. Oh, especially yung mga property and equipments na nasa balance sheet po at saka yung mga receivables, yung pera ng client na nag-apply ng accreditation sa kanila, talagang kino-confirm nila yan at tinatawagan yung accountants. Why? Kasi importante sa kanila yan in the classification of the accreditation na i-grant nila. No? Kasi usually, yung classification depende yan sa property, no? Equipments na meron ang contractor. No? And then the next na nagbe-verify din palagi sa akin, tinatawagan ako sa mga clients na na-audit ko na, yung BIR mismo. Especially if under investigation na yung clients mo, talagang hahanapan ka. Tsaka yung mga ibang requirements, ayun talaga hahanapin. No? That's why for the accountants, for the bookkeepers, it is a must na kung ano man yung files ng kliyente, meron ka rin. No? Parang backup files na yan. So, halimbawa, meron kang ITR nila, magpa-Xerox ka para yung original na sa kanila, but you have the Xerox, no? Kung may problema o kaya may tanong, may verification sa iyo, hindi ka natatawag sa kliyente mo kasi meron ka ng ready records for the clients, no? So, besides properly storing client information, they also shredded or destroyed records before the required retention period. Yun ang napala ng Morgan Stanley, no? Kasi hindi pa dapat na i-destroy yung records, dapat naka-retain pa, dinestroy na nila, no? Okay. Exposing to data theft and breaches. Ang daming nagnanakaw din ng information, ha? Paano or para saan yung pagnanakaw ng information. Halimbawa, you are a merchandising business, no? Halimbawa, minimart ka, grocery ka, o kaya pharmaceutical company ka, ano ba yung labanan dyan? Labanan sa presyo, no? Tsaka sa customers. Ano yung kukunin na very vital information sa iyo ng mga kalaban mo? The list of your customers and the pricing of your commodities. Then, naglalaban-laban. So, sometimes you will be put out of business because hindi mo sinecure yung mga information mo, no? So, pwede nilang i-bargain kung meron na silang list of customers mo. Offeran nila yun ng mas magandang term, no? So, you're out of business. So, kailangan yung mga sensitive information dapat talagang kinikip yan. Okay. So, Morgan Stanley learned the hard way about how important proper record retention is, but retention is a double-edged sword. Ano yung double-edged sword? Kabilaan, no? If records pass the retention periods and start to accumulate, the danger is the increased chances for information to be stolen or lost, no? So, yun naman yung danger doon. Nanakawin siya or mawala, no? Think of it, little holes in the wall surrounding your business. The more records you have, the more potential holes you can have, no? So, may risk din ang mga documents. So, what are the records to retain? These are just example. The medical records, financial records, business documents, employee and personnel records, patents, copyrights, trademarks, insurance records, real estate documents, pension, profit sharing records. These are very important records, no? These form part of the records of the business. Business record retention times are one of the most important parts of your records retention plan, no? So, BAR requires 10 years. Understanding how long you need to hold on to your documents and critical records can save you litigation headaches, no? So, kailangan intact yung records natin and then properly organized so that during the time na kailangan natin, meron tayong retrieval system that we can locate and retrieve the documents immediately. Certain types of records have to be retained sometimes for years past their useful life. That's where professional management company, kasi sa iba, sa US, meron talaga silang record management, no, na ina-outsource nila doon. Professional management company and off-site storage programs can help you. No, yun yung services na ino-offer nila. No? So when you have records that you won't need to access regularly, you'll be able to store them off-site in a secure facility. Off-site meaning hindi siya mabasa, hindi siya mawala, hindi siya masunog. No? What is a record retention program? Record retention program provides for the systematic review, retention, destruction of documents received or created in the course of business. May sistema ka doon sa pag-retain ng records, no? So, record retention program will identify documents and business records that need to be maintained and contain guidelines for how long certain documents should be kept and how they should be destroyed. Paano ba din destroy yung documents? Sometimes sinusunog, no? Sometimes sinisred, sometimes binabaon sa lupa, no? Okay. Why create record retention program? Bakit? Record retention program is important for many reasons, no? A records retention program can protect you in litigation and help ensure compliance with the laws and regulations. Evidence of a clear and consistently enforced record retention program enacted for valid purposes will go a long way to convince the court that the destruction of document or business records was reasonable, no? So, tossing the wrong paper or deleting an important email can also have bad consequences. That's why naturo na natin sa inyo yung electronic records retention, record management, no? Not having a document can mean the difference between winning and losing, no? Not only in lawsuit, also in tax audit, no? So, winning and losing the tax audit. Pag wala kung may mga issues na makita sa iyo yung examiner, then wala kang ipakita ang documents. If a litigant requests a document that you cannot provide because it has been destroyed, then a judge or jury may be permitted to conclude that the document contained information detrimental to your position, kaya ayaw mong ipakita, no? So, what concerns should be with? How long to keep a document, when and how to store the document, how to dispose the document will depend on the type of document, no? Okay. 4 principles to balance in creating records retention program. Ito yung mga tatanong mo. Is there legal requirement for keeping the document? Yes, the BIR requires 10 years, no? So, after the document is passed, its useful life, what other purpose could it serve, no? Could it be used to support or oppose a position in investigation or litigation? And then number 3, what is the consequence of not being able to locate the documents? Malaki. Kasi ang sinasatisfy natin dito sa bookkeeping, yung tax audit tayo. So what happened during the tax audit? Wala kang documents. No? So the revenue examiners will disallow your expenses. So i-assess ka niya ngayon, mas malaki yung babayaran mo na taxes. No? So, can the item be reliably reproduced elsewhere if needed? Ito yung sa mga backup natin na sinabi natin na dalhin mo sa ibang mga lugar. Pwede yun so that available siya pag kailangan mo na. No? Okay. How do I implement a record retention program? Paano daw po? So, once you have created your records retention, you need to communicate this record storage solutions with everyone in your company. So, dapat naintindihan nila. No? The consequences of even one employee not following your record storage solutions program can be the difference between winning and losing a lawsuit or being in violation of privacy laws. No? Kaya dapat, pag may record retention programs ka daw, dapat alam din ng employees mo. How do I store the records? No? Should be stored in secure location. No? So, security talaga is very important factor to consider. That is climate controlled and also has a fire suppression system. So, hindi siya masunog, hindi siya manakaw, hindi siya mabasa ng ulan. No? So, yun yung consideration mo. Many companies find the cost of creating a storage area to be cost prohibitive. No? So, kaya yung iba, pinapa-outsource na lang nila yung archiving ng records nila kasi mahal kung halimbawa, nasa prime area ka, nandun yung business mo, tapos doon ka rin mag-create ng bodega mo, so sayang yung place, no? So, doon ka na magpa-archive sa ibang lugar, no? Companies today outsource their record storage to a secure record storage company. No? Kasama yan sa kontrata pag nagpa-outsource kayo ng records management. That offers record backup services. So, kasi sila dapat may backup record services din yung company kung saan kayo nagpa-outsource. They can provide the secure storage and record backup services and even help you index your files for easy retrieval. No? Ganun talaga yung kanilang negosyo. They are offering services for record management. Okay, so business records retention times, type of record, and then the retention period. Articles of incorporation, permanent. Why? Lalo na ngayon, perpetual na ang corporation according to the corporation code. Hindi na siya namamatay, hindi na nag-expire na 50 years. So, articles of incorporation mo, you have to keep that permanently. Bylaws, permanent also. Capital stock and bonds, permanent. Contract and agreements, no, permanent. Legal correspondence, also permanent. The minutes of the stockholders meeting, also permanent. Okay. Auditor's report, permanent. No? Auditor's report mo, permanent. Itago mo talaga. Bank debt deductions, 7 years. No? Bank deposit slips, 4 years. Bills of lading, 4 years. Budgets, 2 years. Check canceled, 4 years. Contract, purchase and sales, 4 years. Credit memos, 4 years. 4 years, ang sample lang po ito sa US to pero kung yung mga dokumento na itong sinasabi, form part of your accounting records, then for BIR purposes, you are required to keep that for 10 years, no? Hindi dito yung suggestion ng government, no? Hindi ito. Kasi iba yung requirements ng BIR that we are complying. No? So, depreciation records, employee expense reports, employee payroll records, financial statements na annual, should be permanent, financial statements na interim, freight bills, internal reports, no? Inventory list, invoice, sales and cash register receipts. Pag itong mga dokumento na to kasama sa business mo, you have to keep them all for 10 years. Invoices, purchases, permanent assets, tago mo rin yan 10 years, no? General ledger, general cash receipt, cash disbursement, also permanent. Payroll journal, petty cash vouchers, subsidiary ledgers, time cards and daily time reports, worthless securities, no? So, para sa akin, lahat na to, isabay nyo na dun sa 10 years na retention period. Okay. Okay. So, ano pa itong mga records na to? Personal accident, attendance records, COBRA records, hindi ko alam yan, no? Employee benefit plans, medical and exposure records, and then OSA training documentation, and then the logs. Example lang po ito ng mga companies, no? So, type of records for the patents, you should retain it permanently. The personnel files, retention periods begin after termination. Okay? Inventions and copyrights retention times. Patents, permanent. Copyrights, permanent. Trademark, permanent. Service marks, also permanent. No? Okay. Insurance records retention times. Type of record, accident reports, fire insurance reports, group disability records, insurance policies, safety records, safety insurance claims. So, retention periods begin after termination, expiration, disposal, and others of item. Okay, so, type of record, mortgages, contracts, deeds. The retention period is 6 years. For BIR purposes, it should be 10 years. So, what are the type of records again? The actuarial reports, associated ledgers and journals, financial statements, IRS approval letters sa atin, BIR. No? So, plan and trust agreement, they should be kept permanently. Okay. So, what is electronic document management system? No? Okay. So, digital files create quick access and instant backups for a business entire records archives, no? Electronic Document Management System, or DMS, provides version control, remote retrieval, and OCR and indexing, making it easy for businesses to track record retention, times, and retrieve documents remotely, no? Okay, so pagdating naman sa storage facilities, no? Some records are required to kept as hard copies, no? But creating an in-house storage area wastes space and it's cost prohibitive, no? Which is where off-site storage comes in. Kasi sayang na, limited na lang yung space sa bahay or opisina. So, off-site storage na ang i-consider. Off-site facilities store records in secure, climate-controlled areas with fire suppression system in place to ensure all threats are covered. No? Facilities typically index document, inventories, keeping track of documents for easy retrieval once retention times are up. No? Okay, so ano naman yung itago natin and what to trade past the retention period. Yung mga expired na, 10 years na, pwede na nating out yan. No? If you want to witness the threading yourself, using mobile threading is a great option, while offsite is also available for large projects. No? So, record management is a must-have function of companies, non-profit organizations, government agencies, social agencies, medical, commerce, financial school, colleges and university, halos lahat po ng establishment, kailangan nila ang record retention. No? All other types of entities that generate information that needs kept for a defined amount of time. No? So, individual households also need to practice good records management. No? Individual household. Why? Kasi pag meron kang good na records management, madali lang lahat. No? Pag nag-retrieve, pag kailangan mo. Records management is a systemic, organized, planned, and controlled process of managing or tracking the life cycle of records. So, alam mo rin yung life cycle, alam mo rin yung years na production document na yan, and then you count the 10 years na required ng BIR. No? So a record can be a tangible paper object or it can be in digital or electronic form, no? So ito yung mga sinasabi ko sa online sellers, digital or electronic form yung mga records nyo. Records can be kept on financial, medical, informative, formal documents, office documents, payroll, government forms, and emails among hundreds of other types of records, no? So record management addresses the three phases of the life cycle of records. No? The creation or the receipt of a record, yun yung creation, yun yung kailan ba siya ginawa. The maintenance, safe storage, retrieval, or general use of the record. Paano maginamit yung records? And then the disposal of records. No? So yun yung cycle ng records. So, nung ginawa siya, tapos paano siya na-maintain, tapos paano siya i-dispose. No? Parang sa tao, birth, marriage, and then death. No? So, tatlo din yung cycle. Creation of records. No? So, creation of or receipt of records is what creates the demand for records management. No? So, be it an employment application, invoice, or inventory control report, once the record has been created, all other operations or management functions for that record have to be employed. Bakit? Kasi nandyan na yung dokumento. So, papasok na ngayon dyan how to manage it sa record management process natin. So, one function of records management process is to determine the flow of the record once it has been created or received. So, anong flow? Saan ba yung ginamit? Paano na yung existence nung records na yan? Oh? So, how do you maintain and store your records? Develop operations to store the record, no? Number of considerations have to be realized when storing records, including making the record available for retrieval by those who need to reference the information or have access to the personal nature of the record. No? Other side of making the record available is denoting who cannot have access to the record, no? So, limited lang yung may access sa records, no? Minsan, record custodian, yun lang yung nandyan. When the record is out of its storage, it is vital to good records management to have a system in place to determine who has the record, when they have the record, and when they intend to return the record. So, dapat may record ka niyan, in place ka niyan, no? Ensuring proper return of the record is also important part of record management. No? Bawa may nagamit dyan sa report or record, hindi na binalik. No? So, important yung proper return of record. No? Safe storage of records may include storing digital copies of its record of premises in another office, no? Or in a safe deposit box at the bank. Pwede rin kasi maliliit na lang naman yung storage ng electronic records, di ba? Hard drive lang or yung mga magagandang klase ng USB or DVD, no? So, record should be stored in a dry, cool location to prevent damage to either paper or electronic copies. No? So, archiving of records. No? Archival processes are part of the maintenance phase of records management. No? So, determine when record becomes eligible for archiving is part of record management. Selecting where the records are archived and how long the records are archived are also part of this function. No? So, some records, such as historical records, may be kept for the life and sometimes beyond ng company. No? For cities, states, townships, historical records may have to be stored for an indefinite amount of time. Yung sabi natin na permanent, no? Indefinite, hindi talaga siya sisirain. Disposing of records in the proper time frame or is critical, no? Disposing of most records should be completed by threading. Threading is read mo muna bago mo i-dispose. Considerations for disposal include determining how long the record has to be stored. Time frame for keeping records is dependent upon the nature of the record. No? Okay. Storage record is dictated by government regulations such as tax records, banks for loan management, and by some legal guidelines, no? Yung mga incorporation papers. Includes determining how records are disposed of such by shredding within the company or hiring an outside company to shred, and developing a tracking system of disposal can also be helpful, no? Listing which records by category were disposed of, how they were disposed of, and where can be beneficial to long-term records management. No? Further, implementing a sign-off mechanism for records disposal can help ensure everyone who needs to know does know before any records are destroyed. No? So, dapat alam nila bago talaga i-destroy yung records. No? I remember sa BIR pa ako na iba yung mga forms, may mga forms ng BIR na nag-obsolete, no? So, anong gagawin dyan? May approval yan sa COA bago mo ma-dispose yung records. Kaya dito, palaging sinasabi na sinisred. Bakit? Ito yung nangyari. Pa-dispose ng forms ng BIR, track, no? Ang dami. So, anong nangyari? Siguro hindi na shred o hindi na maayos. Makita mo nandun na sa palengke, no? Ginawa na nilang pambalot ng mga paninda, no? Talagang doon ang BIR na parang nayanig, no? Pina-retrieve po talaga 'yun, pinapuntahan, no? Kasi it is against the law na pero mo mga BIR forms na public official records nandoon ginawa ng ng isda o kaya ng mga paninda, ginawang pambalot, no? So, ang gaganda pa naman ng papel. So, may track yun, no? Nung pina-destroy, no? So, bawal. That's why dito ginagawa nila, shredded na yung mga documents para hindi na matempt yung iba na hindi i-destroy kasi gagamitin pa ulit. So, other consideration for records management, accommodate with records management system, document and communicate the policies and procedures associated with all records management, no? So develop and implement control mechanism and procedures for every phase of records management, and keeping the record management system simple and easy to communicate and easy to manage. Dapat may batch ka ng mga documents mo by date, no? So halimbawa, ako yung sinasabi ko sa mga taxpayer talaga, pagka meron kayong mga documents na kailangan na itago, ibodega nyo na, i-arrange it according to taxable year. Ano yung taxable year? Kasi di ba yung audit investigation naman natin is per taxable year. So anong gagawin mo? Itong for the year, halimbawa 2020, nakalagay sila sa isang box. So that paghanap mo, according to year, madali mo na lang silang ma-retrieve. Kasi ang investigation sa atin is per taxable year, no? So, doon mo na siya ilagay, sama-sama na sila doon para hindi kayo mahirapan. Okay. So, importance of record management, redundancy, processes, terabytes, gigabytes, and duplicate copies of information. No, alam nyo na clean ako ng isang computer, nandun. Biro mo isang files, minsan 3 beses, 5 beses na save. So, napakalaki ng memory na naubos sa computer, no? Record management is a mundane yet critical practice. All organizations should have nailed down, no? So, role of records management in an organization, the approach to maintaining data files is becoming the bread and butter of good business decision making. So, ngayon, since very particular na kami sa records na nandiyan sa computer, meron na kaming mga backup files palagi. At so, yung hindi na kailangan, hindi ka na maghihintay ng ilang months pa. Tanggal na kaagad sa records, lagay na doon sa hard drive, no? So, you can devise your own papaano ninyo gagawin. Kasi, pag ang records mo, mga soft copies yan, nandiyan lahat sa computer, babagal yung computer mo. So, maapektuhan yung efficiency ng trabaho, no? So, importance of record management cannot be understated in a business. Alam mo, sino pa kaya na the business or taxpayers or company na hindi nangangailangan ng information. Lahat. At it is mandatory that you have to maintain your information. No? Kaya may record management. Role of record management in an organization, multiple areas of data collection, storage, and eventually proper distraction. Yan ang mga lamok dito, napakarami. So, the science is broken into multiple categories: input and collection, storage, redundancy and backup, and reduction. So, itong na-research ko na to, nawagandahan ako dito sa ARMA or Association of Record Managers and Administrators kasi na-pinpoint nila talaga yung mga cycle ng records management, no? So, input and collection establishes protocols for employees to follow how data is created, and the filing system it should follow for its retrieval later. Kasi masakit sa ulo yung nandyan nga yung records but hindi mo alam paano ma-retrieve, no? Yun yung mga tinatawag natin na disorganized, no? So it also specifies what should be kept and what should not, no? Storage can involve both hard copy and electronic files, no? So ito yung sa bookkeeping natin, anong ginawa natin? Hard copy at pinag-aralan din natin yung electronic files, no? So establishes parameters on what storage means, are allowed and what are not. Kaya tinignan natin yung regulations ng BIR, especially on the retention requirements, no? Hard drives versus paper folders versus network or flash drives, no? Kasi yun na ngayon yung reality ng mga records, no? Storage can also mean storing company records in cloud-based storage system using internet-based solutions. So, pag nasa internet tayo, pwede tayong mag-records, no? Sa cloud-based, sa internet. Redundancy and backup involve maintaining safety copies of important information in case of disaster. No? Record reduction specifies allowable methods for data extraction and elimination from the business systems. Okay? Statistical assistance to decision making for easy collection of taxes, no? Of statistics, no? So, decision making is based on trend analysis. No? Kaya nga tayo nagkikip ng information. And there are some companies that really spend a lot for information. No? So, trend analysis is developed and built based on finding patterns in information and data and making conclusion about the behavior. No? So, trend analysis is pwede mong gawin yan kung kompleto ka na information, no? Coming from your records. No? Avoiding information loss, no? Preventing data loss. Kasi, andyan, nagkikip ka ng records, tapos mawala, no? It can happen very easily, no? A file is deleted, especially sa electronic records. Pag na-delete yung files, wrong folder is threaded, bad employee walks out of the building with sensitive data. Minsan, sinasadya talaga na ninanakaw yung data, especially yung mga sensitive na information, no? So, preventative process in place to organize and file information in protected manner. Kailangan may backup, no? May multiple copy repositories that can quickly replaced by recent copy, no? Security measures will help catch records that are being tampered or with which can jeopardize companies' well-being and interest. So do not underestimate the importance of documentation. Very, very important, no? Benefits of good record management: improves efficiency, data is found faster, easier, and decision making is improved by immediate analysis and information retrieval. Oh? Okay. Accidental distraction and permanent loss is avoided, and then maintain good organization also when dealing with responding to and serving clients or projects. Pagka kompleto ka ng records, pag tumawag yung client mo, may ready ka na, hindi yung maghahanap pa, no? So, mabilis lang na servisyohan ang kliyente, no? Outsourcing as an option, pwede rin, but you have to keep in mind na kanino ka ba magpapa-outsource, no? Especially sa mga sensitive information. Okay? Okay. So, This is all about record retention and management. So, since our topic for the 2 days is about bookkeeping, and we have recorded transactions and both electronic and manual, ang pinaka-final natin is how to retain, how to keep all those records. So, very important po yung record management. So, with that, I would like to say thank you. And siguro magkaroon lang tayo ng 5 minutes break. And yung mga may questions, na-keep track mo na ba yung questions, Hari?
Ako, ma'am.
Okay. So, 5 minutes break lang po sandali, and then we will go back with our question and answers, no? For those who have completed the 2-day seminar, congratulations, no? Sana natuto kayo at then with the information that you have, ma-equip kayo, especially in your work, or yung mga nag-uumpisa pa, sana tuloy nyo pa, no? Dagdagan nyo pa yung mga kaalaman so that malaking bagay po kahit saan kayo ngayon, yung bookkeepers na kapaka highly demanded na trabaho, no? Kasi halos yung mga business establishment nangangailangan po talaga sila ng bookkeepers. So with that, I would like to say thank you, and please stay para sa question and answers. Thank you. Okay. So let's now go to question and answers, no? So we will answer your questions. Sige, Hari.
Hello. Apo. Ma'am, ang first question po natin galing kay Ma'am Lisa Madeha.
Okay, so shout out, Ma'am Lisa. Okay.
Apo. Ang tanong niya po, ano po ang appropriate na tagal po na itago ang mga documents? 5 to 10 years po ba?
10 years po talaga ang sabi ng regulations, no? Pero may sinabi si Ma'am Kim Hinaris na after 5 years, yung mga records mo na mga hard copy, pwede mo na siyang i-convert into a soft copy para ma-dispose mo na yung hard copy at ano na lang yung itago mo, yung soft copy na lang ng mga documents. Pero para sa akin, it's very dangerous, no? So, kung available pa rin yung hard copies, itago mo pa rin. Yung para sa akin lang. Although, ang sabi sa regulations, after 5 years, pwede nang soft copy mo na lang at yun yung itago mo. So, 10 years po talaga.
Next question po kay Marjorie Bedoya.
Shout out to Ma'am Marjorie.
Ano po yung common accounting software na ginagamit dito sa Pilipinas at yung mas madali pong gamitin sa lahat po na examples?
Ang maraming gumagamit sa experience ko, the QuickBooks, no? Kasi mura lang and then maganda yung kanilang serbisyo. So, pero hindi ko siya nire-recommend ha. Depende na yan sa inyo. At ang sabi din naman ng iba, ang marami din na gumagamit ngayon yung Zero, no? Accounting software. Pero sa mga malalaki, sa large taxpayer, ang maraming ginagamit nila is AP. No? Pero doon naman base sa mga na-evaluate ko, yung mga US companies na mga multinationals na may local sila dito sa Pilipinas, may mga sarili silang software at napaka-sophisticated naman softwares nila. No?
Tanong po dito ma'am kung ano daw po yung top accounting software na recommended nyo po for government institutions.
Government institutions, di ba, fund accounting yan. O, karamihan, may ano tayo may computer center po tayo na sila yung gumagamit. Kasi kagaya sa BAR, Oracle po yung ginagamit, no? So, depende na yan sa needs ng government. So, sa government agencies, is AP, pwede rin po, no? Kasi ang SAP kasi, iba-ibang version yan no? Yung business one, yun ang pinaka-maliit nila na version, but it will cost also the taxpayer more than $1 million. May iba na mas malaki, 6 million, 7 million, no? So, depende sa company, no? Sa government, pwede silang mamili, no? Kasi, mas sophisticated at saka mas complicated ang kagaya halimbawa manufacturing companies, mas complicated yun compared sa government, no? Kasi ang government accounting iba di ba? Okay.
Galing po kay Grand Aces.
Okay, shout out Grand Aces. Okay.
What software can you recommend for manufacturing company, mga construction chemicals daw?
SAP po, SAP, karamihan, no? Ito hindi ako nagpo-promote ng brand ha. Yung sinasabi ko lang sa inyo based on my experience nung nag-i-evaluate po ako ng mga system, no? At saka although ang daming nagsasabi na hindi maganda yung SAP, pero wala naman silang maibibigay na ibang alternative na mas maganda pa sa SAP. Okay.
Galing po kay Beth Saragosa. Required po ba to have certificate to use accounting software?
Ay, yes po. Required po talaga. Kasi, pwedeng, halimbawa, you use accounting software na wala kang permit sa BIR, pero internal mo lang yon. Hindi mo siya pwedeng gamitin at ipakita sa BIR during the audit kasi ma-penalize ka. And at the same time, kung wala kang permit dyan sa ginagamit mo na software, you are mandatorily required to maintain a manual books of accounts. So, magdoble-doble ka. Kaya anong gagawin mo? Dapat kung meron kang accounting software, might as well kumuha ka na ng permit to adopt computerized accounting software para meron kang certificate, meron kang permit to use so that hindi ka na mag-maintain ng manual books of accounts.
Galing po ulit kay Ma'am Marjorie. Okay din po bang gamitin for business ang Microsoft Access?
Microsoft Access sa database yan, di ba? O, pwede rin naman po. Pwede rin. No? Yung iba nga naman, basta Excel yung ginagamit. No?
Kay Ma'am Karen dati, Ma'am Access.
Pwede.
Galing po kay Ma'am Mariflor Serrano.
Okay,
For-
so shout out, Ma'am Mariflor.
For a sari-sari store, ano po mainam na software ang maisasuggest nyo na gamitin? I'm having trouble in my inventories po.
Yes, inventory ka talaga, no? Sa QuickBooks alam ko kaya kung hindi masyadong malaki, pero pagka malaki na, ang iba ginagamit nila is AP na rin, no? Halimbawa, meron kang mga 30,000 na merchandise inventory, no? So kailangan mo na ng malaking system, no?
Galing po kay Jeric Peña.
Okay, shout out, Sir Jeric.
Yung mga discuss accounting software po like Xero and QuickBooks, appropriate po ba sila sa taxation laws natin automatically?
Yes.
O
Yes
kailangan pa po i-customize?
Hindi na. Kagaya ng QuickBooks, kagaya ng Xero, ano na sila? Kagaya ng Xero, di ba, multi-tax rates na sila. So, pwede na. Yung QuickBooks, marami na rin na-approve. Compliant na po sila especially sa train law natin na nag-iba ang rates ng withholding. Compliant na po sila.
Galing po kay Sir William de la Cruz.
Okay, shout out din po, Sir William.
Ma'am, sample po ng mga off-the-shelf accounting software na in accordance na sa Philippine tax law.
Yung QuickBooks, yung na ano ko noon, page 3, yung sa Sage Intact, meron din yan sila, no? Pero alam ko marami pang mga vendors available at saka maraming mga vendors available na Singapore-based na compliant na rin po dito sa tax ng Pilipinas. Kasi ang ginagawa ng mga bagong software developer ngayon, kagaya yung sabi ko sa iyo na multi-tax rates na sila. So, kahit dito sa Pilipinas, gamitin, kaya na, hindi ka na kailangan mag-enhance pa. No? But be very careful lang talaga na pag nagbili kayo ng software, you have to acquaint yourself and then ask yung provider nyo, yung developer nyo na compliant yun sa BIR requirements. Kasi sila po yung makapagsabi nun, the vendor themselves. No? At huwag kayong maniwala lang, ipa-test nyo talaga, ipa-try nyo, mag-walkthrough kayo sa system. No? Kasi bakit? Pagka it is found out na may mga kulang o kaya kailangan i-enhance pa yung system, it will incur you additional expenses. No? Ang daming na-evaluate na nagka-problema dahil dyan. No? Dahil hindi compliant, and kailangan i-enhance, and then tapos na yung bintahan, no? Pag pina-enhance mo, sisingilin naman sila ng another amount na very expensive. So, siguraduhin niyo talaga bago kayo bumili. At alam ko yung mga pag bumili ka ng computerized accounting software, nagbibigay sila ng training, no? And then yung training na yan, may bayad pa din yan.
Next question po galing kay Ria Aquino.
Yes, shout out po, Miss Ria.
Valid po ba yung collection receipt?
Valid po as an accounting records, but it is not a valid proof of sales, no? Yes, your accounting records kasama yan, no? In fact, kailangan mo rin yan may permit to print pag nagpagawa ka ng ganyang klase na resibo, but it is just considered as a secondary receipt. Why? Kasi ang sabi natin, di ba, sales invoice for sale of goods and then official receipt for sale of services. Yun yung proof of sales natin.
Next question po galing kay Justin Valeros.
Okay, shout out, Justin.
Yung mga form na 1900 daw po ba ay can be accomplished via computer or they prefer na sulat kamay lang?
Sa EBIR natin, Hari, di ba nandyan na?
Di ko lang na-check.
No? Pero mas preferred, ang karamihan naman ay sulat kamay, pero kung gusto mo siya na ipa-configure sa computer, mas maganda yung computerized, no? So, nasa sa inyo na po yun. Hindi naman particular dyan ang BIR, no? As long as the information needed nandyan sa form, tinatanggap naman po. No? Sa 1900, no?
Galing po ulit kay Ma'am Mariflor. Sa inventory po, Kailan po deadline and ano po penalty kapag di ka nag-submit? Sari-sari store lang daw.
Ang inventory, ang deadline dyan is January 31 of the following year. Kasi, kanibawa, individual ka, ang ginagamit mo na accounting period is calendar year, January to December. So, meron kang the following month, January, na deadline. Pero kung fiscal year ka, corporation, yung 30 days after naman nung end ng fiscal year mo, no? So how much is the penalty? 1,000 yung dati, no? Pero ngayon hindi natin alam kasi depende na yan sa district kung nasaan ka at saka depende din sa dami ng inventory na hindi mo na i-submit, no? So ang magde-determine po talaga ng penalties yung district or yung RDO where you are registered, no? Pero yung pinakamaliit talaga 1,000.
Galing po kay Sir Brian Borillo.
Okay, so consistent si Sir Brian, ha?
Ako. As a freelancer bookkeeper at nagre-render ng service outside the Philippines,
Okay.
ano pong tax type ang kailangan niya i-apply sa BIR? Or qualified po ba siya as online seller?
Online seller ng services. Okay, so anong tax type niya? The usual, kasi services yan. So, pag umabot ng 3 million yung income niya, VAT siya, no? Pero pag hindi, percentage tax, no? And then, same pa rin, regular na mga taxpayers. Subject siya sa income tax, no? And then, subject din siya sa withholding tax kung magwi-withhold siya kung may mga employee siya na kasama o kaya nagre-rent siya ng office, so magwi-withhold din siya doon. So kasama pa rin yung compensation at saka withholding tax expanded kung applicable, no? So ganun pa rin po yung tax types kasi ang tax types hindi naman yan nagbabago as to the nature ng activity, no? So standard yung ating mga tax types, no? So kahit na halimbawa, 'di ba sa income natin, 'di ba meron tayong live streaming sa income tax, 'di ba sabi natin ang Filipino citizen residing in the Philippines are taxed on the income within and without the Philippines, no? So nandito ka sa Pilipinas, nag-outsource ka ng services mo sa Australia, sa US, taxable lahat 'yan dito sa Pilipinas.
Galing po ulit kay Sir Brian po. Ano po ang kilalang accounting software na ginagamit ng mga large private company and SME dito sa Philippines na registered din sa BIR? And then sa government like COA, may gamit po ba silang accounting software?
Hindi ako familiar sa COA, no? Kasi pero alam ko meron kasi yung computer center natin, yung nandiyan sa may CP Garcia, ni-require talaga ang mga government offices na maging computerized, no? Kaya meron yan silang mga ginagamit. Pero sa mga taxpayers, yan ang marami talaga QuickBooks, no? Sa mga medium-sized na entities. At saka yung sa mga malalaki, yung SAP, no? Although yung nasabi ko sa inyo, yung zero is marami na rin gumagamit ngayon. Yung zero na accounting software.
Galing kay Sir Brian po ulit, ma'am. Pag electronic signature lang po ang contract, it should be considered by the BIR as an original or valid documents?
Valid documents po. Because we have already the electronic commerce law at kung ano man yung visa noong hard copy ng documents, ganun din yung electronic documents, no? Ang required lang diyan yung authenticity, no? Na dapat authentic yung records na ibibigay.
Kay Sir Brian po ulit, ma'am. Magkakaroon po kaya kayo ng live free webinar about transfer pricing with certificate? Para po sana gusto daw niya matuto kasi di pa daw po afford.
Mamaya meron tayong pero wala kasing certificate yan kasi we don't have a way of tracking our seminar, no, na sa YouTube. Pwede siguro sa Zoom. We will tingnan po natin, no. As of now, wala pa kaming naka-schedule na mga free seminar sa transfer pricing. Yung mamaya natin, the live streaming, we will discuss about the revenue regulations to the 2013 na umpisa na natin yan pangalawa na. So, pwede kang umattend, pero wala po siyang certificate, no? Wala siyang certificate. Kasi nga sabi ko, we don't have a way to authenticate doon sa attendance. No?
Galing po kay Nina Sara.
Yeah. Shout out po, Miss Nina.
For sole proprietor,
Okay.
services activities po, journal and ledger lang po ba ang books na kailangan namin?
Ang pinaka para sa akin na, although ang BIR ang feedback sa akin, nabibigay sila ng 2 lang na books. Pero para sa akin, if you are in business, ang pinaka-simplified talaga ngayon, meron kang 4 na libro, no? Ano yung 4 na libro na yan? Cash receipt, cash disbursement, journal, at saka ledger, no? I-provide mo na yung sarili mo dyan. Kasi, kung hindi naman yan maubos, hindi ka pa rin magpapatatak ulit. At least, kompleto ka. Nandun yung journal, nandun yung ledger, cash receipt, at cash disbursement. Kasi kung sa 2 lang, kulang.
May kadugtong pa po yun, ma'am, yung sa OR monitoring, saan books po ba siya sinusulat?
Kung OR na ikaw yung nag-i-issue, doon mo siya ilagay sa cash receipt. Pero kung OR na ikaw yung bumili, doon mo siya ilagay sa cash disbursement.
Next question po galing kay Ma'am Jonalyn. May client po ako, may software, pero nagsasubmit pa rin kami ng loose leaf books of accounts every January 15. Okay lang po ba yun?
Wala sigurong permit yung computerized accounting system mo. Ang computerized accounting system mo, ginamit mo siya sa loose leaf. Pwede naman po yun. No? Loose leaf talaga ang meron kang permit. Kaya, sasabit pa kayo ng mga loose leaf na records, no? Kasi yun ang requirement. So, tingnan mo na yung computerized accounting system na yan, wala yung permit sa BIR. Kasi kung may permit na, hindi na kailangan mag-comply doon sa submission ng loose leaf. Ang i-comply mo na lang sa computerized accounting system, yung archiving na ilagay mo yung records mo, yung electronic records mo sa CD at saka sa DVD, and then dalhin mo sa BIR at patatakan mo, no? So iba kasi ang requirements pagka computerized accounting system ka at pagka loose leaf ka. Sa loose leaf, 'di ba ang requirements, lahat na na-generate mo na records, lagyan mo yan ng paging, and then ipa-bookbound mo, lagyan mo ng affidavit as to the number of pages, and then the information are true and correct, and then ipa-bookbind mo, dalhin mo sa BIR, patatakan mo, no? 15 days after the end of your taxable year. Yun ang requirements ng loose leaf. Pero, ang requirement naman ng computerized accounting system, after the end of your taxable year, 30 days after, dapat ilagay mo yan sa DVD or sa CD, and then dalhin mo sa BIR, and then patatakan mo. After that, ibalik din sa inyo yung mga records nyo, no? So, magkaiba. So, in your case, kahit meron kang accounting software, ginamit mo lang yun sa loose leaf.
Next question po kay William De La Cruz. Yung record retention ng 10 years, anong year po magsisimula?
Nagsimula yan noong 2013, nung panahon ni Commissioner Henares, pero in-uphold yan during the train law ni President Duterte na under Commissioner Dulay.
Sabi niya, ma'am, pwede bang as part of this record retention, yung hard copies, pwede po bang i-scan na lang?
Yes, dun sa sinabi natin kanina, sa 9-2009, di ba, sinabi doon na scan yung microfilm, no? Yun. And then, pwede mo nang i-dispose yung records mo na hard copy after 5 years, no? Kasi di ba 10 years. So, pagdating ng 5 years, pwede mo nang i-scan copy, soft copy, and then discard mo na yung hard copy. Pero ako naman, di ba sabi ko sa inyo, may own conviction or may own belief na para sa akin, hindi pa rin. Why? Kasi yung importance ng hard copy, no? Meron pa rin. Kaya kung pwede lang, isabay nyo na dun sa 10 years, no? Although kahit na sabihin pa na parang backup nyo, gumawa kayo ng scan copy, yung kung pwede lang at meron naman kayong storage place, huwag nyo munang itapon yung hard copy.
Next question po kay Sir Brian. Paano po man pag nawala ang mga records na permanent like articles of incorporation and bylaws? Pwede pa po makakuha ng bago?
Yes, kumuha kayo sa SEC, no? Kumuha kayo ng copies doon at ano yun, ipa-certify copy nyo kasi wala na original. So, ang makukuha nyo na lang doon, certified copy, no? Request kayo doon.
Galing po kay Justin Valeros. Diyan daw po sila ma'am nahirapan sa record keeping. What are some of the best practices po na na-observe nyo from other government agencies kung meron po?
Yung good practices ng record keeping, alam ko kung government agencies ka, requirement po talaga yan ng COA. At ano yun, kasama yan ng chine-check ng COA, 'di ba? Kahit na yung time in time out ng mga empleyado, 'di ba? Kasama nga yan sa chine-check din ng COA. So much more yung records. Why? Kasi yung COA, present yan sila during the time na meron kang records na i-condemn or i-destroy. And then, hindi ka rin pwedeng mag-archive ng mga records kung hindi rin approve ng COA. Titingnan pa nila lahat yan. Halimbawa, meron kang mga records dyan sa opisina mo and then dadalhin yan doon sa storage na building na iba. Kasama pa rin yung COA dyan, no? Nagwi-witness siya. O, sa lahat ng galaw ng isang government agencies, kasama palagi yung COA. That's why merong mga resident COA assigned sa mga government agencies, no? So palaging nandiyan yung COA. So yung mga best practices diyan kasama sa sinasabi ko kanina sa inyo sa record retention na general. So meron pa ring mga requirements ang COA na internal sa mga government agencies, no? So dapat sundin.
Galing po ulit kay Sir Brian. Sa SEC po, ma'am, hard copy pa din po ba ang audit report na sinasubmit sa kanila?
Yes po. Hard copy and soft copy, dalawa. Parang sa BAR din, hard copy and soft copy na ngayon ang nire-require nila.
Galing po kay Sir William de la Cruz. Yung po bang content ng manual books namin, pwede ba namin itong i-scan for some days record keeping?
Pwede. Or internal lang po ninyo. Pero during the tax audit, ang hahanapin ng examiner sa inyo, yung books talaga na nasa manual na naka-record na journal, ledger, cash receipt, cash disbursement, yun ang hahanapin. No?
Galing po kay Ma'am Ana Gonzales. Ano po ang advantage pag BMBE registered?
BMBE registered, meron kang tax holidays dyan, no? Hindi ka na subject sa income tax, no? Pero yung percentage tax magbabayad, no? At yan, gagawin mo yan, magkumuha ka ng certificate ng BMBE. Pag meron ka ng certificate ng BMBE, dalhin mo yan sa BIR para tanggalin yung tax types mo, no? Para hindi ka magbayad.
For professional service po, is it more preferred po ba to choose the 8% than VAT registration?
Dan, ano yung isa?
8% than VAT registration.
Dan VAT?
Opo.
Hindi yan pwedeng pagsamahin, na. Kasi pagka 8% ka, hindi ka, non-VAT ka. Pero kung VAT ka, hindi ka pwedeng mag-option ng 8%. Ha? Kaya hindi mo pwedeng pag-compare ang 8% at saka yung VAT. Why? Pagka VAT ka na, hindi ka na pwede sa 8%. Kasi ang 8% para lang po yan sa percentage. Ano ba yung 8% na option rate? That represents the 3% percentage tax at saka yung 5% na income tax. Pag VAT ka na, doon ka na sa itemized, doon ka na sa regular.
Galing po kay Sir Brian. Kahit Excel lang po ba ma'am ang gamit ng company, pwede mag-apply ng loose leaf?
Yes, pwede.
Or pag
Pwede
may
po.
accounting software lang?
Kahit Excel pwede. Wala pong require ang BIR na software. Kasi ang software, gagamitin lang yan sa computerized accounting system. Sa loose leaf, pwede ng Excel. No? Or other application, pwede.
Wala na pong tanong ma'am.
So, Okay, so thank you very much and congratulations sa mga nakatapos ng 2 days na bookkeeping seminar natin. No? I hope na talaga naka-impart tayo ng knowledge at saka ito yung maging beginning na magkaroon kayo ng kumbaga sa seeds na nasa inyo, and then bahala na kayo, palakihin nyo na lang, no? And then mag-update din kayo. So thank you very much and we call it a day.